Stand by for the opening night of the National Television.
Testing. This is the microphone on the left. All right, folks, we are live here at the Whitlam Centre in Liverpool. Game number 1 of 5x5 Roller Derby Championship, round number 4. I'm the Big Kahuna.
I am Melodrama.
And we're going to be guiding you through the madness today. First game off the ranks, Northern Beaches taking on Blue Mountains. And the game is underway. Jam whistle has begun.
Blue Mountains playing in the dark colours, the black with the blue. Northern Beaches in the lighter colours, the light blue and the white.
The debut of this new strip for Northern Beaches. But Blue Mountains with Lee Jammer. That's Vicious Delicious. She is lead jammer for Blue Mountains. Corporal Punishment now out of the pack for Northern Beaches.
And Blue Mountains calling that jam off. Short, sharp start. Big Kahuna.
So good start for Blue Mountains, getting the score underway here for the Free Sisters from Katoomba.
And playing for the Free Sisters, we have Roxy Tosin, Dr. Hoo-Hoo, Vicious Delicious, Blood Red Penny, Kitty Carnage, Victoria Hitter, Ruby Bruceday, Dame of Destruction, and Emergency, and Ninja Rogers. And playing for Northern Beaches, we have Bruisem, Nasty Noodle, Get Shirty, Unsteady, Crushin' Over, Betty Rocker, Metal Likers, Miss Briss, Corporal Punishment, and Go-Go.
So Blue Mountains 2 for 2 so far. Lead jammer once again, but Crushin' Over right on the tail of Ruby Bruceday.
Ruby Bruceday tempted to call it, it seemed, or maybe that's just her technique to get around the corner quicker. She's going to try to hit those two blockers. Didn't quite get those hips far enough.
So
Nil all still.
Yeah, neither team troubling the scorekeeper on that one. But interesting matchup here today, Mel. This is the Battlegrounds division.
Yes, indeed. And this is round 4 of the 5x5 competition. We like to call this the sickness edition. So if you do hear sneezing in the background, that's probably me. Lining up for Northern Beaches, Unsteady. She tries to mash her way through a very solid wall of Blue Mountains, but makes her way through, and she is lead jammer.
So first lead jammer goes to Northern Beaches in this one.
Victoria Hitter, half a lap behind her, trying to make up that gap.
So Unsteady with a chance here to get Northern Beaches on the board now.
Northern Beaches choosing to get to the behind the pack. Now engaging Victoria Hitter. Can't get through though. Another 0-all jam.
Nasty Noodle now jamming for Northern Beaches. Dame of Destruction, I believe in her debut here, Melodrama 4 5x5 for the Blue Mountains. Nasty Noodle, a veteran for Northern Beaches, not normally a jammer though, but with the injury toll that the Northern Beaches Sirens have brought into this round, a lot of responsibility being shared out by maybe people who wouldn't be used to jamming, now forced to. But Dame of Destruction, lead jammer, Blue Mountains once again.
Yeah, Northern Beaches playing with just 10 players, as is Blue Mountains though. Big Kahuna, this is going to be a battle of fitness more than anything else today.
Northern Beach is actually playing with 9. We did have a last minute scratching of Get Shirty. And if you've seen her play in the previous rounds of 5x5, you know how vital a cog she is to this Siren's defense.
She is indeed all things cog. I can't believe they don't call her Get Coggy.
Corporal Punishment, a.k.a. Patch, a.k.a. the provider of Scotch eggs to Viva La Derby Snack Life. She is with the star on her helmet once again, and with the C on her arm today.
Corporal through his lead jammer. Blue Mountains through on their initial pass now, with Corporal about to hit the back of the pack. Corporal with plenty of room there to score the 4. Bench manager says keeps going. Four points added to the Sirens total, and they are playing today with Bruisem, Nasty Noodle, Unsteady, Crushin' Over, Betty Rocker, Metal Likers, Miss Priss, Corporal Punishment, and Go-Go.
Metallicas, also known as Metallicas.
Metal Likers.
No, it's Metallicas.
That's someone who likes metal, a Metal Liker.
It's also someone named Kez who loves Metallica.
Right.
So after a couple here, Free Sisters in control early, 10 plays 4. Low scoring game. But Ruby Bruceday with the star for Blue Mountains in black.
And Betty Rocker managing to call a penalty on her blocker, and she is through as lead jammer for the Northern Beaches.
So Sirens in control of this jam. Betty Rocker with about a half a lap lead over Ruby Bruceday. She'll have an opportunity for points here before Ruby Bruceday approaches the pack. Blue Mountains set up at the front, Northern Beaches at the back. Points on offer here. Betty Rocker picking up a couple, sent to the outside but calling it off and grabbing 3 for her efforts. So Sirens clawing it back, 7 plays 10.
And for those of you watching at home, it's rather cold here inside the Whitlam Centre in Liverpool. That's certainly going to benefit the teams today to keep them cool when they're on such a high rotation.
So Unsteady with the star now for Northern Beaches. Victoria Hitter, 375, playing for Blue Mountains. She's jammer. And she is lead. I called it early. Bit of Nostradamus play there, Mel. But Vic Hitter has been on fire this season. The last couple of games, she has been lead scorer, not just for Blue Mountains, but for the entire game.
Unsteady sent to the penalty box. They're giving Vic the power jam opportunity.
So first power jam goes to Blue Mountains, and Victoria Hitter making them pay early. 10 points already in this jam and more points on the way, no doubt. Track cut. Great play there from Northern Beaches, nullifying this power jam. Damage already done with 10 points, but a chance here for Northern Beaches to redeem themselves.
1 minute left on the jam clock. This jam will go the full 2 minutes. Equal opportunity for both teams in this power jam. However, another swap over. A low block, I think it was. That looks like an insubordination.
That's insubordination.
Call to me.
Insubordination
Is
call.
it
That's very
possible to
interesting.
do an insubordination without a different penalty?
Oh,
What does
I
that
guess
mean?
if
You just skate past someone and call them a nose booger or something?
Nose booger is a very common slur.
It's a derby term. Nose booger. As opposed to other types of boogers, of course.
Well, you can have eye boogers.
You're a man of science, Kahuna, and that gives a 5-point pass to the Blue Mountains.
So Vic Hitter picking up where she left off. Now, you mentioned before, Melodrama, that the Northern Beach is only playing with 9, Blue Mountains only playing with 10. Penalties are going to be very important here in this game and how they manage their penalties. We've seen last round of 5x5, Northern Beaches ended up playing with 3 skaters at the end of the game. They don't want a repeat of that in this one. So they're going to have to be very mindful of the way they're playing and maybe adjust to the referee's calls in order to keep their skaters out there for as long as possible. Ruby Bruceday, Dame of Destruction, sorry.
She's the only jammer on the track, and she is through without penalty, so she is lead jammer. Northern Beaches jammer standing in the penalty box there. She's only 10 seconds away. Dame of Destruction weaving her way through. She's past Betty Rocker, and that's her 5. Oh, 4, pardon me.
Yeah, Unsteady already back on the track. So no lap point for her in the penalty box.
No, there does appear to be a thumb wiggle giving us 5.
So it was 5. There's another 5 coming up shortly if she can get out. But Unsteady now out of the pack. She's on a scoring pass.
And Dame calls that jam off. Oh, not before a track cut. So Dame is off to the penalty box. Unsteady drawing a massive track cut there. Probably about 4 feet in that one.
It's a big track cut. So she's now, I think that's her 3rd penalty as primary jammer, or one of the primary jammers for the Northern Beaches. if I do slip into Nostradamus mode once again, melodrama, by the end of this game there will be some foul outs.
How many foul outs, Nostradamus?
So let it be written.
Shouldn't it already have been written?
If you want to be technical about it, sure.
5-point pass there for the Blue Mountains. Dame of Destruction adding some points. This one, of course, being a high point jam. 6 seconds left. Does she have enough time to score a couple of extra points?
Dame of Destruction going down hard on the outside turn. So a big scoring jam there once again for the Blue Mountains, picking up 12-0, extending their lead now. 37 plays 7.
The Northern Beaches feeling a little bit unsettled there, calling a timeout, calling all players back in so that they can confer and regroup for this next jam.
Now, Northern Beaches, I did say, are experiencing higher than average penalties at the moment, but also a very high injury toll coming into round number 4. They are out some of their most experienced players, but also their most relied on skaters. We're talking Dread Pirate Roberts, Get Shirty, Flashburn, Yorkshire Terrier, all sitting on the sidelines here today. And it's an opportunity for some of these newer skaters to step into a role of responsibility and really sort of take this game on their shoulders. Blue Mountains are skating short as well, but that's what they're used to. That's what they do. They know how to do that, and they have their core veterans in the lineup. You can see Roxy Tosin standing on the track now with Victoria Hitter. Blood Red Penny still playing Ninja Rogers. So they've got some youth coming through, a couple of debutants here today, but also still mixed with their strong core of experienced skaters, and so far it's showing on the scoreboard. Blue Mountains Three Sisters 37, Northern Beaches Sirens 7.
Not even halfway through the first half. Already lots of heavy penalties, as we said. Victoria Hitter driving back, thinking that would pull back, force a pack destruction. Blue Mountains causing Unsteady some grief. Closing in on her like shutters. Unsteady, unable to get past the Blue Mountains.
So Vicious Delicious now out, and she's got her 5-point pass, already completing her first, and getting past Unsteady, still held up with some good defence by the Blue Mountains.
Northern Beaches blockers focusing on the Blue Mountains jammer rather than assisting Unsteady, but she is through now for her initial pass. Blue Mountains call that jam off after scoring their 5. Ten points added to the scoreboard. Free Sisters from the Blue Mountains, 47, playing the Sirens from Northern Beaches, 7 points.
So Betty Rocker stepping up to the jammer line. Again, one of those skaters that we said, not normally a jammer or in high rotation anyway, but today having to take on the responsibility to fill the gap of injuries. Betty Rocker recycled to the back by some good defense from Blood Red Penny. Back block called on Ruby Bruceday. So power jam here for Betty Rocker and Northern Beaches. She's now out and lead jammer. So big opportunity here for the Northern Beaches Sirens. Pack comes to a standstill turn at number 3.
Northern Beaches bench manager urging the pack to slow down even further. Betty Rocker blocked out of bounds. She's forced back to the previous turn. Blood Red Penny trying to keep an eye on her, but Betty slips through on the inside and is knocked back out of bounds.
But did manage to avoid the track cut. Comes in. Ruby Bruceday back on track now, so Northern Beaches not yet taking advantage of this power jam. Ruby Bruceday now out. She's on a scoring pass. Let's see if Betty Rocker's aware of this. Looks over her shoulder. See, she's got about a quarter lap to try to grab some more points. Puts her hands on her hips and calls it off. She already had the 4 earlier on. So 4 points to Northern Beaches. Good defense from Blue Mountains, managing to limit that power jam to 1 pass only.
Yeah, Northern Beaches trying their luck there, trying to grab some more points. They need to be a little bit more aware of the time left, though. They don't want to be running that clock down at all.
So Corporal Punishment stepping up to the line in the red skates for Northern Beaches. Vic Hitter jamming for Blue Mountains. She's had her way with them so far this game and continues that here. Lead jammer once again for the Free Sisters, but Corporal Punishment, affectionately known as Patch, going with her stride for stride. Only a couple of meters in it. Points on offer at the back. Northern Beaches with a couple of cherry pickers.
Corporal Punishment hurling herself out of the pack. That jam just adding 2 more points for the Blue Mountains. 49 playing the Sirens 11.
What's that for? Oh, thank you.
Krushenova jamming for the Northern Beaches. She is caught behind a persistent wall of Free Sisters. In the meantime, Blue Mountains out in front. Dame of Destruction, lead jammer, looking to score some points. Krushenova hauling herself around the back there, putting the pressure on Dame, having to call that jam off on her knees. 3 points added for the Free Sisters. That's 1 for each sister.
So Free Sisters extending their lead now. 52 plays 11. Corporal Punishment going back to back here for the Northern Beaches. Vicious Delicious on the line for Blue Mountains. She grabbed MVP honours in round number 2. Looking to continue that success here, and she is out in front and lead jammer status awarded.
Hugging
Vicious
that inside
Delicious.
line. Hugging that inside line, getting herself through. Pash getting down low, and she is through as well. Vicious Delicious forced off the track. Excellent defence there from the Northern Beaches. She catches 2 more points for the Free Sisters. Northern Beaches need to take a bit of a deep breath and refocus.
Northern Beaches sitting in 3rd on the table at the moment. Last year were grand finalists in the Battlegrounds division and likely and keen to get back there again this year, but coming into round 4, no matter how good your team is, if you just don't have the skaters out there, they're missing some of their key core skaters, it's a tough ask, especially with 2 debutants into the lineup that are playing their first game ever, not just 5x5, but their first bouts. So cherry popping bout for 2 of our skaters here today, that being Gogo and
number 85 Gogo for Northern Beaches. And just some track repairs being carried out there. Referee is calling a timeout. Gives us an opportunity to say thank you to some sponsors. Of course, we have Susie from Derby Skates. All of our sponsors help us to get this show on the air. And referees are ready and we are back on the track. Ruby Bruceday in the black and the blue, jamming for the Blue Mountains. She's up against Krushenova from the Northern Beaches in the light blue. Krushenova on the toe stops, up the inside line. No pack is called, so she is through for her lead jam. Ruby Bruceday unable to get past those blockers. And that gives Northern Beaches a 5-point pass.
So I think that might be the first 5-point pass today for Northern Beaches. They're going to need a few more of them as the game progresses, but Ruby Bruceday out of the pack now, looking to limit the number of passes here. Krushenova picking up an additional 1 point and calling it off.
But
So
Northern
6 points.
Northern Beaches, 2 blockers in the penalty box now, a third on the way. She'll have to report back in the next jam. So Northern Beaches doing it tough. Pass jamming again for the Northern Beaches up against Vic Hitter. Blue Mountains with the heavy advantage in the pack, 4-2. And another one of the sponsors here today, we have Sydney Dogs and Cats Home. Rescue is their favourite breed. And of course the White Ribbon Campaign. If you don't know much about the White Ribbon Campaign, jump on the internet and have a look. They do some fantastic work in terms of violence against women.
So Victoria Hitter herself doing some fantastic work here. She's got lead jammer once again. Corporal punishment. Good defensive jamming. Make sure she went with her and forcing the call off.
Scoreboard reads 54 to the Blue Mountains, 17 to Northern Beaches. Dame of Destruction back on the jam line. She chooses to go around and on the inside, and she's through for lead jammer. Krushenova stuck behind the wall, not much assistance from her one blocker. Yet to complete her initial pass. Giving a 5-point pass to Blue Mountains. Krushenova having to avoid a track cut. Northern Beaches pack focusing on Dame of Destruction, unable to help their jammer. Still no initial pass from Krushenova. Dame of Destruction, all of the opportunities here, 10 points added to the scoreboard. And Dame goes past again, however loses her footing. Krushenova, persistent but tired, trying to make her way past Dr. Hoo and does so. That's her initial pass done. Dame of Destruction calling that jam off from her knees. 3 more points added. That's a total of 13 for that jam. 67 overall to the Free Sisters, playing the Sirens, 17. Just over 9 minutes left for this half.
So corporal punishment once again jamming for the Sirens. Heavy rotation early on. A lot of responsibility on those shoulders today for corporal punishment. Vicious Delicious jamming for Blue Mountains. And lead jammer to Northern Beaches. Vicious Delicious now out of the pack. She's on the scoring pass. So again, as much as Northern Beaches trying to claw back this lead, Blue Mountains limiting their passes. In fact, no points scored in that one by Northern Beaches. I thought there was one on the end there, but
some very clever blocking from Vic Hitter on the outside of the line there, forcing Northern Beaches out of play, having to call that jam off somewhat prematurely. Miss Priss jamming, I believe, for the first time in this game.
Yeah, Miss Priss been absent from the Sirens lineup this year, making a comeback here today though. So Ruby Bruceday makes her way to the penalty box. Power jam here for Miss Priss. And Northern Beaches, notably, she is given lead jammer status, so Northern Beaches in control here.
Five-point pass there for the Northern Beaches. Much needed points by Miss Priss.
And Miss Priss calling that one off. Wanted to give the opportunity to start the next jam in a power jam again for Northern Beaches. But Victoria hit her on track, so that means Ruby Bruceday did get out of the box before they could call it off. Corporal punishment, Northern Beaches. Victoria hit her for Blue Mountains. And corporal punishment out quickly by turn number 1. She's got lead jammer. So Northern Beaches, although still behind on the scoreboard, kind of finding their feet a little bit in the last couple of jams.
Yep, you would think that their motivation is going up. They've got that momentum happening. They'll want to take a bigger score into the half time. The gap currently 45 points.
So Betty Rocker on her way to the box now. So again, penalties not yet a factor in the first half, but undoubtedly we'll be seeing the consequences of a lot of heavy rotation into that box come the second half.
Game of Destruction through on the inside. She's lead jammer for the Free Sisters. Nasty Noodle not far behind her.
Game of Destruction having a really strong game so far for Blue Mountains.
Trying to get the hips past as many as she can. Calling that jam off backwards. 3 points added for that pass. Free Sisters 70, playing the Sirens 25. The gap now 45 points. Vicious Delicious jamming again for the Blue Mountains, trying to get through on one skate, forced out and having to avoid the track cut. Manages to go behind Unsteady, although I'm not sure that was who knocked her out of bounds. Corporal punishment through as lead jammer for the Beaches.
Vicious Delicious out as well. So again, Blue Mountains giving them the best opportunity to limit the number of passes here by the Sirens.
Corporal punishment bouncing off the back of the blockers there. She tries to regain her feet and calls that jam off from the outside of the track. One point added for the Free Sisters. 2 points added by the Sirens.
So small advantage the Northern Beaches way in that jam. As we approach half time, Miss Priss looking to claw back some of the score for Northern Beaches. Up against Ruby Bruceday for Blue Mountains. Ruby Bruceday finds a wide open inside line. She claims lead jammer status nice and quick. So Miss Priss, she's looking for points now.
Miss Priss trying to go up the inside. Pardon me, Ruby Bruceday up the inside.
Another 5 point pass for Ruby Bruceday.
Miss Priss looking a little tired. Trying to push her way through, having to go to the outside.
Track cut called on Ruby Bruceday. I thought I saw her lift the foot up on the outside and keep it in ever so slightly, but game over. Jam referee caller on the track cut. So Miss Priss with the power jam here. Fast moving pack. Miss Priss now on her way to the box.
Multiplayer block called on Miss Priss in that little melee in the middle as Miss Priss tried to get a hand off her blockers to make her way through.
So Ruby Bruceday back on the track. 30 seconds left in the jam. No one can call it off, of course, but Ruby Bruceday with the power jam that will gives her an extra couple of points there. 5, in fact, signalled.
Miss Priss recycling herself back behind the pack there. Not really needing to do that to avoid a track cut, but does it anyway. Ruby Bruceday jumping athletically over fallen bodies, scoring another 5 points. Massive 20-point jam for the Free Sisters. They are sitting on 91. The Sirens sitting on 27. How's your maths, Kahuna? Is that 64 points?
Sounds about right.
So Free Sisters moving from 54 points to 45-point difference to 54 points.
Official timeout is in play.
Thank you today to all of our officials, skating and non-skating ones. We have Axiom, Addict, Boom Tish, Border Patrol, Bruisinova, Cockless Monster, Commando Roll, Cranky Pants, Dan Opticon, Dead Sirius, Dead Dr. Fell, Even Steven, Fisty Muff, Game Over, Gory Newman, Indestructible, Jim Peckable, Major Skateholder, Marching Orders, Marshall Force, Smithy Pajamas, Mother Superior, Penny Traitor, Combat, Refanatrix, Ritual Ideas, Sleigh Bell, Slee Zerwin, Snarls Dickens, Switzerland, Totorod, T-Ref, and Wayne of War. It's quite a lot of people, really, isn't it, Kahuna?
A small army to make a derby bout run, Mel.
More than a mouthful.
It's a corporal punishment jamming for Northern Beaches, pushing up front, one to beat, and gets through for lead jammer status to the Sirens.
Combination of brute force and sheer skill there to get her way through.
Vic Hitter now out of the pack as well. Fast moving pack here. Blue Mountains keeping the pace up. Corporal punishment, looks over his shoulder, sees Vic Hitter coming and calls it off. It's only 2 points grabbed by Northern Beaches. That one, if he got any points, he's going to grab some points for the penalty box, I would have thought.
I would have thought so as well, and I think the referees might be talking about that now. Well, half-time's been called.
So we are at halftime, folks, so pay close attention because in about 15 minutes, second half of action will be underway, but we will have many more games to come, or at least 3 anyway, here at the 5x5 Championship, round number 4. Stay tuned to Down Under Derby TV.
was filmed in front of a live studio audience.
Hi, and welcome to Eat Like a Lion. Rawr.
Today we're making KK's chicken noodle soup. Get together all of your ingredients before you start. It makes it easier. Get your pot on and heating up. I have 2 because I made a lot. Let's crush our garlic and chop it finely. Garlic has a lot of really good immunity boosters in it, so it's good in chicken noodle soup. Just a rough chop of this is fine. Next, we're going to dice our onion. You kind of want it to be roughly the same size as your garlic, and just, get all the way through. I use about half an onion. I also like to use leek in my soup. Gives it a little bit of extra flavor. So take off the green and the ends, and we're just going to slice it down the middle, and then again chop it to about the same size as a little bit bigger than your garlic and onion. So once your pans are nice and hot, add in some olive oil. Get that going, and then I like to put carrots in my chicken noodle soup. Gives it a little bit of crunch. So let's chop up our carrots. They are going to need a little bit longer to cook. We're going to add in our hot oil, garlic, and onion at this point, and just get that. Celery and the carrots are about the same size. Add those into your hot pots. Celery and carrot. We're not going to put the leek in quite yet because it takes a lot less time to cook than these two. These two are harder and fibrous. You give everything a nice good stir, get all of those flavors in together. And you want to get this kind of nice and fragrant, starting to break down a little bit of the vegetables. And time to season, so add in our salt and pepper and thyme as well. And I bought pre-made stock for this one because it was going to be a little bit easier and faster, and going to get my soup to KK on time for dinner. So just add in your stock. Always a fun part of chicken noodle soup, chunking the chicken. Nice big chunks of chicken in my chicken noodle soup. I used a lot of chicken. We're gonna pull out our thyme leaves before we add our chicken in. And I use a whole grain pasta. So we're gonna get that boiling into the boiling stock. Give it a bit of a stir to get it all around. We're gonna season again, a little bit more salt, a little bit more pepper. Just want to keep tasting as you go. And I use a dried chili flake. You can use fresh chili as well. Let that whole brown pasta absorb a little bit. You're gonna add some more water. Bring that back up to a boil and add your chicken in. So you're actually going to cook your chicken in the soup. It tends to make a juicier chunks of chicken, and you get all of the flavors of the soup into your chicken. And there you have it, KK's chicken noodle soup. You got to take care of your teammates, and one of them's down with a cold. You make chicken noodle soup. Thanks for watching this week, guys, and we'll be back in round 5 with another lovely little treat.
Hi, I'm Susie from Sydney Derby Skates. We stock a wide range of products from all the best brands. Did you know that the Sydney Derby Skates website is up to date with stock levels and will only let you buy something if it's actually in stock? We pride ourselves on having awesome customer service and very quick delivery. Usually items are sent the very same day you place your order. Hi, I'm Susie from Sydney Derby Skates. We stock a wide range of products from all the best brands. Did you know that the Sydney Derby Skates website is up to date with stock levels and will only let you buy something if it's actually in stock? We pride ourselves on having awesome customer service and very quick delivery. Usually items are sent the very same day you place your order.
At Better Bearings, we're all about better service. We know what we're talking about. If you've got problems, give us a call.
Second half about to get underway. Blue Mountains, Northern Beaches Three Sisters out to a good start in the first. Victoria Hitter jamming now for the ladies in black, looking to continue her ways and finding lead jammer status by turn number 1. Corporal Punishment is the jammer for Northern Beaches. She goes with her. Just a straightaway in it between these two. Fast moving pack trying to get away, but Victoria Hitter open inside line from a big assist inside to out by Roxy Tosin, and 4 points on the board to start the second half the right way for the Three Sisters.
Blue Mountains with a huge advantage there, 76 points in front. They've got one extra player than the Northern Beaches do. And when your numbers are down this low, that sort of difference is significant. Vicious Delicious getting mushed up in the Northern Beaches wall, but she manages to fight her way through for lead jammer. Blue Mountains in the black strip, Northern Beaches in their brand new light blue coloured strip.
So Krushinova jamming for Northern Beaches. She is out now. But Vicious Delicious getting 4 and calling it. Strong start to the second, just like the first for the Blue Mountains. 2 from 2 and 9 points put up in 2 jams. So Blue Mountains really extending the pressure here early in the second half.
Dame of Destruction jamming for the Three Sisters. But Corporal Punishment is the through on the outside.
Corporal Punishment, big slide out on turn number 3. Giving up points to Dame of Destruction. Big hit on Nasty Noodle, gets up holding him back.
After writhing around on the ground there, she turns away the paramedic. She feels she's okay. Vic Hitter jamming for the Blue Mountains. She's out in front as lead jammer. Betty Rocker stuck behind the pack. Tries for the outside line.
Vic Hitter finding a lot of success today. Dominant performance so far from the jammer. And continue it here. So Betty Rocker out of the pack, but Vic Hitter calling it off. And that brings up the 100-point mark, or past the 100-point mark, sorry, for the Three Sisters. 104 place 33, 71 in it. Corporal Punishment with a big wall to climb here for the Three Sisters in the second half. Up against Vicious Delicious jamming for the Three Sisters.
Vicious Delicious, not a stranger to this high rotation for the Blue Mountains. She gets
Corporal
taken
Punishment
down by some blockers.
Yeah,
Loses a toe stop. She's forced to sit on the track and do some quick repairs there. In the meantime, Corporal Punishment scoring a 5-point pass. Vicious Delicious, pieces of skate hanging off.
Vicious Delicious really sort of struggling with that malfunction of the skate gear there, because I think it's very instinctual, like when you train so much to go up on your skates with your toe stops, tomahawks, etc. It can be very easy to forget it's not there.
And I believe she's sent off for a penalty in the attempt of the star pass that she made before. This gives the Sirens some opportunity to put some points on the board. Corporal punishment, bouncing around on the outside, but finding a gap on the inside line. 5 more points.
So 15 points so far for Northern Beaches. More points on offer here for corporal punishment. And corporal punishment calling it off. I think that's a pretty serious injury. She is on the floor getting medical treatment at the moment.
And as players are waved back to their bench, a big thank you to the Surf Life Saving Association for giving us some paramedics today. Thank you to our sponsors, Sydney Derby Skates. All of these sponsors are available online, of course. Sydney Derby Skates having their online sales. Thank you also to Tavish Designs. They can make you look good. They can make me look good, and that's quite something. Thank you also to Spank Alley for all of their lovely body hugging wear. Roller derby, of course, no stranger to Spank Alley's wear. Thank you to you too, Big Kahuna, and to S2D2, Southside, bringing us Cakeside today. If you're in the area, we're in the Whitlam Leisure Centre in Liverpool. There's a barbecue happening, there's a cake stall, which is absolutely amazing. I've tried my best to support your cake stall as best as I could.
Always a proud supporter of cake.
I'm actually brought to you by cake.
We want to send a quick mention to the Blue Mountains Junior Roller Derby League. You see the Blue Mountain Free Sisters playing now, but they do have a junior league associated with them. The Blue Mountains Junior Roller Derby League is proud to have 3 of their bouting skaters, Hello Kitty, Elka Skelter and Smash and Dash, on Australia's first national junior derby team. After 9 months of training, they're travelling to Seattle this week to compete with the team in the first ever Junior Roller Derby World Cup. And you can help them get there by making a tax-deductible donation at asf.org.au. You click on the Donate tab and search for Skate Australia page. You can also swing by their Facebook page, that's Blue Mountains Junior Roller Derby League, and leave them a message of support. They'll be heading overseas very shortly and representing all of us.
Me too.
Absolutely, Mel.
All of us.
All of us.
All right, and referees are just preparing to restart the game. Just over 24 minutes left in this bout.
So we do have the penalties up on screen right now for Northern Beaches. Unsteady sitting on 5. We saw her pick up a good bunch of them early on, so she's in a bit of trouble.
As one of their their high rotation jammers. Miss Priss for the Sirens. Trying to get through on the outside line to no avail. Dame of Destruction is through. She's lead jammer. Priss looking a little unsteady on her feet. Gets pushed out by Ninja Rogers, having to recycle back behind the pack. However, Miss Priss, a track cut called on her. Ninja Rogers managing to exact that move. And that gives Dame of Destruction the power jam.
5 points already for the Dame of Destruction. So Corporal Punishment still receiving medical treatment on the side of the track. I don't know if we'll see her again today, which means Northern Beaches are down to 8, with Unsteady sitting on 5 penalties and Metallica sitting on 4. Still 23 minutes left in this game.
Are you sure it's not Metallica's?
I'm 100% sure. It's straight from Metallica's mouth. Maybe she's not sure.
Well, that explains why she doesn't answer when I call her.
I thought that was just because she didn't like you that much.
Column A, column B.
So Vic Hitter jamming once again for Blue Mountains. She's out and lead jammer. Started with a power jam. Miss Priss back on track, however. So she's on an initial. Vic Hitter already picking up points here. Hit out at the back. Good defense.
Dr. Hoo forcing Miss Priss off the track, but unsteady on her feet. Miss Priss not having to go behind the pack. But she does not add to the point score. 4 more points to the Free Sisters, 118, playing 58. Politely an even maths problem for me, 60 points in front.
Crushing over, jamming for Northern Beaches. She's recycled to the back. Good defense by Blood Red Penny and clearing a path for Vicious Delicious to grab lead jammer once again for the Free Sisters. Crushing over out now on her scoring pass. Vicious Delicious picks up 4 and calls it off.
And Big Kahuna, I've just had a phone call from one of the viewers at home, and she was wondering if you could explain how the points differential works in terms of the final placings on the table for the tournament.
Absolutely. So for each game played, the winner will receive 3 competition points and the loser receives 1 competition points. This is the number 1 decider of where you place. So 3 points for a win, 1 point for a loss. At the end of the season, we'll have 5 rounds. The team with the most points, or the 2 teams with the most points, go into the grand final. 3rd and 4th playoff for that bronze spot. If there is a tie on points, then point differential actually then plays and determines the placing.
So that's heaps of motivation for the Free Sisters to keep going and putting as many points as they can possibly put on. Both divisions reasonably well matched.
Absolutely. In the Battlegrounds division, Blue Mountains have yet to score a win, but with today, if they do win, it's completely open. Central Coast have pretty much secured their spot. They're 3 from 3, undefeated so far, but the other spot is completely wide open between the other 4 teams in that division. I think it actually will come down to point differential. There won't be a clear second place at the end of round 5, and point differential will play. So it's going to be very interesting times in this Battlegrounds division.
Unsteady, heavy on the penalties, jamming for the Northern Beaches. But Vic Hitter is the one who is through as lead jammer.
So Northern Beaches, I could see their bench manager looking for a cut there. And I thought I saw referee Sleaze Irwin signal it as well, but they've kind of let that one go now. And just as I thought, Topanali throws up the official review signal. He saw the track cut, wanted it called. He's going to question it now as well.
Topanali not using many of the timeouts, having an official review last half, not using it. Some players or some teams use the official review as a spare or as a 4th timeout.
So
Not
we had a
yet.
look quickly earlier on at the penalty count for the Northern Beaches. Here's the penalty count for Blue Mountains. No one in any real danger. Ruby Bruceday and Annie Emergency with 3 apiece.
Only 18 and a half-ish minutes left in this game, so plenty of opportunity to clock up some more penalties if that's what you're after. Thank you to our sponsors, Sydney Derby Skates. Sydney Derby Skates has helped to bring you this telecast. Thank you also to Tavish Designs and to Spank Alley. Without our sponsors, you'd be watching a big blank screen at the moment. So thank you so much for your generosity over this tournament. Thank you also to the 5x5 streaming crew. They put all sorts of things together to make this work. Of course, everyone who works in the 5x5 tournament is a volunteer. It's lots of fun being here today. So if you're interested in being a part of the 5x5 action, drop us a line through Down Under Derby TV.
So official review still in place. Referees talking it over.
So Topanali hoping to have a penalty in his favour. A track cut is in question. Referees recreating it in their brains. No benefit of the third umpire here, Big Kahuna.
Maybe one day we'll see the video technology at a point where we can refer to it, but right now I think 7 referees is enough.
So that would be the 8th umpire.
The 8th umpire.
Take that, cricket. Scoreboard 128 to the Free Sisters, playing 58 to the Sirens. Again, very polite for both teams, making it a clear 70-point difference. Maths, of course, being quite hard for girls. Oh, not really. I was gagging then. Oh no! Look at this! Look at the telephone switchboard light up there. As soon as I said that last word
Controversial.
just left my mouth. We're just waiting to see what the result is of that official review. Referees agree there should have been a track cut called. So all of the bits of paper are organised. Jam that goes to the penalty box. Vic Hitter giving away the power jam there. Miss Priss donning the star for the Northern Beaches.
So the power jam here to Northern Beaches, but the points that were accrued in that jam still count. Points cannot be taken away. So as much as they get the advantage right now, I'm sure they would have loved to have it called at the time. Now, this just in melodrama, even though power jam here for Northern Beaches and lead jammer to Miss Priss, I can see on the sideline corporal punishment that did go down with injury before, with her arm in a sling and skates removed. So unfortunately, corporal punishment was having a blinder of a game. And
Corporal punishment has had a blinder of a tournament.
She has. One of the stars of Northern Beaches, and really stepping up today for her team. Will not take part in the activities going forward.
And Miss Priss sent to the penalty box. A power jam awarded to Victoria Hitter. She's knocked to her knees, but she tries to trek her way through the inside line. Pieces of skate falling off everywhere. Vic Hitter is through for her initial pass. Both teams very sparse on blockers. Vic Hitter toe-to-toe with Miss Priss. 4 points apiece. This jam will go for another 27 seconds. Vic Hitter finding the inside line, skipping away through for an easy 4 points. But actually that was wrong. She was skipping away through for a track cut, sent off.
So Power Jam again here to Miss Priss. Chance to make a difference on the scoreboard. 4 points apiece so far.
And Blue Mountains this time calling for an official review. Official reviews, of course, brought to you by our sponsors, Sydney Derby Skates, Tavish Designs and Spank Alley. And Big Kahuna for viewers at home wondering what's going to happen in 15 minutes. Will there be more derby? What would you tell them?
Well, in about 15 minutes, we'll have a minute and a half left in this game.
Maths, I
But-
told you. I can't say it again.
But there is plenty more derby to come. 3 more games with the Armageddon division and the Battlegrounds division both being represented. Coming up next, Wollongong taking on Sydney Roller Derby League. Huge game, number 2 for the Armageddon division. Stay tuned, folks.
And just a reminder to you, playing today for the Free Sisters in the Blue Mountains, Roxy Towson, Captain, Dr. Hoo-Hoo, Vicious Delicious, Blood Red Penny, Kitty Carnage, Victoria Hitter, Ruby Bruisday, Dame of Destruction, and Emergency, and Ninja Rogers. And playing today for the Northern Beaches in their brand new strip, we have Bruisum, Nasty Noodle, Unsteady, Crushin' Over, Betty Rocker, Metallicas, Miss Priss, Corporal Punishment, who unfortunately has injured herself, and Go-Go.
Hopefully one of the IPRs will find their way over to us and let us know the outcome.
There's lots of archived action on Down Under Derby TV. All of the previous 5x5 footage is on there, as well as all of our kooky little shows.
Viva La Derby Snack Life, a fan favourite. A personal favourite of mine, Mel.
Mine too, I get your leftovers.
There's Eat Like a Lion with some fabulous camera work done for a previous edition of it.
I was really sick that day, Kahuna. That's just low.
We have Confessions of a Derby Girl, which will be coming back again today, along with Viva La Derby Snack Life and Eat Like a Lion as well. So all those will be shown today too.
Unsteady ready to jam for the Northern Beaches. They are sitting on 68 points. Just over a quarter of the game left. Unsteady is choosing to go through the middle of the 2. She's through with lead jammer status.
So Unsteady, lead jammer for Northern Beaches. Now remember, Northern Beaches are down to 8 players.
Northern Beaches using a passive defence there in this power jam.
And Unsteady just picking up her 6th penalty. There's still 16 minutes left. She's got 1 more up her sleeve.
Victoria Hitter having a go at this power jam for the Blue Mountains. Players melting around her. She's through for her initial pass. Victoria Hitter through, 5-point pass. Krushinova giving lots of grief to Victoria Hitter. However, that time round,
Yeah, getting a lot of attention paid to it by crushing over there, and finally penalty was called for a
Clockwise
stop
block, I
block
thought
or
it
a
was.
clockwise block. 4 more points for Vic Hitter and Blue Mountains.
And another penalty for the Northern Beaches. Unsteady through on her pass. 4 points awarded to her, 4 points to Vic Hitter.
So both skaters going point for point here. As the jam comes to its natural conclusion, we enter the fourth quarter of play, 15 minutes left, or 14 and a half minutes left in the second half. Free Sisters in control by 78 points, 145 to 77, doubling up on the Northern Beaches here. Nasty Noodle pulling on the star for the Sirens. Dame of Destruction jamming for Blue Mountains.
Nasty Noodle through. After she beats that last blocker, she's the lead jammer for Northern Beaches. Blue Mountains are through as well, but Nasty Noodle will hope to score some quick points. Blue Mountains keeping the pace up.
So Noodle still with the star. Dame of Destruction has caught up and is looking for points. Nasty Noodle through for 4. She still has lead.
She did have to work awfully hard to get past Roxy Tosin and I can't remember who it was. Kitty Carnage, I think, to be able to get her way through that scoring pass.
So Nasty Noodle hit to the outside, calls it off after picking up another 2. So 7-4 in that jam for the Sirens.
Northern Beaches, 2 players sitting on 6 penalties. Very possibly 2 players sitting on 5 penalties. Not a lot left in the penalty tank for them.
So I called it early on that they were very penalty heavy in the early stages of this game and that it would come back and have an effect. We're seeing that now. Will be interesting to see how the players on 6, Unsteady and Metallicas, kind of adjust their gameplay to make sure they're playing a little bit cleaner, a little bit safer.
Vicious Delicious, lead jammer, about to hit the back of the pack of the Northern Beaches blockers. She bounces her way through. Unfortunately drawing a high block for herself. That gives Bruisem from Northern Beaches the power jam. Lots of encouragement there. Not a high rotation jammer for the Northern Beaches. Bruisem through on her knees, drawing a track cut. Should have crawled away off the track there before hopping back up. Jammers will swap seats in the penalty box. Vicious Delicious barging her way through. That's a 5-point pass for her.
Only 4 signals.
Why was that 4 and not 5?
Huh?
Why was that a 4-point pass and not 5? Vicious Delicious through again. 4 more points indicated by the referee. I'm unsure about why those 2 passes were 4 and not 5 points. 3 points added for the Sirens. Excellent sneaky work there by the Sirens to get those extra 3 points.
Well, ended up 3-9 to the Three Sisters in that one, so one of those passes did count as 5.
From my seat, it kind of looked like 2 of those should have counted as 5, but easy for me. I'm not actually skating around.
Yeah, I have a similar seat to you, and I saw the same thing.
Timeout being called by the Three Sisters.
So the Sirens
Sorry,
penalties looking like they are in a bit of trouble. Nasty Noodle, Unsteady, and Metallica's all in serious trouble here.
Lit up like a Christmas tree, the penalty board. Not so much for the Blue Mountains.
There's an update for the penalties for Blue Mountains. Only person real in any trouble is an emergency on 5.
Betty Rocker back up for the Northern Beaches in the jammer panty. She's up against Dame of Destruction. Just over 10 minutes left in this game.
Dame of Destruction out, and lead jammer for the Three Sisters.
Betty just being bumped around and gently pushed aside by the Blue Mountains blockers.
5 points awarded for Dame of Destruction. Betty Rocker still held up on her first pass here. Strong walls and defense from Blue Mountains. Betty Rocker pulls the star off, looking to complete the star pass, but Blue Mountains defense denying that. Nasty Noodle receiving the star, but not doing it legally, so she's on her way to the box. I believe because she pulled the star on while she was off the track, therefore was not an inbound skater and in the engagement zone.
Power jam opportunity now for the Three Sisters. The star not being returned to Betty Rocker because the star was received by Nasty Noodle. 4 more points added to the Three Sisters. A massive jam for them. 14-0 already.
And we do have to thank our officials for volunteering their time. Make sure that this game...
An excellent jam for the Blue Mountains there. 172 playing 87.
So as that jam came to a close, Unsteady picking up a penalty. Misconduct. I believe she hit a Blue Mountains player after the whistle.
Thank you to our sponsors, Sydney Derby Skates, Tavish Designs and Spank Alley. If you work for a company or if you own a company and you think you would benefit from being a sponsor, do get in contact with us at Down Under Derby TV. We like getting money from people. It makes us very happy. Nasty Noodle handing back the star panty to the bench. That suggests that she's going to serve the penalty as the pivot.
So that if the pass wasn't completed successfully or legally, it was never actually transferred. meaning she was the pivot when she went to the box.
So if she was the pivot when she went to the box, would that suggest that Betty Rocker was still the jammer, or did she stop being the jammer because she took the jammer panty off?
She was still the jammer, but she didn't have the star on her head, so she could not score points without the star.
Roller derby, all about the panties.
I received the star from a down skater and was given the penalty as well.
Betty Rocker, all of the blockers on the track at the moment for the Sirens. Blue Mountains, slight advantage there, Big Kahuna, 3 blockers instead.
Yeah, advantage once again to to Blue Mountains, sorry. Vic Hitter with the star.
Crushing over, heavy on the penalties, but still acting slightly as the extra blocker. Victoria Hitter through without any trouble at all, though.
Crushing over now out of the pack. Vic Hitter picks up 4 and calls it off.
Miss Priss back on the jammer line for the Sirens. She's up against Vicious Delicious. A 3-2 pack advantage to the Free Sisters.
Vicious Delicious out and lead jammer once again for the Free Sisters.
Miss Priss making her way through, completing her initial pass. Vicious Delicious adding 4 more points to her team total. And the benefit for these high rotation jammers would of course be the awards given at the end of the 5x5 tournament, Big Kahuna.
Absolutely, we always have our Jammer of the Year, Blocker of the Year, and the coveted All-Star 5 for each division as well.
Nasty Noodle back on the track with the jammer panty for the Northern Beaches. Just over 6 minutes left in this game. Nasty Noodle finding a gap on the inside line, but taking a track cut to get there. She's sent off, giving Dame of Destruction the power jam for the Blue Mountains.
So lead jammer to Blue Mountains. Power jam in their favour now. So that's 5 points already on the board for Dame of Destruction.
Dame of Destruction being held back by some reinvigorated Northern Beaching blockies.
Strong walls there from Northern Beaches.
Forcing that jam to be called off.
and a no-point pass on that one. So 5 points initially on the power jam, and then essentially killing that power jam on that last pass. 5 minutes left in the game. 185 plays 87. And as Melodrama pointed out before, come the end of the season, point differential does matter. So both these teams still have a lot to play for despite the score. So Blue Mountains wanting to extend the point differential as much as they can. Northern Beaches looking to limit the blood loss.
Metaphorical blood.
Sorry?
Metaphorical blood.
Metaphorical blood. The bleeding here of points, that is.
Vic Hitter, only jammer on the track. Packs are even 3-3. Vic Hitter easily through on the outside. She hustles around the track. Just over 4 minutes left in this game. A little skip on the inside, but unable to keep her skates.
Vic Hitter today making her claim on Jammer of the Year for the Battle Airons division. 5 more points for Victoria Hitter. Four
more points for Vic Hitter. That's 9 for this game. Sorry, this jam. Miss Friss through on the inside. And Vic Hitter looking for another 4 and gets it.
So
Takes
Vic
away
Hitter, huge jam, 13 points put up.
Big thanks to all of our volunteers. We don't have names of all of the people that have put today together. Thank you to all of you for putting in so much work. Mrs. Delicious through on her initial pass. Not the lead jammer. That goes to Betty Rocker.
So Betty Rocker, a couple of strides ahead of Vicious Delicious here. And Betty Rocker calling it off, not wanting to risk any more points going Blue Mountains' way. 2.5 minutes left, only a couple more jams in this one, if that.
And this jam bringing Metallicas to the line. That's pronounced Metallicas.
It is pronounced Metallicas. I want to say a big shout out to Metallicas and all of Northern Beaches. For those of you playing along at home, if you didn't know, this month my wife gave birth to our very first daughter, little Nova Emily, and Northern Beaches, not my league by the way, Mel.
Not your league.
They brought me this gift of a nappy cake from Northern Beaches to my daughter. And I want to send a big shout out to Kez and everyone at Northern Beaches Roller Girls. A big thank you because it is very much appreciated. And that just shows the Derby love in the community that they would do that for me.
You are a popular fella, Big Kahuna.
Nova, I feel, is way more popular than I am. She's a lot cuter in her photos though.
You got to stop punishing her with those song lyrics though.
You say punishing, I say blessing.
Big Kahuna giving a different perspective on life. Ruby Whipper jamming for... I only just noticed she's got a different shirt on. It's Miss Priss wearing Ruby Whipper's clothing. Vic Hitter, however, through on the inside line, sneaking through like a ninja.
Miss Prince finding her way to the inside of the track.
Miss Priss trying to get her way back onto the track.
Five points early for Victoria Hitter. 30 seconds left in the game clock. 90 on the jam clock.
Big track cut there for Miss Priss. She knew it as she did it, but couldn't quite pull her foot back. Vic Hitter, 1 minute 15 left in this jam. She'll just keep on going, putting more points up there in the point bank for the Blue Mountains.
Continue to rack up those points and hope that it comes from the point differential for that final spot in the
So Vic taking her time getting through. Another 5-point pass. Calls it off, knowing the game clock is done and securing the win for Blue Mountains, their first for 2015. 217 plays 87. Blue Mountains Roller Derby League's Three Sisters in control over Northern Beaches Roller Girls Sirens.
Tremendous effort there from both teams, playing with only initially 10 skaters each. Or is it 10-9, Big Kahuna?
Brave effort from both teams there to stay on the track, considering numbers getting low. But we'll be talking to one or two of them coming up shortly. Strong game to start the day. More to come. Up next, Sydney Roller Derby League Snipers taking on Wollongong Illawarra Roller Derby's Steel City Derby Dolls.
Testing.
Tuesday, 485, Kitty Carnage, 707, Daniel Destruction, 911, and Emergency, 99, Ninja Rockers. A big congratulations to both of these teams. Let's give them a round of applause, everyone.
Come on down trackside to cheer the teams on as they take their victory lap. Big strong win by the Three Sisters here in game 1, round 4 of the 5x5 championship.
So I'm very lucky to be joined by two of the skaters from Blue Mountains Roller Derby League's Free Sisters, Victoria Hitter, Roxy Tosin. Hell of a game today. First win for 2015. How are you feeling?
Yeah, really good. A little bit emotional as well. I just know how hard that they played and that they've had a really tough year too. So, you know, as much as it's great to have a win, another possible break is really sad for them as well. So, you know, and they were tough out there. They were. They didn't
Absolutely.
give up.
No giving up in any of these skaters out there. They started the game with 9, Patch going down early. I don't know if you saw the final penalty boards, but they had 4 foul outs in that last jab. So to get to the end is a big effort. But you're a team that's used to skating short. 10 is kind of where you're comfortable a lot of the times. Or if comfortable is the word, I'm not sure. But that must have felt good coming into this, knowing that they sort of were in the same boat as you.
Yeah, it was. I think for the first time we actually had more players than the other team, which I think is a first. And yeah, so it was a nice feeling, but we're used to playing which looked like short, so yeah, we knew we could have had it to go all the way. We had the energy to go all the way, so it was good.
What was the strategy coming in, knowing that they might be a little bit short-handed? They had 2 debutants in the lineup as well. Did that play into the way you sort of came into it in your preparation?
Oh, a little bit, but also we've just had so much going on with our team at the moment. The focus has been all over the place as well, so you can never be that confident that, you know, something's not going to happen at the end. I think we just had to come in and just stay focused and play our game as best as we could, and just stay strong till the end and as focused as we could till the end. Yep. So
now, one of the things that you're forced to do when you play short is maybe do things or play roles that you're not quite used to. Victoria Hitter last year did not jam as often as we're seeing you do it this year, and absolutely stepping up and laying a claim on potential Jammer of the Year for Battlegrounds Division. Tell us about that transition from primarily blocker to now a very primary and heavy rotation jammer.
Yeah, well, I did have to step up. We did lose a few jammers early in the year, so there was a gap. I needed to fill it. So I've just been working really hard, going to the gym a lot, a couple of times a week, and with 3 nights a week at training. So it all adds up, and hopefully it's paying off. So
she's doing such a great job.
It's really working for you. And today, obviously working for Blue Mountains, what that means is it throws the Battlegrounds division into absolute havoc because it is completely open, no one is ruled out, and everyone is live, including the Free Sisters. So after a massive game, thank you to the Free Sisters. Awesome work, ladies.
Thanks, Kahuna, and congratulations on the baby.
Thank you very much. So that was the Free Sisters. We'll be joined by the very lovely Northern Beaches Roller Girls, Betty Rocker and Rage Quit, my man JPEG Pegger. But tell us how you're feeling after what must have been a very tough game to play.
Yeah, I think, I mean, the Sirens are pretty new and we haven't had a lot of really tough games in our history, so I think it shows we don't give up, and it was our trial by fire.
Yeah, it was an exciting game. It was hard work. I think we're all exhausted, but we had some new people playing this time. We had a low, small team, and I think we played really hard.
What was the talk like before the game, knowing that the odds were against you, obviously just purely numbers-wise? What was sort of the pep talk on the bench, and what was the chat like beforehand?
Well, I think it was show we don't give up, and that, you know, it's either play or forfeit, and we're not a team who forfeits, so just keep going.
Yeah, and think of the big picture as well. This is not the final. We're mid-season in the 5x5. The outcome within this single game, you know, it's things like points differential that make the big difference in the long run.
Absolutely.
So it was bearing that in mind. If we lose this, which we did, it still doesn't necessarily mean we're out of the running.
So thinking big picture rather than immediate, and you've got a longer term goal in mind, I'm sure, being the grand final come August.
Yeah, definitely, and getting our newer players ready for it, and, you know, I was saying to them, if their first game's an easy win, then, you know, they need a story.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, it's better to have it done now rather than having to then blood them at the grand final, for instance, when the spotlight's on and the pressure's on, and would probably be the hardest game. They get out there, they get a run, they get some, you know, runs on the board.
Every other game will be easy now. It's
Yeah,
out of
precisely. They've got the hard one out of the way now. And
Well, there is a saying that there's only winning and learning and no losing, and I think today was a big learning experience for the newer girls, but also for the rest of the team, knowing how to come together when facing the adversity.
Yeah, exactly. And keeping the mental game as well. I mean, that's so important, is being able to stay strong, stay together, stay as a team. And I think we did that. So
I think there was still a lot of good signs there for the team despite the loss on the scoreboard, and I think that you're in a good position come the next round and obviously going into the finals as well. A hell of a game from the Northern Beach. Didn't go your way today, but there's still lots of derby left in the season.
Yeah, definitely. They don't always go your way, but that's just the game.
Thank you to Northern Beach's Betty Rocker and Rage Quit. We'll be back very shortly with the next game, Sydney Roller Derby League, Wollongong Illawarra Roller Derby, coming up next on this track. Thank you.
At Better Bearings, we're all about better service. We know what we're talking about. If you've got problems, give us a call.
So game 2 of the action here underway. Wollongong taking on Sydney Snipers. First jam has Fisticuffs in lead jammer and a power jam. Kitty Killer on her way to the box.
5-point pass there for Fisticuffs. Great way to start any game.
So playing for the Snipers today, we have Stockyard Slamming, Stocks, Lowdown Hoedown, Sneaky Stackhouse, Micro Machine, Icy Red, Chakram, Low Blow Oreo, Levi Strides, Goldie Horns, Bitchy and Scratchy, Carnage, Brat Pitt and Tonya Harder.
And playing for the Wollongong Illawarra Steel City Derby Dolls, AVO, Parole Denied, Ziggy Starbuster, Buck and Beck, Kitty Killer, Shotgun Shelley, Eye Candy, Foxy, Italy, Kimotion, Viciousness, and Cat o' Nine Tails.
Micro Machine jamming for Sydney. She's got lead jammer status. 9-point start for the Snipers over Wollongong, and Micro Machine looking to continue that here. Kitty Killer finding a way through. She's out of her on her scoring pass now.
Micro Machine, majority of her time there up on her toe stops. Steel City though holding back the tide a little. Snipers adding 4 points to their score, 13-0. Brat Pitt on the jam line for Sydney.
Italy jamming now for Wollongong.
Both blocking teams holding back the jammers. Brat Pitt managing to draw out those blockers. She gets lead jammer for Sydney. Sydney playing in the black. Weirdos playing in the purple.
Italy out of the pack. She's on a scoring pass. Brat Pitt already picking up a couple. And Brat Pitt calling it off. Grabs 3 to Wollongong's 2. So Italy able to pick up some points against the lead there. 17 plays 2. And Wollongong are on the board. Carnage now with the jammer star for Sydney up against Eye Candy, making her comeback game here today for Wollongong. Veteran jammer, long-time Weird member, has been absent for a little while, and it's good to see Candy back on skates here today.
Eye Candy caught behind that tight blocking from Sydney's triangle. Carnage making her way through. Persistent blocking there from Viciousness, but Eye Candy is through as lead jammer.
And she catches up to the pack. Eye Candy still to make her first pass through. Her attention has been very dramatic here with the Snipers' defence.
Viciousness again, the last line of defence against Carnage, picking up 5 points. Can only hold her for so long.
Carnage through again, very quickly hitting the back of that pack. Unable to make her way through, so calls that jam off instead. 2 extra points from that pass, 7 in total for the Snipers, 24 playing 2.
Kitty Killer stepping up to the line for Wollongong up against Feisty Cuffs.
Feisty Cuffs trying to find a break behind those blockers, however, not as quick as Kitty Killer. She's lead jammer. Feisty Cuffs sprinting at the back there, trying to close that gap. Kitty Killer hitting the wall of blockers there, too slow, calling that jam off though. Giving away 2 points to Steel City, only 1 point added for the Snipers.
So Micro Machine jamming once again for the Snipers. Italy with a star now for Wollongong.
Micro Machine going for the micro block before making her way through, trying to make her way through as jammer. Italy through first.
Yeah, Italy with about a quarter lap on Micro Machine, both on their scoring passes here.
Both teams subscribing very early to the penalty box though. Two points added to the Steel City total, 6 now, playing 25 for the Snipers.
Eye Candy back out on the track for Wollongong, lining up against Brad Pitt. Both jammers certainly got some speed on them, but both packs have a lot of side.
Brad Pitt back to the jammer line for Sydney. Eye Candy on the jammer line for Wollongong Illawarra. Brad Pitt shoving her way as much as she can, forcing the multiplayer block.
Brad Pitt down and losing them. Eye Candy's coming down the outside, but the Snipers constantly reforming their wall.
Brad Pitt finding her way through. Once a beating Commotion, she's out and lead jammer.
Commotion sent off for a high block on Brad. Eye
Eye
Candy.
Candy holding off, and she's now out.
Brad trying to. We are so in sync today, Kahuna. Brad trying for the inside line, having to call that jam off on one knee. 4 points in that pass for the Snipers.
So strong start here for the Snipers from Sydney, 29-6. Snipers having the best of it so far, about 8 minutes into this game.
Kitty Killer lining up against Carnage.
Pack of 2 for Wollongong, a pack of 3 for Sydney.
So advantage to Snipers here. Let's see what Carnage can do to take advantage.
Kitty Killer trying to get a shepherd from Carnage. She's through as lead jammer. Only 2 strides in it though, Kahuna.
They're both skaters going stride for stride. Snipers meet Kitty Killer at the back, forcing the call off, and neither team getting on the board in that jam.
Italy and Feisty Cuffs, similar in stature. And your mum, bench manager for Sydney, calling a timeout and an official review. Interestingly now how he waited, Big Kahuna, until it was just before 5 seconds called and then called the official review.
Yeah, do you think there's some strategies or tactics in that?
Maybe 1 or 2 seconds worth of strategy there. Snipers probably feeling pretty confident that they'll stay ahead for most of this game. Able to afford to run the time down on the game clock.
So early on, not a lot of play on the penalty board here, but low blow Oreo picking up too early. She may need to watch herself. We're only 8 minutes in. Wollongong with a little bit more time in the box. A good spread there, but Kim Ocean already with 2 early on.
I completely missed what the review is for. That official review for your mum, no success. Both jammers still on the track. Feisty Cuff going for the little block on Italy, but then making her way into the back of the blockers. Feisty trying the outside line, busting through for lead jammer.
Italy still held up in the pack. If you're not sure which one Italy is, she's the one that looks like a boot.
5 points added to the Snipers' score for that pass.
Still struggling in the pack. Managed to draw a multiplayer walk on goal there.
Italy clawing her way through. She's now out of that pack. But Feisty Cuffs already adding another 4 to the tally. 9-point jam for Sydney via Feisty Cuffs.
Sydney wasting no time in putting their stamp on this game. 38 points, plays 6 points.
Boxy going to the box for CLC. That's not what we're going to need to get this jam. 9 points picked up by Boxy. Nothing for CLC there. IK lining up against Micro Machine. IK the desperate jammer for CLC. Micro Machine Union, the snipers roster this year, being quite effective already.
Eye Candy through his lead jammer for Wollongong Illawarra. Micro Machine through now for the Snipers.
Eye Candy on the ground with a big hit. Too late to call it off and prevent points on Micro Machine.
Persistent blocking there from Viciousness and Kim Ocean, but Micro Machine is through for her 4-point pass.
So Eye Candy calling it off from her knees. 4 points apiece in that one. So Eye Candy, prolific jammer, been in Derby a long time, but has been away from the game for a little bit. Maybe there's a little bit of rust, maybe a little finding her feet again, track awareness not high on her priorities maybe.
WD-40. That's my contribution. WD-40 will sort that. Kitty Killer on the jammer line. She's up there with Brat. Brat Pitt caught behind a solid wall of Illawarra Steelers. Kitty Killer as lead jammer. She's got about a quarter of a track on Brat. She hits the pit backwards, calls it off just in time. Takes bits of the track with her. 2 points added to the Steel City score. Referees taking the time to do some track repairs. That gives us an opportunity to tell you that we love our sponsors, Sydney Derby Skates. Susie from Sydney Derby Skates will fix all of your derby needs. We also have Spank Alley and Tavish Designs. Thank you to both of those organisations for sponsoring the 5x5 live stream coming into your home.
So on the penalty count right now, a couple more added. Sydney's still sitting okay. Low blow Oreo with 2 early on, still maintaining. So not too much to worry about from Sydney's side of it. Wollongong with a little bit more to worry about. Kim Ocean picking up a 3rd penalty early. We're only halfway through this first half here. So nothing major to worry about, but definitely a concern to keep an eye on.
Sydney doing the start on the pivot line, a little bit less conventional to what we've been used to. Carnage trying to catch a bit of a lift from low down, hoedown. Italy through his lead jammer, getting a little bit of a lift from Viciousness. Viciousness blocking that Sydney jammer quite effectively, managing to stay within the pack. Shoulder block, driving her out of bounds. Forearm called on that block.
Italy looking to the bench for guidance, getting the signal to keep it going.
Carnage able to get past 3 players there. Italy 2.
So the gamble there to keep the jam going, not paying off. Their 4-point advantage turned to a 3-point. 45 plays 18. Snipers still in control. Eye Candy on the line up against Fisticuffs for Sydney. So Eye Candy number 4 in the purple. 999 Feisty Cuffs for Sydney in the black and red.
Eye Candy perched right behind Feisty. Having a big cuddle from Sydney. Marches over the top of low below Oreo, sending Oreo to the penalty box for a multiplayer block.
That's low blow Oreo's 4th penalty. And Commotion's 4th as well. She's on her way to the box.
Kitty Killer back on the jammer line in the purple for Wollongong Illawarra, Steel City. Micro Machine back on the jammer line for the Sydney Snipers. The track cut called for Wollongong Illawarra. Kitty Killer giving Micro Machine the power jam. Wollongong unable to hold Micro Machine. Micro Machine doing a forearm block. So Jammers will swap over in the penalty box. 1 minute 20 left in this jam. It will go the full natural length of a jam.
Micro Machine, back on the track here. 5 more points for Kitty Killer. Commotion sent to the box for out of play. I believe that may be her 5th penalty.
She's very unhappy with that call as well.
4 more points for Kitty Killer.
Kitty Killer running along the edge of the track. She's almost through and she does it. 4 points added to the Steel City score.
4 points goes to Sydney as well. Wollongong running the clock when they've scored points already and have lead, choosing to let it go. And Micro Machine getting ahead. 4 more points for Sydney.
Track cut called on Kitty Killer. That gives the Snipers a 5-second power jam, which means they go into the next jam with a power jam.
So 5 points added for Sydney in that one. Ended up going Sydney's way, 17-13. Big jam both ways, 30 points in the one, 62 plays 31.
Steel City calling a timeout. Official review, in fact. Your mum, bench manager for the Snipers, of course, a brand new dad, giving a new aspect to his motherhood. It's a bit of a pandemic in roller derby at the moment, isn't it, Kahuna? All of these new dads popping up.
I don't know if pandemic's the right word, but there seems to be a slew of babies definitely at the moment.
I don't know that slew is the right word. I think pandemic applies to more than 2. 2 or more, in fact.
Science with melodrama. So again, an official review in play at the moment.
Well, I missed the start of that, but Steel City with an official review. That was a couple of members in that last one. And this will be the track cut on Kitty.
The likely cause of that official review is that one of the track cut calls, Steel City believed it was a little unfair, so they're asking referees to relive that moment. All right, so the official review was actually about a points call. However, the referees say they got it right. Steel City lose their official review. Both teams no official review, but both teams 3 timeouts left. Sydney in this power jam.
Brad Pitt jamming for Sydney. 1 to beat at the front in Eye Candy. Gets through, lead jammer status awarded.
Brat finding a gap on the inside, thrusting her hips. 5 points awarded for that pass. And that was a super fast jam for Sydney, allowing them yet another power jam. Probably 10 seconds in it. Kitty Killer standing in the penalty box there. So they're going to hope that Carnage is able to get the advantage quick, smart. Sydney with the pack advantage, 3 blockers only from Wollongong. Big hit there from AVO. Carnage forced to recycle to the back of the pack. Kitty Killer joining the track. Sydney managing to hold Kitty Killer back. Carnage making her way through though. Viciousness called for another penalty.
So Carnage is the lead out in front now. Kitty Killer going with her.
Kitty Killer stepping through for her 4-point pass just as the jam gets called. Steel City sitting on 35 points, Snipers 67. 9.5 minutes left in this half. Feisty Cuffs up against Italy.
And we're going to get 5-on-5 with Italy lining up against Feisty. Jammer on the back.
Feisty Cuffs choosing to go jammer on jammer, blocking each time she's on that jammer line.
Just strong walls from both teams here. Neither team making any progress early. Feisty Cuffs juking and putting on some hot feet, trying to find a way through, but Italy wibble wobble, only needs 1 skate, and she is the lead jammer for Wollongong.
Here's an absolute mesh of blockers. Italy calling that jam off over the top of low blow Oreo.
But 4 points for Wollongong, which is what they need. They need to outscore the Snipers as we close down this first half.
Your mum back in the centre. There's no official review left, but he wants to have a chat. An official's called a timeout. Gives us an opportunity to say thank you to our sponsors, Sydney Derby Skates, Tavish Designs and Spank Alley.
We also want to say a big thank you to Better Bearings. They make bearings better.
So do you send your sick bearings there?
Absolutely.
The Bearing Hospital.
They do care about giving you the best prizes possibly had in a raffle. Just follow the wall of purple down the end there to your raffle tickets.
Thank you once again to our officials today. So many people go into making the derbies happen. Referees having a chat in the centre still.
by the screen wants a really large piece of pizza, or he wants to take up down the hill. One or the other, I'm not sure. My lip reading's a little off.
And Big Kahuna, looking at the two teams here, Sydney Roller Derby League, the Snipers, up against Wollongong, Illawarra Steel City. Where are these two teams sitting on the ladder for the tournament?
So Sydney Roller Derby League Snipers currently in 5th place in Armageddon. So last place, they haven't won a game yet. They've come close several times, but this is their final game of the regular season, and they're looking to make sure that they can get a win. They still have a chance here, depending what Wollongong does, to play off for 3rd and 4th and avoid that wooden spoon, that last spot. But it does require a win today, and then of course for other teams, how they play in round 5. They don't have a chance at the grand final spot, but they do have a chance to play off for 3rd, and that's what they're hoping to do here today.
And of course viewers at home would know that there are only two things better than coming 3rd.
Ice cream
and cookies. Eye Candy out in front, lead jammer for the Steel City. Micro Machine rounding that last turn. She tries to get her way through as many blockers as she can. Doesn't manage to score any points, but 4 points added to the Steel City total.
That deficit. She has indeed. Eye Candy making the switch to toe stops not that long ago. Speed skater from way back. Really making them count 4 points to nothing, bringing the Steel City really back in this game 43 to 68. 7 minutes left in period 1.
Brad Pitt jamming for Sydney. She's straight in it, looking to can open her way through. That doesn't work, so she catches a lift through low down. Brat is lead jammer.
Brad Pitt coming hot into the pack and picking up a low block.
Unable to call that jam off with the low block call, giving a power jam start for Wollongong.
Parole denied going down from that low block. Looks like she's holding it back, some sort of back injury. We do have Surf Life Saving Club here to make sure that everything is a-okay.
Just a reminder of both of the teams playing here today. We have from Sydney the Snipers, Stockard Slamming, Stocks, Lowdown Hoedown, Sneaky Stackhouse, Micro Machine, Icy Red, Sharkram, Low Blow Oreo, Levi Strides, Goldie Horns, Bitchy and Scratchy, Carnage, Brat Pitt, Tonya Harder, and Feisty Cuffs.
And for Wollongong, we have AVO, Parole Denied, Ziggy Starbuster, Buck and Beck, Kitty Killer, Shotgun Shelly, Eye Candy, Kim Ocean, Vicious Ness, and Italy.
Significantly fewer players on the Steel City side. That's going to play out in favour of the Snipers, particularly from the second half. Snipers already with the advantage, 24 points the difference. Every time I do that scoreboard maths, Kahuna, I need a little nap.
So we have on the penalties as well, probably a little bit easier to do the maths. For the Sydney side, there is a couple of people with 3 penalties, being Stockard Slamming, Low Blow Oreo. Low Blow Oreo, Cookie, picking them up early and maintaining pretty well. Not in too much danger there as we head into half-time or close to half-time. For the Steel City Derby Dolls side, it's looking a little bit different. Lots more people sort of spreading the love out. But Kim Ocean, probably the most close with 4 penalties there. And it shows on this penalty board Kim, but I don't think that's her name. I think that might be Foxy.
Yes, indeed.
Foxy is on 4. Commotion on 3. So Parole Denied still down in the track. We hate to see injuries. We did see in the last game Northern Beach's corporal punishment going down. I have heard that I believe she's broken her wrist, which you always hate to hear it, any break or major injury, but it does serve as a reminder that it is a full contact sport and they are playing for keeps out there. No one would ever want to see an injury, but unfortunately it does happen and it's part of the game. But we make sure that with full medical attention, they have the best medical services we can provide here.
Parole Denied back on her feet. Bench manager Canada Nine Tails from the Steel City helping out there, bringing all the gear off the track. Your mum back in the centre having a little chat again with the referees. Big Kahuna, do you think he misses his refereeing days?
I'm sure the Zebra Fold would be happy to welcome him back in if he ever wanted to pull on his straps again. But I know that he's a passionate coach and he loves what he does as well, so...
Alright, team's back on the track. Italy jamming for the Steel City. She's the only jammer on the track.
Yeah, Brad Pitt in the penalty box for the low block, that was called in that last jam.
Italy trying to make her way through the middle of the pack. Held back there by Oreo. Viciousness giving Italy a bit of a hand there, knocking some blockers out of the way. She's through as lead jammer. Italy asking her blockers to give her a hand to get through Sydney. She does so, putting another 5 points on the Steel City score.
Some great footwork there from Italy, getting through for another 5 points for Steel City.
Brad Pitt taking the star off, completing her initial pass. Brat spinning away on the outside there, taking out Italy on the way. Brat adding 2 points there mid-air, 3 points added for the Steel City. 6 the difference in that jam. 55 plays the Snipers 73. Carnage jammer for Sydney, stuck behind Commotion, managing to make her way through though. Track cut called on Eye Candy, giving Carnage the power jam opportunity.
And lead jammer status as well. So Eye Candy not yet in the box, Carnage almost completing the full pass. So right back into scoring before Eye Candy hits the box. Stocks coming in to lend a hand. A little bit of offense played. Ziggy Starbuster one to beat.
Carnage sneaks on through, gets 5 and pulls it off. Sydney starting with a power jam.
Wollongong doing a good job there of limiting the damage. Only one pass put up by Sydney. Although they do have another Power Jam here to contend with, and Feisty Cuffs pulling on the star.
Eye Candy standing in the penalty box. She'll be on the track in 10 seconds. Feisty Cuff trying to make her way through before that happens. Steel City reforming their walls one after the other. Eye Candy back on the track. On one skate to stay in bounds. Feisty Cuffs makes her way through. Forearm called on Eye Candy. That gives Feisty another Power Jam.
Viciousness left to beat for Feisty Cuffs. And with a hop, skip and a jump, gets through for another 5 points for Sydney.
Feisty Cuff certainly nimble on her feet. Using it to her advantage there, staying in bounds. Bench manager Yamam urging Feisty Cuffs to score that 5, then call that jam off.
Sydney doing a good job in that jam, adding 10 points to the tally and starting the next one with the advantage in the Power Jam here as well for Micro Machine.
Just over 2 minutes left. Snipers will be happy to go into the half-time break with more points on the board than the Steel City. Steel City starting on the pivot line, giving a bit of time for Micro Machine to think about where she wants to go, but she is caught behind the Steel City wall. Enough time expanded for Eye Candy to make her way back to the track.
Ziggy Starburst on the way to the box though. So lead jammer for the Snipers. Eye Candy out on her scoring pass now, but Micro Machine already picking up points.
Track cut called on Micro Machine. Forced there by Bucking Beck.
So Power Jam here for Eye Candy and a big opportunity for Steel City.
Track cut called on Eye Candy. She's not sure where she sits in terms of entering the penalty box. She has to go the long way around.
Taking the scenic route, Eye Candy. Squandered opportunity for the Power Jam there for Steel City. They would have loved to have that coming into half-time. 33 points separating our two teams. A chance there to cut into that lead. And a big hit from Foxy on Micro Machine.
And in addition to that, Eye Candy taking more time to get to the penalty box than was left by Micro Machine. So she'll be serving the full 30 seconds in the penalty box. Micro Machine finding the ground. 12 seconds left on the jam timer. Not many more seconds left on this half.
Micro Machine throwing the hips around and getting one more pass before the whistle blows. 5 more points to Sydney, 2 more points to Wollongong. 10-2 jam going in Sydney's favour, and that brings us to half-time with the Snipers ahead 98-57, 41 points in it, and Sydney turning on the Jets as the half came to a close. Stay tuned for more, folks, here in half-time. You should see Eat Like a Lion coming up very shortly, and then we'll have more action for the Snipers versus the Steel City Derby Dolls.
At Better Bearings, we're all about better service. We know what we're talking about. If you've got problems, give us a call.
Has this ever happened to you? Fumbling your marker. Your marker's not working. Trying to scrub off those pesky markers in the shower.
I have a severe sweating problem. Before I got my Spank Alley armbands, the refs were always telling me to reapply my numbers. But now, I can stay in the game.
My Spank Alley armband's second as a rope. Now I can lock up the competition. Thanks, Spank Alley!
But wait, there's more. If you order now, you'll get not just one, but 2 armbands. That's one for each of your arms.
Thanks, Spank Alley!
Spank Alley armbands. Get spanked.
Better Bearings is value for money. All our bearings have an ABEX 7 rating or over, so you buy quality, and you don't have to pay a fortune for it.
Spending my money, I didn't care. I carried my friends out for a good time, buying bootleg liquor.
Easy to maintain. Our high-end bearings are self-healing, and all of our bearings are easy to maintain. Easy to clean. Our complete maintenance packages have everything you need to keep your bearings clean and keep you rolling.
Hi, I'm Susie from Sydney Derby Skates. We stock a wide range of products from all the best brands. Did you know that the Sydney Derby Skates website is up to date with stock levels and will only let you buy something if it's actually in stock? We pride ourselves on having awesome customer service and very quick delivery. Usually items are sent the very same day you place your order.
Better bearings are reliable and long-lasting. Spend less time mucking around with your gear and more time on the track. betterbearings.com.au
And we're back after that halftime break. Only a few seconds left before players will start back on the track. Snipers going in very confidently. 98 points on the board for them. Steel City 57. 41 points the difference. Brad Pitt jamming again for Sydney. She's up against Italy. Both teams using pretty much the same few jammers each time. Sydney with a massive advantage in terms of numbers over the Steel City. Italy leaning up against Brad Pitt. Brad Pitt holding still. Italy waiting for Brad to fake to the left. Knocked to the ground by the blockers. Brad having trouble getting past her blockers as well. Brad searches, finds a hole on the inside line and gets lead jammer. Italy only 2 strides behind her. Brad says don't want to do that, calls that jam off. 0-all. Kitty Killer jamming for the Steel City in the purple. Carnage jamming for Sydney in the black.
So Carnage pushing up the front, Kitty Killer at the back. Packs split and Carnage forces the way through. Lead jammer status for Sydney.
Carnage through again. 4 points on that pass. Calls that jam off. Giving Kitty Killer no opportunities to score any points. Snipers cracking the 100 mark. And you know what that means, Big Kahuna? You have to adopt a cat or dog.
That's exactly what it means.
Rescued is my favourite breed. And of course, Sydney Dogs and Cats Home, a proud sponsor of our hosts today, S2D2.
So this is the difference between watching the stream at home, which we're glad people are doing, and being live at the event, is that there are actual puppies here.
There are actual puppies here, true story. All of them rescue puppies as far as I can see.
So if you are watching at home, there's still 2 more games left today that you can come down to the venue, Whitlam Leisure Centre in Liverpool, and check out the goings on here.
Steel City with the lead status, calling that jam off. 4 points, their advantage. Ziggy Starbuster pulling on the jammer panty for the Steel City. She's up against Micro Machine. Both jammers caught behind the rotating blocking wall. Ziggy Starbuster recycled back after to avoid a track cut.
Micro Machine getting through for her lead jammer status. And finding a way through now for points as well. 5 in fact if she gets through this one last line of defence.
Referee indicates she did so. Gets the extra point for the Ziggy. And their score now 107. It's 46 points ahead. Brad Pitt up against Italy. Wollongong holding the jammer line there with their blockers.
Italy jamming for Wollongong, searching for a gap in this red and black wall, finding none at the moment, and then finding it opens up on the inside line. Italy, lead jammer for Wollongong.
Italy making it look easy the way she skipped through the inside, but actually quite clever in the way that she faked those blockers. She'll want to be scoring some quick points and calling that jam off. Not quite seeing where Brad Pitt was on the track. Lucky to get away with just 1 point to the Snipers, 4 points to the Steel City.
So the blockers doing a good job there for Wollongong in saving those points when Italy maybe missed the window there.
Your mum from Sydney calls a timeout. This gives us an opportunity to say thank you to Sydney Derby Skates. Sydney Derby Skates has been a sponsor from day one of this 5x5 tournament. So thank you very much for all the support you've given the live stream here through Down Under Derby TV. Teams are called back onto the track. Snipers 108 playing Steel City 65. 43 points the difference. Sydney needing to score this win. Currently Sydney sitting on 5th place in the table.
Yeah, looking for their first win here today. Showing the competitiveness of the 5x5 competition and the Armageddon division specifically. At the start of the year when we announced that Newcastle Roller Derby Leagues, Dockyard Dames and Sydney Snipers were going to be in 5x5, no one would have predicted that Snipers would be looking for their first win in round 4.
And a 4-run block sees Carnage be the power jammer. Sydney all the advantages here, score all the points. Kimotion Ziggy Starbuster forcing Carnage out of bounds.
Yeah, Kitty Killer on the way to the box, or in the box rather. Power jam here for Sydney, and Carnage racking out 5 quick points.
Sydney calling that jam off while they're still in the power jam advantage. Kitty Killer standing in the penalty box, indicating that there is less than 10 seconds left on her penalty. Feisty Calf will be looking to take the advantage of having this initial power jam.
Feisty Calf's eyeing off that wall. She's got the power jam and a chance to extend the lead.
Icy Red keeping an eye on Kitty Killer, seeing her get to the track. Sydney wall up. Forcing Kitty Killer out of bounds. A little bit of confusion there. Referees unsure about whether that was a track cut. Boom Tish says no, so Kitty Killer is on the track. Feisty Cuffs denying any points to her though.
So Feisty picking up a good 5-point pass to start that jam and then calling it off before any points can go Wollongong's way. 118 plays 65. Italy looking to change the fortunes here for Wollongong in purple. Micro Machine with the star for Sydney.
Micro Machine certainly get down low, popping up, giving Italy a bit of a love tap and then making her way through. Both jammers still caught in the packs. Multiplayer block. No, a track cut, pardon me, called on Italy. Italy to the penalty box. Micro Machine is the lead jammer and the power jammer. Micro Machine making her way past one blocker at a time. AVO bracing the blockers there. Viciousness getting in the way. Micro Machines of athleticism to stay on the track. AVO out of play block.
Definitely laying her out there though. Didn't want to go the first time, made sure of it the second. Brad Pitt stepping up to the line again for the Snipers. Tight jammer rotation here today for the Snipers in black and red. Brad Pitt, Micro Machine, Feisty Cuff seen a lot of time with the star. And Carnage getting her fair share of points as well. 123.65, 58 in it. So Snipers doing a good job of extending the lead since half time. They know that their season is on the line here today. I'm sure it would be a hit to the ego for them to finish the season without a win. And so far Sydney looking like they're going to run away with it here, or at least come home with a win if they continue the way they are.
Brad Pitt with a running start. Almost over the top of Commotion. Shoves her way through and she's lead jammer just as Italy joins the pack. Italy unable to get past those Sydney blockers. Sydney very persistent there. One more to beat. Goldie Hawn's finally having to yield to Italy. She's completed her initial pass. Brat looks up to the bench. Multiplayer block called. Brat gaining 4 more points for Sydney's score. 9 points for that jam.
So another strong jam from Sydney continuing their ways. So Sydney again not in any major penalty trouble. 3 apiece for Stockhard slamming and low blow Oreo. Low blow been holding strong on that for quite some time. Different story for Wollongong with Eye Candy in major trouble with 5 penalties. Kim Ocean on the screen there is actually Foxy. She's got 4, but outside of that they're pretty good.
Carnage through as lead jammer.
Ziggy Starbuster going with her.
Carnage running down some time, hitting the pack, calling it off. A 1 point net advantage to Sydney. We see a very different physique of jammer. Kim Ocean jamming for the Steel City. Feisty Cuffs, much shorter, much more slight jamming for Sydney. Shoved out by AVO.
AVO just throws every hit with intent there to make them go down for sure.
Feisty Cuffs though skipping her way through and she's lead jammer. Very steady on her feet, young Feisty.
Well, to absorb hits from someone like Vicious Ness and keep on skating shows a lot about her. Maybe it's that low center of gravity, but she can definitely take a hit and keep on skating.
Snipers sitting on 138, Steel City 66. And at this stage, I would think that the gap is too far for the Steel City to eliminate. But as we've said before, points difference may come into it later on.
It's not an insurmountable lead. We've definitely seen comebacks bigger than this before. But just based on track record, what they're doing so far in this game, it would take a complete capitulation from Sydney or just falling apart at the seams for them to come back from here, especially when Ziggy Stardust are on her way to the box for a track cut. Power jam here to Sydney once again.
In addition to that, of course, Sydney playing with a full pack, 14 players. Wollongong Illawarra playing with a depleted pack. I think it's 10 players.
So pack comes to a standstill, turn number 3. Micro Machine with a power jam, 5 points already. Looking for more here.
And your mum bench manager for the Snipers urges his jammer to call that jam off. Ziggy Starbuster still in the penalty box, standing though, so probably only 8 seconds left of her penalty. Gives Brad Pitt some opportunity there with 2 of the one blocker from the Steel City in the penalty box.
So interesting tactics from your mum, choosing to run the short point, they call it a long point versus short point, and calling it off while they had lead in order to get a power jam in the next one as well.
Brad Pitt engaging the pack, face on. Ziggy Starbuster joining the track now.
This time that strategy working out well for Sydney. Lead jammer awarded to Brad Pitt. Ziggy Starbuster still yet to complete her initial.
Ziggy needing a hand from AVO, still unable to get on through. Sydney holding back both AVO and Ziggy. In the meantime, Brat sails around with a 5-point pass. Ziggy Starbuster sent to the penalty box for a track cut. Brad Pitt again, a power jam. Brad Pitt called for a track cut there. She's not happy with the call, but she goes to the penalty box all the same. That releases Ziggy Starbuster from the penalty box for the Steel City.
So Wollongong switch from defense to offense here.
Stocks forcing Ziggy Starbuster off the track. Brad Pitt back on the track. Sneaks up the inside. Makes it through without being slowed down too much for her 5-point pass. Lowdown Hoedown drawing Ziggy Starbuster back from behind the jam line.
Doing a good job of making sure she has the maximum amount of distance to travel.
And again, Ziggy Starbuster caught up in that track cut. I'm not sure it was because she didn't go back behind Lowdown Hoedown for that particular re-entry.
Yeah, it looks like Lowdown, smart play, like drawing the cut there. I don't know if she was actually in front of her at the time, but she got it called anyway, so we'll find out. Regardless, the penalty stands and a hell of a play from Sydney. using their smarts and a lot of technique here, a lot of strategy, and it's showing on the scoreboard 100 points in at 166 to 66.
That was a massive jam for Sydney. 20 points added in that particular go. And Carnage is on the track jamming for them now. Ziggy still in the penalty box for the Steel City. Carnage lead jammer. Ziggy standing in the penalty box. She'll be out in just about 5 seconds. Carnage trying to get past Viciousness. Viciousness sticking with Carnage, having to let her through to avoid blocking out of bounds.
Big hit on Carnage to the outside. AVO once again, the perpetrator. Ziggy Starbuster getting through now.
Carnage getting absolutely pummeled by those bigger blockers from the Steel City. 3 points added on that particular pass. Snipers score 173 to the Steel City 66.
So timeout has been called by Wollongong, seeing the points sort of run away from them a little bit, wanted to regather and even maybe just catch their breath considering how short they are. Again, not a lot of update there from Sydney penalty-wise. Wollongong showing 2 skaters on 5 penalties. 3 skaters, Ziggy Starbuster adding to her tally as well. 6. So you can see the real-time updates here. Thanks to Spirit Fingers, but bit of penalty trouble for Wollongong, and they don't have a lot of skaters in reserve should these foul outs occur. So both Eye Candy and Ziggy Starbuster on 6. Kim Ocean, that's Foxy and AVO on 5. They could be in some serious trouble here.
All right, jammers are on and ready. Feisty Cuffs and Italy. Both jammers pausing, but finally Feisty making the first move. Italy trying for the inside line. Feisty not sure which line is going to be best for her. She's forced to the outside and is through as lead jammer. Italy up on the toe stops, trying to march her way past those blockers.
Feisty Cuffs quickly around the track, looking for points, and big hit from Viciousness, setting it to the inside. Italy now out of the pack.
Feisty getting some air, calls the jam off while lying down. 3 points added to the Snipers' score.
Air Feisty.
Micro Machine getting down low. She's jamming for Sydney in the black. Kitty Killer having trouble getting past the blockers. Micro Machine ducks her way through their lead jammer for Sydney. Kitty Killer getting past Icy Red and makes her way through for her initial pass.
So Micro Machine already in the midst of her scoring. She's got points on the board. Getting the call-off signal from the bench area. puts her hands on her hips and picks up 4 points to 0 for Snipers.
Brad Pitt giving directions from her position on the jam line. Italy realigning herself on her jam line. Brad struggling to stay in bounds. Referee says no.
Big
Track cut
track
given to
cut.
Brad.
Power jam here for Wollongong. Lead jammer still up for grabs.
Italy stumbles, has to get back up on the inside of the track. Her teammates say no. That player that blocked you was on their feet, off their feet as well. Italy finally hops up and is lead jammer in this power jam.
So Italy, a lot of ticker and a lot of heart. She just keeps on pushing. Power jam here for Italy and Wollongong.
Italy stepping around there on the inside. Caught behind the Oreo. She's through for a 5-point pass. Jammer is on. Brad Pitt rounding the corner. And Italy calls that jam off. Steel City grabbing onto that advantage from that particular jam. 5-0 with 8 minutes left on the game. Your mum hanging on the inside. 5 seconds called and he calls an official review. This gives us an opportunity to say thank you so much to Sydney Derby Skates. Sydney Derby Skates has been a proud sponsor of the 5x5 live stream that we have here on Down Under Derby TV. So thank you so much to Sydney Derby Skates. Jump online. Well, you're probably online now already, aren't you? Go to their website. Check out what their wares are. So Snipers questioning the lack of a track cut call on Italy. Referees are going to go away and think about it. While they do that, you could be checking out Sydney Derby Skates.
SydneyDerbySkates.com.au, purveyors of all derby-related paraphernalia.
Thank you also to Tavish Designs and to Spank Alley.
And
They
also
do pretty
to
things.
Better Bearings.
And Better Bearings. They make your bearings better. $110 the difference, Big Kahuna.
110 is definitely, I think it's more than what Wollongong's been able to put up on anyone as far as differential goes as well. So as far as points differential goes come the end of the season, this could see Sydney leapfrog Wollongong.
And that official review successful for the Snipers. Italy sent to the penalty box for a track cut. That gives Carnage a power jam. Foxy and ABO starting with a, what do you call those things that people run under?
Like a bridge of some sort. What do you mean that they run under?
Like when you graduate, you know, people run under the... Anyway, track cut called on Carnage. She'll be swapping out with Italy. Italy already standing in the penalty box. She is released, so Carnage will have to do the full 30 seconds. Italy almost stationary, being held up there by Sydney blockers. Big hit from Bitchy and Scratchy to take Italy out of the track. She has to go back. She goes back behind Stockard, slamming. Not convinced Stockard was the one that drove her out of the track, though. She's through on her initial pass, not the lead, so that means the jam will go for another 59 seconds. And as blocker Lowdown Hoedown from Sydney is released from the penalty box, she hangs back to give Carnage a lift if she needs to. And Carnage is through.
Italy through for 5 points on that pass as well. So they're now going pass for pass. Carnage taking 4, Italy taking 5. Carnage at the front now. Big hit. And caught for forearms.
Power jam right now for the Steel City. Power jam for their next jam as well, provided no penalties incurred. 5-point pass for Italy. And the jam runs out of time. Just over 5.5 minutes left in this game. Steel City will start with the power jam.
So Wollongong most likely not in for the win right now. 100 points separating them. 107 points separating them, but definitely a chance to at least minimize the damage, claw back some points, and ensure that they keep a relatively respectable point differential and keep their finals or their August playing hopes alive.
Yeah, Mum calling another official review.
So he already used it earlier in this half, but when it was successful, it means he kept it. So using it again here.
Thank you to Better Bearings for being better.
And being bearings. It'd be hard to be called Better Bearings if you sold
cupcakes
and screwdrivers. I was going to say screwdrivers and you said cupcakes. This is weird.
Would you have a shop that sold cupcakes and screwdrivers?
I could see a Bunnings selling cupcakes at the front instead of a sausage sizzle.
Costco's would do that.
They would definitely do that.
And your mum asking if there was a high block in that last jam. Your mum, of course, with the photographic memory for things. Refs are trying to redraw what happened. A lot of nodding going on there. Boom Tish nodding at Axiomatic. And we've got a third game coming up soon.
Absolutely. Next game on this track will be the Inner West Roller Derby League Skate Crashers taking on Hard's Kamikazes.
Friendly rivals, those two.
They always put in some good games.
Fairly evenly matched as well, Big Kahuna. Not really possible to call the winner from this point.
No, very evenly matched. I know the last two games they've played went Hard's ways, but only by 2 points with the last one in October at Eastern Region. So that in and of itself is an indication of how close this will be. So stay tuned for an awesome game coming up next. Hard versus Inner West. But in the meantime, Kim Ocean on the line for Wollongong.
She's in a power jam situation. She's got some time to put some points on the board. Icy Red from Sydney sent off for a multiplayer block. Kim Ocean makes her way through. She is lead jammer. Carnage, however, joins her on the track. She seems to be heading back to the penalty box.
There's 5 points for Kim Ocean. Carnage goes back to the box for a back block. So power jam continues here for Kim Ocean and Wollongong.
Kimotion held back by a very stubborn wall. Oreo, Tonya Harding,
and Goldie Horns.
And Goldie Horns holding her back. Kimotion still unable to get through. Low blow Oreo sent off, allowing Kimotion her 5-point pass. Wollongong trying to hold Icy Red as their bunny. That will allow them to control the speed of the pack. Kimotion, however, unable to get past Tonya Harder. Goldie Horns holding Kimotion back that time, but she's through for her 5-point pass.
So 15 points in this one for Kimotion. James not over, Carnage now out. It's good to see that this far into the game, Mel, 3 minutes left, the game really out of the hands of Wollongong, but both teams not letting up at all on defense. When it comes to the 19th jam of the second half, and they're still holding block jammers for a full 30 seconds or more, it's heartening to see. This is usually when you see at this time of a game where defense gets a little bit more lax, penalties are heavy, fatigue is a factor, and they kind of let loose a little bit, more points start to flow. But right now, these two teams digging deep and standing strong in their walls.
And special credit should go to Steel City, doing it with only 11 players. They're up against Sydney's full 14 skaters.
Icandy jamming here with 6 penalties. So risky move here for Wollongong.
She is through for her initial pass. Fisticuffs though through on her scoring pass. On her knees, calls that jam off. 4 points added to Sydney's score. Just over a minute 40 seconds left for this game. Italy jamming for the Steel City. She's up against Micro Machine for Sydney. Both packs starting on the pivot line. Italy looking like she was going to leapfrog there. Doesn't. Goes back on her skates, but is caught behind the Sydney wall. Micro Machine gets out in front, has a chat to your mum on the way through.
So game clock is inside the jam clock now. Sydney in control of this jam. Italy goes to the box for a high block. Micro Machine power jam, already 10 points in.
Micro Machine slapping up against Kimotion there, but back on her feet, sideways to try to get through. Kimotion back on her.
Kimotion goes to the box for a back block. It's not a backwards or clockwise block.
That block in the wrong way. Bucking Beck trying to keep Micro Machine at bay. Low blow Oreo trying to give her jammer a hand. She takes Italy out as well, just for good measure. 5-point pass there for Micro Machine. She looks to put more points on the board. 30 seconds left in this game. Italy still stuck behind that persistent wall of jammers there for Sydney. Micro Machine calls it.
And that brings the game to a close. Unofficial final score 214, 214 for the Snipers, 97 for the Steel City Derby Dolls from Wollongong.
200 points, of course, Big Kahuna. That is going and adopting both a dog and a cat from Sydney Dogs and Cats Home.
Or just a dog, really?
2 dogs.
2 dogs will do. But a hell of a game from the Snipers. A little bit of a redemption game for them. As I said, it is their last game of the season, and they wanted to close it out on a win and really keep their chance alive to play off for that 3rd, 4th come August. So big game from the Snipers. Big game from Wollongong. They'll play one more in round 5 next month, July 18 on the Central Coast. But till the next game, Snipers winning this one 2-4 to Steel City's 97.
And I'll be back with you in just a short while. We'll be able to interview both teams and see how they felt about the game. Okay, I'm here with Micro Machine from the Sydney Snipers. How do you think your game went today?
I think it went, incredibly well. We're really, it's been a lot of pressure to finally win one because 555's been tricky for us. We only came in at the very last minute to cover a team, so we felt, I think, a little bit unprepared. And now, 4th game, smashed it.
Finally smashed it. You got a bye next round. So this was it. Lucky you smashed it because, timing. But that should see you into the finals playing off for 3rd place. Are you feeling confident?
Yeah, I think so. I think if we... today we played our game, and that's really important, and we didn't get caught up in the stress of other teams and not knowing who, the other team and stuff. And yeah, if we keep playing our game and keep drilling slow, simple derby, then we'll take a win.
And the viewers at home are probably all wondering, as I am, your name, Micro Capital MA Machine. What is that about?
Capital MA? I don't know.
Right, so it's about the spelling errors.
It's about spelling. I also have an alternative name, which is Mirko, because my name gets misspelled in all different ways. So any derivative of Micro Machine, I will probably respond to, which is handy.
Good to know. And you go into this bye, is it going to be super hard work between now and the finals, or do you think you'll stand back and have a bit of a rest and allow your team to heal?
I wish. We've got, I believe between this and the next one, we've got 2 home season games, which we'll all be playing, so no rest for us.
Alrighty. Well, hopefully you'll be able to come into the finals with a full squad like you did today. Thank you so much for talking to us.
Thank you. Cheers, thank you.
Now we are just getting someone from Weird here.
How are you?
Good, thank you. I can't.
I'm Carly, Ziggy Starbuster.
Ziggy Starbuster, captain of Wollongong Illawarra Steel City. Disappointing result today.
Yeah, it was a bit disappointing. We thought we were holding it together in the first half, but we spent far too much time in the bin, so that's what happens.
A few short on the track as well. 11 players today.
11. That's actually pretty good for us. So. Yeah, we're pretty used to that.
So you guys will be looking to recruit some new people. So anyone watching at home?
It was Rochelle's first game today, so kudos to her.
And what do we call Rochelle?
Rochelle Shotgun Shelley. So she's big and strong out there. So.
And who do you meet in the next round?
S2D2. So that's going to be really tough.
You look a little bit intimidated, but I find that if you score more points than them, you will probably win.
We will. That's going to be the goal. So let's hope we can do it.
Well, good luck and all the best for the next round, and we will hopefully see you at the finals as well.
Yeah, let's hope so. Cool.
And that's it for this particular round. There will be another game starting in just a few minutes, probably about 10 minutes or so. I'm Melodrama. Thanks for watching.
It's got the bits turned off. There you go, there's a clock back.
Hello.
At Better Bearings, we're all about better service. We know what we're talking about. If you've got problems, give us a call.
Has this ever happened to you? Fumbling your marker. Your marker's not working. Trying to scrub off those pesky markers in the shower.
I have a severe sweating problem. Before I got my Spank Alley armbands, the refs were always telling me to reapply my numbers. But now, I can stay in the game.
My Spank Alley armband's second as a rope. Now I can lock up the competition. Thanks, Spank Alley.
But wait, there's more. If you order now, you'll get not just 1, but 2 armbands. That's 1 for each of your arms.
Thanks, Spank Alley.
Spank Alley armbands. Get spanked.
Better Bearings is value for money. All our bearings have an ABEX 7 rating or over, so you buy quality, and you don't have to pay a fortune for it.
Spending my money, I didn't care. I carried my friends out for a good time, buying bootleg liquor.
Easy to maintain. Our high-end bearings are self-healing. and all of our bearings are easy to maintain. Easy to clean. Our complete maintenance packages have everything you need to keep your bearings clean and keep you rolling.
Hi, I'm Susie from Sydney Derby Skates. We stock a wide range of products from all the best brands. Did you know that the Sydney Derby Skates website is up to date with stock levels and will only let you buy something if it's actually in stock? We pride ourselves on having awesome customer service and very quick delivery. Usually items are sent the very same day you place your order.
Better bearings are reliable and long-lasting. Spend less time mucking around with your gear and more time on the track. betterbearings.com.au
All right, folks, sorry for the delay with the audio, but we are live from Liverpool Whitlam Centre, game number 3 of round 4 5x5 Roller Derby Championship. My name is the Big Kahuna.
I am Icy Red.
Icy has just come off a very sweaty, hard-fought game for the Snipers up against Wollongong, taking out the win, and now she's here applying her dulcet tones for your listening pleasure.
Oh, I do love when you talk about me so favourably. Yeah, had a fantastic game just now against Wollongong. Brought home a win, our first of the 5x5 tournament, which is fantastic.
And then we've got another game right now. Hards Kamikazes in black, taking on Inner West Roller Derby League Skate Crashers in blue. Off to a 4-4 start for each team. Ruthulu Rex is jamming 4 hard right now up against Copperphilia. Both skaters out going stride for stride. Inner West with a lead. And Copperphilia calling it off. Neither team troubling the scorekeepers in that one. So next game starts with Lightning on the line for the Kamikazes up against Hellcat for Inner West. Lightning out, she's lead jammer 4 hard. Hellcat still held up in this pack. Hit to the inside, recycled to the back. Lightning on a scoring pass, gets through for 5. Hellcat now out of the pack. She's looking for points. Lightning ahead of her on her second scoring pass.
Lightning has been very successful jamming 4 hard in this 5x5, doing a very beautiful series of pirouettes as she makes her way off the track at the end of that last jam after successfully putting up, it's a total of 5 points, 8 points for the Kamikazes.
Peril Streep now stepping up to the line for Inner West. Inner West in blue up against Chemical Fog, the poster girl for hard this year. She's in the black there. Peril Streep searching at the back of the pack. Chemical Fog doing the same. Not a lot of gaps yet. Defense is moving fluidly, closing gaps as they open.
Both teams putting up very successful sort of 3-wall formations, both holding both jammers actually all the way around the apex, which is a sign of some really solid derby there. The slower the game, I love it. I think it works better every single time. Coming around onto the second straight, Hard managed to get away and get a lead jammer.
So Chemical
Inner West still
Fog
fighting.
now out. She's looking for points. Peril Streep held up. Skates backwards around the turn number 3, looking for a gap and getting through. 20-foot rule applies. Out of play called on Loli Ebola. She's on her way to the box.
Inner West will be starting this jam with a blocker advantage, it looks like.
So Ruthulu Rex with the star now for hard up against Copperphilia.
Rex jamming for hard, hanging out at the back, manages to finally work her way past the Inner West blockers, but she is not lead. Lead has gone to the Inner West jammer, Cop Ophelia, who has just come around on her scoring pass.
Cop gets
picking
through.
up a full 4.
Yeah, big skip and a jump, slicing through the middle of the pack there. 4 quick points and calls it off.
Coming up to jam now for the Inner West is Hellcat up against Lightning. Lightning had a very successful jam this last jam. Both jammers, I would say, have a very different style. Hellcat trying to get a little bit of movement, moving back a bit, trying to get a run up, trying to take the outside, manages to wriggle past, has gotten lead right before the turn. Lightning still stuck behind, using her power to bust through that inner west wall at the back. She's not lead jammer, but she's coming around. Hellcat approaches the pack from the back. Her blockers are holding back, just trying to give her the chance to push forward and get those points. Hellcat gets knocked down, calls it off from the floor. Still manages to pick up 2 points. And so did Lightning. No point differential on that one.
It's a close game early on here. 16 plays 10. Kamikaze's in the lead ever so slightly. Peril Streep looking to reverse that now. She steps up to the line for Inner West up against Punky Brawl Star, jamming for hard. She's got the C on her arm and the star on her helmet. Both jammers struggling hard against solid walls.
Inner West have lost one of their blockers to the box for a multiplayer. That is one of the downsides of this new bracing form. The blockers have to be really, really on it when they're multiplayers and when their hands are impeding the opposing jammer.
Lioness makes her way to the box. Peril Streep out, but that jam. 3 points going to hard. So extending their lead. Kamikaze's 19. Skate Crashers 10. These two teams have a long history dating back to 2012 when Inner West played their first games ever at Eastern Region Tournament. Hard at the time, been around a little bit longer, really gave them a learning experience, we like to say.
Yes.
But since then, Inner West has been able to come back several times of a back and forth battle between these two. The last time these two teams met, Eastern Region last year, Hard Kamikazes coming out with a 2-point win in the last jam. So that's how close these two teams are matched, how evenly matched they are. Copperfilia this time getting lead and calling it off after picking up 4 full points. So chipping away at the lead now. Good jam going the Skate Crashers' way.
Hellcat is back on track for the Inner West. Up against Lightning, the last time these two met was a couple jams ago where they each came out with 2 points. Maybe this time one of them will get a better slam at it. They both have different styles. I noticed Hellcat is a little bit more wriggly. Lightning has got a lot of force behind her, but also the footwork to back it up. If you don't successfully slow her down, she will step around you. Hellcat going straight for that inside line and then moving outside, taking a big outside clear. Lightning stuck behind. Her team has gone in to try and assist her, but sort of end up in the way. She's still fighting through. She's just Lightning getting out, not lead jammer as Hellcat approaches the pack. Tries to put some points on the board before Lightning comes round. She calls it off. She manages to put 2 on the board for the Inner West. And I think that's an example of the kind of jams that we're going to see. The very close ones, you just got to grab that 1 or 2 points that you can get. You're better off with a 2-0 than a 2-2, so you get them, hit it and quit it is what they say.
Yeah, especially in this competition like 5x5 where point differential matters. You want to limit the opportunities for the other team to score points. Points differential will play, especially in the Battlegrounds division. There's going to be a lot of havoc after this round as to teams vying for a grand final berth.
And the beauty of games and tournaments where point differential matters is that you never see a game end before it's over. Every single team wants to get every single point they can, because it's not just in that hour that those points matter. It matters throughout the entire tournament. It determines your placing. It determines how it's all going to pan out. The pack getting very, very fast now, running away. There's a phrase called "don't be a point." If the jam is coming up, don't be a point. You get your butt away.
And both teams living up to that saying just there. Quick moving pack, obviously limiting the chances for the jammer to make rotations. Copperfilia on the line again for Inner West, up against Rathulu Rex, 21 in the black.
Both teams clearly operating on a pretty consistent jammer rotation. So we're seeing Hellcat go up against Lightning, Copperfilia going up against Rex each time. Copperfilia going towards the inside, cutting across to the other side. Just gets bumped to the outside and cuts number 25. So she is going to the box, giving Rex a power jam. She is not lead, however.
So no lead jammer. This jam will go the full 2 minutes.
It's going to be interesting to see if that's reversed, because I don't think the other jammer got lead before she went to the box. So I'm pretty sure lead is still available. We'll see how that turns out. Neat footwork up the inside there from Rex, managing to pick up all 5 points. The 4 blockers plus the jammer. Some stompy feet going from the hard bench, giving Rex a bit of a push as she comes up into the wall. Her blockers there waiting to give her an assist. Copperfilia is out of the box, coming right up behind the hard blockers now. She still has to make her initial pass, if I've been paying attention.
Yep.
Aha, no lead jammer called, but there ought to have been one. It'll be interesting to see whether the benches decide to call a official review on that one after the end of this jam. I would.
So no lead jammer, of course, it now costing hard as Copperfilia able to pick up points there. And in fact, pass hard once again, 5-point pass, 9 points in very quick succession for Inner West. Thulu Rex having a hell of a time in this pack right now, has passed a star.
Massive hit there from number 25. She takes herself out, also gets a penalty for a low block, goes to the box.
Official review has been called.
I am pretty sure it is a matter regarding the lead jammer, but we will find that out shortly.
No, it's been called by Inner West, so they wouldn't be appealing the lead jammer.
Massive 14-point jam there from the Skate Crashers, bringing themselves up to within 2 points of Hard's 32 points. We're currently in a official review at Jam 13, halfway through this first half of Game 3 of 5x5. Graciously hosted by the Southside Derby Dolls.
Specifically, because I'm seeing them. So official review is in place. Good chance to have a look at the penalties. We're only halfway through the first here, and Punky Brawlstar on 3 penalties. Probably the only person close to trouble here for Hard. She'll want to make sure she stays on the track considering the low numbers in the team here. And let's take a look at Inner West penalty count. No one in any major trouble, but everyone's sort of sharing the love there as far as the penalties go. 1 apiece for across the board.
So, Kahuna, what does it mean for either of these teams if they get a win?
Well, currently Hard is sitting in second place in the Battlegrounds division. A win for either of these teams will basically put them into a likely point tie going into the next round, where the final round would then sort of be a point differential play between really 4 teams are in the mix to make that grand final. Central Coast are sitting in pretty in first place, are basically guaranteed a spot in the grand final, return to the grand final. But Northern Beaches, Hard, Inner West and Blue Mountains all in a position to be able to get there if they take the win. So it really is a must-win match for both teams here. They've both had their this is their last game of the season. They had a similar draw to the Snipers in that they'll have their bye next round. So by winning today, they'll move into 8th place, secure their second spot for now. But then in round number 5, their destiny's not in their hands anymore, and it'll basically come down to what the other teams do.
So that puts a little bit of pressure on them to really make the most of this round.
Hellcat with the star now for Inner West. Lightning jamming for Hard. 32 plays 30, only 2 points in it.
Hellcat back up against Lightning. I'm kind of enjoying these pairs of jammers going against each other. You get to really see they've been very evenly matched so far. The blockers wall's doing a great job. Massive pile up there as Hard goes down. Lightning manages to score lead jammer, but Hellcat is right behind her.
It's about a quarter lap between them now. Lightning in front. Fast moving pack.
The pack's moving up, everybody trying to save their precious points. Lioness going off track, which means that her point went.
A point, yeah.
You've also got to be very careful if you do go off track and then the jammer's coming up to not accelerate to block the jammer. You can't accelerate while you're off track. You have to get back on track first and then go in for your hit. She was all right, but it looked a little bit opportunistic there. I was like, I don't know.
The many rules of roller derby.
Oh, the many rules. 36 to the Kamikazes, 32 to the Skate Crashers. 4 points in it halfway through the first period.
Peril Streep on the line for Inner West, up against Chemical Fog for Hard. Peril Streep, recent addition to Inner West and to Australia, really, coming over from Brazil.
Oh, that always helps.
Has been playing derby for quite some time, and in fact played for Brazil in the 2011 Roller Derby World Cup.
Oh my goodness. We have a world champion in our midst.
I don't think they won. But
Oh. You know what? If I made the championship squad, I'd start calling myself a champion, you know.
So she's, in fact, bit of FAQ trivia history for people out there. One of 2 World Cup skaters representing in 5x5 this year. One is Peril Streep. Do you know the other one?
Is it Italy?
It's
I don't know.
Haterade for
Haterade!
Sessa.
Oh,
Haterade.
amazing, of course. I suspected Italy because Micro from Snipers, who had some really good success at the end of the Snipers game, and throughout, started skating in London and could skate for London, but is thinking perhaps of skating for Italy instead because her family's Italian.
Probably an easier squad to make as well.
Depending on how tryouts go. And that's the second multiplayer block that we've seen go in this jam. It really is a hazard of these walls, these bracing walls that people are doing. They are fantastically strong, and we train them a lot in the Snipers, but you have to be so vigilant about your arms. When you start skating, you are trained to drop those arms, and you've just got to stick with it.
So Peril Streep getting through for 5 points there. Chemical Fog now back on the track after serving her 30 seconds in the box. Peril Streep taking advantage in that last pass. Looking for more points here, but a strong wall set up by Hard.
Really wearing Streep down. She's moving from side to side, trying to force a gap.
And with that jam, Inner West take the lead for the first time. 41 plays 40.
That is a lead change.
If you're playing along at home, that means drink.
If you're playing here like me, watching this game, I'm going to take a bite of my caramel slice.
Just as good, if not better.
I think it's better.
Yeah.
Punky Brawlster going up against Copperphilia. Go up. Whoop. Copperfilia getting lead. Yes, sorry, I had to correct myself. Copperfilia gets lead. Punky Brewster is now out of the pack. Copperfilia's got a good 2/3 of the track on her, though. The pack is getting faster. If she wants to score any points, she will need to slow it down. She has busted her way right through the middle, hit it and quit it, picking up all 4. That is a very, very neat jam from Copperfilia, putting another 4 on the board for the Skate Crashers, extending their lead out to 9 points on top of the Kamikazes, who are on 40.
So the Skate Crashers not just taking the lead in the last one, but able to build on that here. Maybe momentum a little bit on the inner west side at the moment. Last few jams going their way. Hellcat looking to keep the good times rolling now for inner west on the line. Up against Lightning, jamming for
It's
hard.
my favorite matchup. I love it. Harder going. Oh, sorry. Lightning going in. They're hard with the shoulder. Trying to bust through the middle. She is successful and gets lead.
They're two very different jamming styles. Lightning, the big, destructive jamming, able to sort of use the power and a weight in the packs there to great success. Hellcat having to use a little bit more light footwork, juke her way through, and Lightning getting the best of it. Another 4 points for hard.
One thing that has really impressed me about Lightning's jamming in particular is that she does have a really strong punch through, but she's also got some very solid footwork. So a lot of the time with heavy jammers, if they can't get through with their power, you can often push them off, but she can save herself on those lines. Rex is back on track, going up against Copperfilia, which is my other favorite pairing.
So only 5 points in it. Skate Crashers still holding on. Copperfilia had a lot of success here early today. Looking to continue that here. Rithulu Rex pushing hard at the back of her inner west wall.
Rex trying to dance up that inside line on the apex, gets knocked to the ground.
And Copperfilia claiming lead jammer status for inner west. Thulu Rex still on her initial pass. Copperfilia getting through, looking for points now. If she gets through, she'll grab 5.
Some really good one-on-one blocking there from the inner west, trying to slow down Rex right at the front. But she manages to pick up all 5 points.
Their 5-point pass there for Copperfilia.
So I think in the last 3 jams we have gone 5-4-5 alternating from the teams. This gap is not really getting too wide. It's still only 10, which is not much in the world of Derby. That can be caught up in about 15 seconds.
So once again, Hellcat, Lightning facing off.
Quite literally, the Lightning turned around, giving Hellcat a bit of a cheeky grin before absolutely pounding through that inner west wall at the front. Only has 1 more to go, and she has lead, pushing the blocker right out the front of that engagement zone. She had to be let go.
Hellcat now out of the pack as well. She's on a scoring pass, half a lap between them. So some room to move here for Lightning. Not an immediate concern to call it off. Gets through on the inside, 4 points and calls it. So inner west coming with 12 skaters here today. They are down a couple, including Vanity Bonfire, who has been a centerpiece of their jamming rotation the last few games, and last year as well was part of the All-Star 5 selection. So no Vanity Bonfire here today, which is why we're seeing such heavy rotation for the likes of Hellcat and Copperfilia.
Those 2 jammers doing exceptionally well to keep this game alive.
Big shoes to fill with Vanity Bonfire out, but they're stepping up to the line right now.
Kamikaze's no doubt having a chat about what they can do to just pull that little bit extra out to get on top of the Skate Crashers, who have had a couple of successful jams on top of them and pushed that lead out just that little bit further. Still less than 10 points in it. I mean, you can't even.
Yeah, it's only 1 jam really. 6 points separating them.
Chemical Fog lining up against Peril Streep. Inner West choosing to take a pivot line start, forcing Hard to start rolling, which is something a lot of Jammers really like. They want a little bit of a gap and a space, but Inner West are doing some great 2-wall blocking at the back, holding Chemical Fog. Pearl Streep busting out. Chemical Fog still struggling on her initial pass. Pearl Streep coming in ready to collect all of the points that her blockers have set up for her.
Skating out of bounds.
She took herself off track, called it off track. You are not allowed to do that. She skated out of bounds before the end, and she wasn't hit out. That's a really unfortunate call. That would be very frustrating.
And it's just one of those, lapse concentration.
Oh, yeah, yeah. And it's one of those fine point, it's in the fine print, that sort of stuff.
So power jam here for Lightning. 9 points in a power jam for a jammer the caliber of Lightning. Not unheard of. Quickly obtains lead jammer status by turn 2. So on the hunt for points now, Lightning and the Hard Kamikazes.
That's what I'm talking about. Lightning's footwork there. She drew those blockers to the outside of the track and then quick-footed her way up the inside, signaling for some offense to help her through on this next pass, and she does it again. 4 points this time because the Inner West jammer is back on track, but the pivot is now going to the bin. Still fighting for her initial pass.
There's 5 more for Lightning though, and that's the lead change once again.
And here
Time
I go.
for Icy to take a bite of a slice.
Here it goes.
Lightning getting through for another 4 points, but Pearl Streep grabbing 1 there. But good jam there for Lightning. 13 points to 1, and the lead back to Hard. 61 plays 58.
Just about 5 minutes left in this half. Both teams are going to have to keep pushing it all the way through. I will be so surprised if one manages to get a good lead on the other before the end of this game, which makes it fantastic. A close game is the best game. Hellcat going up against Down Under Thunder. Hard introducing another jammer into their rotation. Hellcat gets lead.
Down Under Thunder still searching, getting through now. She's out for her scoring pass, but Hellcat quickly closing the gap and in the midst of hers. Picks up points and calls it from the ground.
Hard losing a blocker to the box in that last jam. They will go on short for this one.
Full 4 points for Inner West in that one, and taking back the lead once again. 62 plays 61. Only 1 point in it.
Beautiful, beautiful.
This is the type of derby you like to see.
Oh, absolutely. Rex up against Copperphilia. Copperphilia wriggling up the inside, doing excellent work with those really quick feet to take advantage of the tiniest little gap up there. Rex still struggling against just that one last Inner West blocker, but she makes it out. She is not lead jammer. Copperphilia, meanwhile, coming in. There is a Hard blocker in the box, so she's picked up that point already, being very aware of who she got knocked down by, but she has been awarded a cut. That was sneaky. That she did come in behind the person who knocked her out, but she was forced. That cut was forced by the other Hard blocker.
It's a great block in there from Hard, forcing the cut.
Fantastic awareness there. Giving Rex a chance to put some points on the board and get a little bit of gap on the board from the Inner West team. Oop.
So already 5 points for Rithulu Rex.
Thunderous support coming from the Hard bench there. They all stomp their feet. I love it. It gets so exciting.
It's actually a signal to their skaters to let them know that the jammer is standing.
Ah,
So they're letting their pack know that Jammer is coming, get ready.
I'm impressed in a strategic way, but I also liked the reality where they were just being like cheering them on.
So Copperfield back on the track, 4 points straight away. Of course, no lead Jammer, nothing Hard could do. 10-8 so far in this jam.
Hard have lost their pivot and another blocker to the box in this jam, and it has been an expensive one for Hard so far with penalties. A lot of them multiplayers.
Going both ways there.
Yes.
What? So it was a penalty-heavy jam for Hard. Let's see how that took its toll on the team's standings. So Punky Brawl Star now on 5 penalties, and we're not at half time yet. She'll definitely, that may have consequences later on in the game. Inner West still relatively clean. Lots of players spending some time in the box, but only a couple times each.
It's my favourite jamming duo, Hellcat for the Inner West versus Lightning for Hard. They are out with just a split second behind them. It looks like lead has gone to Hellcat.
And a track cut was called on Lightning. Peril Streep screaming for the cut.
Power Jam representing a fantastic opportunity for both teams to really pull away. Unfortunately, Hellcat has to go to the box for a back block. This is going to give Hard a real good chance.
So reprieve here for Lightning. Let off the hook. And now she'll see if she can punish Inner West for their mistake. Not lead will go the full 2 minutes, which means this is the last jam of the game. Of the half, sorry.
And at this point, there is really no knowing who is going to go into the half with the advantage. Any advantage they have is going to be in the 3 or 4 points. This is one of the closest games I've seen in this 5x5. I'm really enjoying it. Hellcat battling out through the last 2 blockers. She is picking up 5 points. 4 points.
Hellcat hands on her knees as she comes around. This jam taking its toll on her.
Triangle formation being put together there by the Inner West, trying to hold Lightning. Lightning's blockers going back, just squeezing them to the outside, giving her a clean run up the inside, and another 4 points.
Just enough time for another pass, each of them.
And is a star pass.
So Chevy with the star now.
Star pass pulled off, but not with enough time for Chevy to get the helmet cover on, get around and get some points. So that is 12 points to the Kamikazes, 10 to the Skate Crash. 16 to the Kamikazes, 10 to the Skate Crashes in that last jam going into the intermission.
So 91 plays 84 at Oranges. We'll be back shortly, folks. But coming up now is, I think it might be Sebastian's Lounge. So stay tuned for the interview with fabulous Sebastian.
Hello and welcome to Sebastian's Lounge. This week I am joined by Fairy Bled.
Hello, thanks for having me.
I've dragged in at the last moment because I've discovered that she does so many amazing things.
Yes.
Now, as usual in Sebastian's Lounge, we start with how you discovered roller derby.
Yeah, awesome. I got free tickets to a Sydney Roller Derby League Grand Final. I think it was the Unicorns versus the Beauty School Knockout. So I got free tickets. I turned up to the Hordern. I didn't know what I was in for, and I loved it. I bought a shirt. I bought roller skates online a week later, and that was it. I was hooked. I haven't stopped since.
So, did you go to a fresh meat program afterwards with that?
I did. I joined up with Nepean Derby Dolls out at Skatel at Penrith, which was awesome. And plenty of the Nepean Derby Dolls are still rolling these days, even though the league isn't. So I was skating out there, even though I lived in Sydney. And then Southside Derby Dolls opened up just around the corner from me, and I knocked on their door and said, "Can I come play?" And that was it. Happy days.
So before the exciting days of roller derby, what was your roller skating experience?
Oh, I had a pair of inline roller skates I think I got from Rebel Sport, and roller skated around the cul-de-sac at Christmas time, and that was about it. I haven't had a big history with it. I'm not very sporty, so yeah, getting involved in sport was new for me, but I loved it.
So that was another question. Sport, no interest to you. What about roller derby was different from other sports?
I think I just liked how supportive everyone seemed. Everyone was having a really good time. I guess from that first game that I watched, I didn't know who was winning or what was going on, but everyone seemed to have a really good time. And I thought I could go to the gym and I could work out, or I could join a team sport like roller derby and get fit and have fun as a group. So that was it. I was like, I'll go to roller derby. And I never thought I'd play on a team. I just thought I'd train and get fit and have a good time, and made the Force, and I think I've played 45 games for the Force now, so no one is more surprised than I am.
The Force, of course, the two-time champions here at the 5x5
Yes.
Championship, and looking good in Season 3 as well.
Oh, I hope so. We work really hard. So I'm the captain of the Force with Minnie Massacre this year, so really proud of our team, and hopefully we play really well tonight on our home round.
Home ground.
It's always the goal.
Now, you mentioned fitness. Now, I've heard rumours of you and something called Roller Fit.
Yeah, Roller Fit's awesome. And again, me teaching fitness, but I think since starting roller derby, I'm a graphic designer, so I sit on a computer a lot of the time and I don't really talk to people. And getting into roller skating, it was really a way of getting up and talking to people. And Roller Fit is definitely one of those things where you get to meet so many people. So I live in a regional area. I live at Bathurst. So I teach Roller Fit at Bathurst and I teach it at Orange. So I've got to meet so many people and share the love of roller skating. So we have hire skates. It's a drop-in fitness class. So people can just come along, try roller skating, learn some tips and tricks and work on their fitness, or they can really come every week and jump in head first like a lot of people do.
Where do you get things like excess roller skates to hire them out for Roller Fit?
Roller Fit, we have our own collection of shore grip skates, and they're awesome. If you come along to one of the Roller Fit discos, there's one coming up at the Roundhouse. You'll get to see all of our roller skates from all of our venues, from Mascot, Morisset, Central Coast, Bathurst, Orange. Yeah, we've got quite a few. Our last roller disco sold out. I think we had over 600 tickets sell.
Let's just hang on. It's 2015.
Yeah.
Not 1975.
Yes. Well,
how do you have a roller disco?
The theme of the disco is 1970s this time, so there will be lots of sequins, there will be lots of dancing, limbo. People love it, and so many people who've never skated before just go, I'm going to go to a roller disco and skate for 5 hours. Good on them.
Now, you said that you're living at Bathurst, which is a long way away from the Southside Derby Goals training ground. How long does it take you to get to training?
It's a 2.5, 3 hour trip each way, and I do it twice a week. So my car doesn't love it, but my heart does. So I moved to Bathurst nearly 2 years ago, and I thought, I'll just do one more season with Southside. I'll just do one more term with Southside. And I haven't looked back. I don't regret travelling. I really enjoy it. But I do spend a lot of time singing to myself in the car.
We'll have to get your radio.
Yeah. We have a team CD, a mixtape, and I've given that a good workout.
Now, what's the roller derby situation like out in a regional area like Bathurst?
Central West, look, it's as soon as I moved to a town where I didn't know one person, I jumped on Facebook, I found a roller derby league, I sent them a message. The next night, I was already skating with people. It's been such a godsend for me to have a really good local community of skaters, small but feisty. So there's Bathurst Roller Derby League, Orange Roller Derby League, and then Oberon. So Oberon's got a few juniors in there. So we're 3 leagues separated by about an hour and a half each. So Yeah, we're tiny but mighty. Look out. We'll hopefully have a Central West team coming to some bouts soon. So.
Well, we struggle for training venues in a place like Sydney.
Yep.
So how do you go out in places like
Look,
Bathurst?
it's everyone's really supportive and wanting to see new sports. Everyone really follows their sports in Central West, so you always hear on the radio like what's happened in golf and soccer, and all these sports are always on the radio. And as soon as we said roller derby, they were like, awesome. So we have a really great indoor sports centre, PCYC, and at Oberon we skate at the local high school, and they're totally fine with us being in there. And every week we change the dates. We have school roller discos, and yeah, the venues are awesome actually. Everyone should come to Central West and skate.
Are any of those Central West teams ready for bouting? Are they competing?
We have a few members from each league that are bout ready. When we had Derby Fest homegrown at Orange recently, quite a few of our members competed in the country versus city team, which we won. And hopefully,
hang on. Country beat City.
We did. The Country Foxes, we beat the City Slickers, and it was reported incorrectly in the paper. So I'd like to go on record to say that we won.
That's quite amazing.
Yeah,
given the country doesn't have the experience of.
Yeah.
Of
we did have Cookie. Cookie Carter was on our team, so she helped a lot.
So this is almost like a state of origin where people born in the country were skating for country.
Yeah, that's it. Lots of people came out of the woodwork to say, yeah, I'm country born and bred and really proud of it.
I think some of the football people have a city versus
yeah, they do all the time. Yep.
Thing. So fair enough that the women get involved with it.
Yeah.
In roller derby. So what else should we talk about in all the things that you do? I heard a story there was a policeman at the roller disco.
Yeah, so Oberon Roller Derby, we've got 11 members. It's founded by Psycho Kayla. She's our local police officer. So it's really easy to have a league that's so strong with ours where we've got lots of supporters because people are happy to work with the local police who are putting things on for kids. So we do a school holiday roller disco. So Oberon Roller Derby also, like Roller Fit, we have a big collection of skates. These are all retro, second-hand. They've come from Gumtree, they've come from op shops, they've come from ex-roller rinks, and so we've painted them all. Some of them have got superhero stuff on them, some of them have got sprinkles, they've got glitter, and so we have a school holiday roller disco, $5. Our next one's on the 12th of July at the school hall, $5 for skating, $5 for pizza, and it's 4 hours of roller skating. It's just ridiculous. It's great. We did it this time last year, and we raised $2,000 and it snowed, so... Yeah, it's always a good time.
All this talk of discos and roller fit has got me thinking for Sebastian's Lounge, we should actually do a roller fit episode. We used to have Aerobics Oz style in Australia.
Yes.
Where people would get up in the morning, watch women in leotards doing aerobics.
Yep.
We could set up a space with you.
Yep. Have a
in roller skates.
Yeah. Have a jam skate off. We can crank some tunes. I think it'd be awesome.
I'm thinking a roller fit exercise.
I definitely think it can be arranged.
Well, Ferry Bled, thank you very much for coming on and being my last-minute interview subject.
Thank you. Thanks for letting me rattle off about all my skating adventures.
Oh, look, we like to publicise the things that people do.
Yes.
In the hope that it will help and people will come along. More people might turn up to Bathurst or Oberon or Orange now.
You're more than welcome to. If anyone's heading to the Central West and wants to drop in and be a guest coach or looking for a league just to jump in and train with, you can find me on Facebook and come out and visit my farm.
You've been a wonderful guest. You've been a wonderful audience, and we'll see you next time on Sebastian's Lounge.
Welcome back to the second half of this third game in our fourth round of the 5x5 tournament hosted today by the Southside Derby Dolls. We have an extraordinarily tight game this afternoon. Kamikaze, his first skate crashes 91-82. There is only a handful of points in it. It has been this way the entire first half. Each team just managing to stay on top of it and bring it back every single time. It is very exciting. Lightning jamming for Hard, stomping her feet. Hellcat jamming for the Inner West.
A matchup we've seen many times in the first, and they're going to continue their battle here in the second half.
Hellcat doing a great shoulder charge there to bust her way up the inside line. Lightning, meanwhile, stuck at the back. It looks like Hard are trying to do some offense for her, but just managing to sort of get in her own way. Hellcat has made a first scoring pass, 5 points. Lightning still battling out for her initial pass. She manages to make it out around turn 4, which is a long time in the Derby world. Hellcat really capitalizing on this first jam in the second half, pinching a couple more points, then calling it off from the ground. Lightning not able to put any on the board for Hard.
So big 7-point jam for Hellcat and Inner West. Only 2 points separating them now.
First jam back from second half, and it is automatically a lead change. I quite enjoy that. I appreciate that a lot. Not quite a lead change. We'll see how this next one goes. I'm getting ahead of myself. I am Icy Red, and with me is Big Kahuna, the BK. Copperphilia jamming for the Inner West. Chemical Fog jamming for Hard. Chemical Fog went down. She's now come out as not lead jammer. Lead jammer has gone to Copperphilia, who is coming around. Second successful lead jammer achievement, I guess, for the Inner West in a row, second half. Hitting it and quitting it. Getting a full 4 on the board. Hard again. Not able to put any points on the board. 2 jams in a row.
So Copperphilia getting this second half started right and clawing back the lead for Skate Crashers, now in front 93-91. Back and forth battle so far. They're putting on some entertaining games for you to see here, folks.
Hellcat had some success in the first jam back. She is back on track, this time against Rex. Rex darts forward. Hellcat tried to do a little bit of jammer on jammer, blocking right at the start. Instead, she wasn't successful, but she has managed to take advantage of a down hard pivot and get lead jammer. Rex bashing her way through the last couple, struggling to stay up, but managing it as she comes around. She is not lead jammer. Hellcat is already approaching the back of the pack. Hard hit there.
Hits.
An elbow penalty being issued to one of the blockers there. It's a little bit hard to see who it was. It was a little bit of a pile-up at the end there. It is going to the Hard blocker, number 46.
Punky Brawl Star, so she's in the box now for Hard. Lightning jamming for the Kamikazes up against Copperphilia.
Inner West with a defensive advantage in this one. Copperphilia darting up the outside, but Lightning just barrels through the inside. The Inner West pivot went down. She is back up, and they have to get ready soon for this for Lightning. She's coming in hot. Number 30 from Hard being sent to the box. She was blocking out of play, but then decided to argue it on track with Pombat. Pombat then sent her to the box for insubordination. She's in there for a minute. You kind of got to do what the guy says. You're not going to go. They're not going to say, "Oh, sorry, I made a mistake. Come back." they don't do that.
So 5 points in it now. Inner West in control. Whatever was set at halftime seems to have worked, because a few jams have gone Inner West's way. A little bit more of a pep in their step, if you will. Hellcat with the star now for Inner West once again.
Have advantage in that jam, but she did successfully pass all opposing blockers in an upright fashion first.
Yeah, awarded lead jammer. Wasn't aware. Looked over the bench, got the signal, quickly called it off. Just in time to preventing any points going Hard's way. So neither team troubling the scorekeepers in that one. Copperphilia, Ruthulu Rex continuing their game-long battle here.
Inner West shuffling up their rotation to get a couple of different jammers again. I'm not sure if that was their intention, but we've now lost the pairings. I was enjoying those pairings. Massive fight for the two jammers. Rex stuck at the back, still fighting for her initial pass. Meanwhile, Copperphilia has lead. She's coming around. Inner West are really bringing it with their lead percentage this half. Very successful. Have managed to pull away by 5 points.
So 4 more points added there for Copperphilia, which means they extend their lead to 9.
In a game like this, it is going to come down to basically your team fitness, I think, because when your skills are just so tightly matched and it's going jam for jam, it's going to be a matter of who gets knackered first.
Lightning on the line now against Peril Streep. Lightning very successful so far in this game. Finding a lot of success up the middle, just barges the way through.
The pack moving up to the pivot line, giving both jammers a good run up. But catching both. Hard trying to push up the front with Lightning hard blockers.
Peril Streep throwing those hips around, getting the 4 points. Well, I think it should have been 5 perhaps. Lightning off the track in the box.
Inner West leaving Peril Streep to battle it out against a very strong 3 formation of hard blockers. Lightning is back on track and approaching the pack. The Inner West are ready. They are locked down into their wall. Hard dropping back, trying to create some space up the outside. They are successful. Lightning managing to pick up 4 points. What looks like a tired Peril Streep has managed to battle through the pack for a 3rd time. Lightning right behind her, picking up a further 5 points. We have had some very high scoring jams for both teams. Not many high differentials though. So 13 points to 8. There's still only 5 points in that. The jams are going on for a long time, and it could be put down to quite a few jammer penalties. Quite a few power jams being given away. A timeout being called for Harder. Keep calling them Harder because of Tonya Harder in my own team. I'm just instinctively saying Harder instead of Hard, and I'm sorry. It sounds like it's an entire team of Tonya Harder.
At least you didn't call them the Tonyas.
The Tonyas, no. No, I don't think they'd appreciate me rebranding them without their permission. Non-consensual rebranding. It's not okay, people. Kamikaze is 106 to Skate Crash is 118. When it gets up over the 100 mark, it tests my mental arithmetic. What's that, 12? 12 points in it. Which is a bigger gap than we've seen in the rest of the game so far.
It may actually be the biggest lead of the game.
Which says a lot about this game. I've noticed throughout the game, though, that there's a lot of points going on the board, but the differential has been really slim. So in that last one, 14 to 11, that's 3 points. Jammers are going to the bin. Jammers are giving away power jams. There's a lot of points going on, a lot of energy being put out there for not much of a return. Chemical Fog up against Hellcat. Hellcat going in, trying to push Chemical Fog out of the way. She gets stuck on the inside and then decides to take the outside lane. She manages to wriggle her way through. Meanwhile, Hellcat still stuck at the back of the pack.
Chemical Fog is the lead jammer for the Kamikazes. Hellcat, big hit and makes her go down on turn number 3. Gets up, keeps on skating.
I am surprised that when Hellcat went down, their blockers didn't reform on top of her, which is something that
Yeah, perfect
they could
opportunity.
have, yeah. Copperfilia on track for the Inner West. Now, how do you pronounce it? Ruthulu Rex, like Cthulhu, but Ruth.
That's right.
Ruthulu Rex.
Ruthulu Rex.
I get it. Ruthulu Rex up against Copperfilia. Two of Hard's blockers are in the box. This is going to be a great opportunity for Copperfilia to really stretch out that lead. It's been brought to 9 points now.
So both jammers expending a lot of effort right now, making the
Stellar work by Hard blocking there to really hold Copperfilia back. You know you've got some great blocker talent when you can only put 2 of them on and you still get lead. Fantastic work from Hard there. I do love that when the players put up their hands to the jam refs and tell them how many points they got. By the way, it was this many.
Look, I can count, ref.
Hard have only got 2 on the track again. Should be good for Hellcat. I mean, she is very jumpy, and she is able to work the inside line and just take off before the pivot line even.
So Hellcat now approaching, quickly making a light work of that pass and quickly approaching for a 5-point pass, skipping away through, barely touched.
Beautiful footwork there. I'm quite envious. Chemical Fog being held back really well is actually on the way to the box for a low block penalty. Very wise, very astute footwork there from Hellcat. She straddled the line and then just daintily took a knee and took herself down before crawling off.
She showed good awareness. She was
Very
always
good
about
awareness.
to stand up and then made sure she crawled off to avoid the track cut. Hellcat had enough of that beating. Calls it off from the ground. Loli Bowler with the big hit there. You can see Loli Bowler wearing the hockey helmet, not her normal fare. And the reason why she is wearing that is because this most recent Sunday broke her nose in scrimmage.
Wow.
So it took a big clockwise block to the face. Broken nose, black eyes, all of that. Borrows someone's hockey helmet with the visor so she can play today.
Toff is jamming for the Inner West. She's going straight in on a power jam. A low block having been issued to the Hard jammer at the end of that last one. She is out. She has got lead jammer coming around turn 2.
So first time jamming for Toff today. So far successful. Lead status awarded and points now on offer.
Chemical Fog is now struggling at the back of the Inner West pack. She's made it past just one more to beat before she can get out. Toff, meanwhile, picking up her point on the way through. The pack is moving really fast. It can make it very hard for a jammer to get out, especially if they're battling. You've got to have a great stop-start sort of acceleration skill going on there. Otherwise, you just get trapped. You've technically passed everyone, but you just can't get free. It's really, it's a difficult position to be in there.
Well, Toff doing a good job of it right here. Although Hard blockers causing all sorts of grief right now. Gets through another point pass.
Chemical Fog has gone to the box. I did not catch what that penalty was, but Inner West are definitely taking advantage of these 2 power jams they've had in this one jam.
So Inner West taking control of this game.
Stretching their lead out to 25 points, which is massive for this game.
Yeah, not a lot of points on offer, so 25 is a lot to come by when the defense is so stingy.
Strategic call-off there from the Inner West. They are going to start this next jam on a power jam, giving it to Copperfilia. Chemical Fog in the box, probably a little bit keen to get back to her bench after these 3 jams.
Inner West, I'm sure, happy to keep her with the star.
I imagine so. I've been in that position. It is not fun.
Copperphilia lead jammer status once again.
Be very happy with that footwork. Copperphilia up the inside line. Very good control there to stay in. And she has a very easy scoring pass, picking up 4 points. Meanwhile, Chemical Fog battling through has just been issued a cut track penalty. That is going to be very, very upsetting. Well, you know what? I don't know her. I don't want to tell her how she's feeling, but I would be really irritated.
Chemical Fog going to have to really battle the mental game here when you keep going back to the box.
Hard blocker going to the box as well, being issued an insubordination. So there, for the next minute, Hard are going to have only 3 blockers on track, which is not what they want, especially when Inner West are really on a hot streak. Fantastic footwork there by Copperphilia to avoid being knocked out by that falling hard blocker. She is coming around for her 4th, 5th pass. She calls it off. 19-point jam there for Copperphilia. Absolutely huge. In a game where the point differentials between jams have been, 3 points, 4 points, 2 points, to have a 19-0 jam is just exactly the kind of thing that either of these teams needed to pull ahead.
So penalties for Hard at the moment. Punky Brawlstar on 6, Lola Ebola on 5, Chemical Fog on 4. A lot of those coming in the last 2 jams for Foggy. So we may see a foul out here at some point.
Inner West getting to start the jam again with another power jam. It's going to feel a bit funny for them when they have to have a jammer standing next to them. Lead going to Hellcat, while Lightning as pivot for Hard is going to the box.
I'm assuming Lightning had the pivot to get the pass.
That would
Chemical
definitely
Fog came
be.
back on.
Yep, that would definitely be something they would be doing. Instead, Chemical Fog is just going to have to battle it out, try and stay clean for the next 30 seconds, wait for Lightning to come out and just give the star away.
Hellcat
and she gets
giving
a
the
break.
reprieve. Saved by the opposition.
It is not fun to be in that position. I back skating in London, we were playing against the London C team, and we were the recreational league, and that was me. And I stood, and their coach saw me and saw the look on my face, and just while keeping eye contact with me said very loudly, "Call it." And I could not handle it. It was not okay. Beryl Streep going up against Rathulu Rex.
So in the last 3-4 jams only, Skate Crash is really taking hold of this game. 50 points in it now. Not insurmountable by all means, but in a game like this where it's been so close, so back and forth, that is a real hit to the Hard mentality.
Though that sends a good message from the Kamikazes. They get their jammer back on for the jam start. She gets lead right away. They need to keep their chin up. They need to really dig in. There's only 49 points in it, but there is 12 minutes to go. So I would not say that this game is lost. Gaps like this have been made up and exceeded. Lightning is on track, and I can tell you she is going to be very eager to bust through and make some serious points for Hard. Meanwhile, Copperphilia wriggling sideways. Lightning just pushing on that outside line, really digging in, using her strength to push through. Copperphilia has fallen on the outside. Lead has gone to Lightning from Hard.
Track
and
cut called on Cop.
Copperphilia.
So power jam here for Lightning.
No, Inner West are not out of the woods yet. They can't afford at this point to think that they have got... Oh! So Professional. A cut there going to Lightning from Hard. She was doing some very nifty footwork up the inside line, but you could just see the moment when she realised that it was going to be a cut.
Yeah, pushed to the inside and not able to maintain her stance there. Momentum taking her over for the track cut.
Copperfilia back on track, wriggling through the hard blockers at the back, but she gets knocked to the inside by number 75. She comes in again, tries to take that inside, gets shuffled to the outside, pushed to the outside, just struggling to make it. 25, number 25.
Butterscream.
Butterscream is a strong blocker, really making it hard for Copperfilia to get through. And this is what Hard have to be doing. They have to make sure that even though they do have, they're a little bit behind on the board, they can't switch off now. Neither of these teams can afford to.
Star pass, Copperfilia. Went to pass Chev, but she'd already been sent to the box. Could not complete the pass.
Copperfilia really taking a beating from those very, very strong hard blockers. Kamikaze's definitely showing that they have not given up yet, putting 4 on the board to the Inner West Skate Crashers. 1 point. They do have time to slowly chip away at it. I know Rathulu Rex, she got lead right after getting back on track from that run of power jams that the Inner West had scored, and she got lead right away. They are definitely not going to be worn down by that.
They're going to need a few power jams to go their way, though. They definitely have rallied well. Last 2 jams going their way, but they need a bit more than a 4-1 advantage. 161 to 115. Inner West in control.
Hellcat standing a good head above Rathulu Rex on the jammer line now.
So high penalty count for a few skaters there. A Chemical Fog and Lightning creeping up as well for the Hard Kamikazes, but Punky Brawlstar definitely is in trouble.
The Inner West drifting up to the pivot line, trying to give their jammer a little bit of a run up so that they could catch her good. Lead goes to Rathulu Rex, who has not been bowed by the latest point differential. She's keen to get points on the board for Hard. Meanwhile, Hellcat still battling through. She's managed to make her initial pass. She is not lead jammer. Rathulu Rex is coming right up behind Hellcat, calling it off before she gets a chance. And that's another 4 points on the board for the Kamikazes. They really do want a good couple of power jams, though, to just really close up the majority of that gap.
So still 42 points in this one. Some track maintenance being done. We want to send a big shout out to our sponsors of Down Under Derby TV, Sydney Derby Skates, making the vision happen. Big thank you to Tavish Design, Better Bearings, and Spank Alley.
Chemical Fog is lining up for Hard. Peril Street for the Inner West.
So this is the first jam for Foggy Chemical Fog since that string of box time.
I think it was all of her penalties from this game were across those 3 or 4 jams.
So she's
And it's just, I mean, it's one of the things that happens. You just can't have a super easy lead going to Chemical Fog. She saw that gap up the inside. She just took it. It looked like she was like skating up a boulevard in an afternoon.
I'm
not
sure
even,
that'll
not
help
even a
us
minute.
shake it off as well. The last performance out there. Chance here to a redemption jam for Chemical Fog.
She has picked up 4 points and she's closing in on Peril Streep, calling it off before Peril can get any more points. See, this is the kind of thing I'm talking about, you know, a 4-0, 4-0, more of those.
Time probably the biggest opponent right now for Hard. Under 8 minutes left, so 4-point jams, although great, they're going to need a little something more here.
The Inner West are down one blocker and one jammer. It's a great opportunity for Rex to get some serious points on the board. She gets lead without a single thing in her way. Some fantastic assisting off the line there from her blockers.
So Ruthulu Rex quickly around for a scoring pass. Opportunity here for Hard to really put on some points. First 5 on the board. They want to see multiple passes here. Peril Streep back on the line, back on the track. So if Hard can keep her on her initial for at least another couple for Rex.
Fantastic strong counter blocking there from Rex. Some serious hits went and to try and sort of drive her to the inside line, but she just bounced right back, picking up all of the points on the way. Peril Streep still being held in the pack, manages to get out. She is not lead jammer, but Rex has managed to pick up another 4 points. She's gone 2 5-point passes and a 4-point pass.
That's exactly what Hard needed in this one. Still 6 minutes. If they can get another jam along those lines or a few more strung together, really get some momentum up, they might be able to come home strong. Let's see what Inner West can do here to stave it off. Copperfield with a chance here, jamming for Inner West up against Lightning.
If there's someone who can put some serious points on the board for Hard, it is Lightning. She has had a very successful game this game with her jamming. Beautiful opening there on the outside, but she doesn't seem to have had it. A big tumble coming into turn 1. Copperfield pushing through at the front. She manages to get lead. It's a shame there that Lightning didn't see the fantastic offense off the line that Butterscream had done for her, but she is pushing through. Oh, God. Cut track. Pushing through, wriggling just 25, giving her a little flick back, knocking her to the ground, giving time Hard to reform in front of her. She's battling out the front, but Inner West are holding number 98 at the back. They are holding pack at the back, which really limits how far forward Hard are going to be able to block Copperfield. She got a whack to the face and doesn't look like she's feeling too great about it. She's taken the panty off.
Another hit to Copperfield even after she's passed the star over to Chevy Chase.
Lightning comes straight out of the box, back blocks, and is going straight back. I mean, the Inner West game has really been, they have managed to pull away because of mistakes that the Hard jammers have made. You could tell that when the penalties were low with the jammers, the game was only a few points in it. But when you get tired, it's easier to make mistakes. You end up going to the box a lot more. This is what I was talking about with the. It comes down to endurance at the end of the day.
Fatigue playing a factor now.
Absolutely.
So Chevy Chase recycled the long way around the corner there.
The Inner West putting a stop to the run of jam success for Hard there. They had 4-0, 4-0, then 14-0, and now it is 13-0 to the Skate Crashers. Hellcat going on track for them. Chemical Fog had a really successful jam a couple ago, really redeeming herself after the series of power jams, and see if she can roll with that.
Official timeout has been called. I think they want to clarify the score, make sure everything's correct. Very different vibe out there from the two teams. Inner West using the timeout to huddle. Lots of smiles, lots of laughs. Very close, hard, spread out. Not a lot of communication, not a lot of talking.
A little bit of dancing, though.
There's always dancing.
Well, it looks like the score was revised. It was an 18-point jam, which is what Hard could not afford to give those points away at this point in the game. 3 minutes is not going to be enough time. Hellcat not wasting any time, just going straight in for a hit on Chemical Fog before busting forward. She is lead.
Through for lead, Hellcat.
Ball-run penalty going to Boss Whedon. She's going to the box, giving one fewer blocker for Chemical Fog to fight up against, but she is not lead. It is going to be hard for her to get any points. Hellcat knows where she is at and calls it off. We are coming into the final 2 minutes of this third game of the fourth round of 5x5. Inner West versus Hawkesbury area Hard.
So
Rithulu
Hard.
Rex.
Rithulu Rex quickly around the outside. She finds lead jammer status. Although with 2 minutes left, this game is probably out of reach. They do want to limit the points and claw back as much of this lead as they can, as point differential will play for the 5x5 championship.
Games in this tournament going down to the wire. Every point matters in the final distribution. 3 apiece are being called. Skate Crashers really benefiting from a series of mistakes made by the Hard jammers, who ended up going to the box for a whole bunch of different bits and pieces over this last half. Capitalizing on a power jam is really just so important.
Hellcat jamming, one to beat. She's now out, but Lightning already with lead. So Hard in control of this potentially last jam here. We'll see how they want to play it strategically. And Lightning, back block, going to the box. No lead jammer. This is the last jam of the game.
You can tell the players are tired, but they are also determined to really go in there and make these last jams count. A lot of pile-ups are happening, a lot of definitely penalties you could avoid, things like, flailing arm, not falling small, things like that. They don't have to happen, and they don't tend to happen early in a game. They happen at the end when people are just really trying to dig it out. Bitchy from the Inner West bench telling Hellcat to just keep on going, get those points. She manages a 5-point bust. She could bring it up to a neat little 200. There is no time left on the period clock. We have 43 seconds left in this game.
So even at this late stage, any small hit sends Hellcat to the floor. Tries to call it off, not lead.
Interesting.
Someone called that off?
She looked like she called it off from the floor.
And she wasn't
Well,
lead.
she was trying to call it off from the floor, but I saw her look at the ref, and the ref said not lead jammer, but then the jammer refused to get up. So I'm wondering if she then decided to call it.
Call off.
It was an illegal call off.
Illegal call off. Regardless, there was no time left on the game clock.
She will get a penalty though, because this is something I have learned. If a jammer who is not lead successfully calls it off, it is an illegal procedure and a penalty is issued to that player.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not the ref's fault.
It's
they
not the
called it
ref's
off.
fault. I know. Even though they're the one who have had their arm point. I know. I'm not going to say bad things about refs, but it's just an interesting rule.
Yeah, so it is an illegal procedure on them, but no time to serve it, no consequences for it, just ended it. So unofficial final score 143 to 198. Inner West, Roller Derby League Skate Crash is victorious over Hards Kamikazes in what was a very tight battle for majority of the game.
Oh, absolutely.
But into the last sort of quarter of the game, the last 15 minutes, Inner West putting their stamp on the game and really taking control. And final score 198-143. Stay tuned, folks. There is another game here from the Armageddon division. The hosts of this round, Southside Derby Dolls, taking on Varsity Derby League. And if you thought this was a good, close game, wait till you see what these two teams put on. A long-time rivalry between these two teams, one that goes back a few years and has seen some amazing derby put on. So stay tuned right here on Down Under Derby TV.
Whichever one this one is.
Good to go. Okay. IC Radio with Down Under Derby TV. I am standing with Punky Brossa of the Hard Kamikazes.
Yes.
How do you feel about this game?
Well, I just fouled out, so not the greatest. Made it to I think 3 minutes to the end, so go me. Look, we had a real chance this game. First half we were really good. We got a bit scrappy second half, and they really capitalised on that.
It was absolutely amazing in the first half. It was just like every single jam was one after the other. What sort of things have you been working on in the lead up to this game?
The team's been working on trying to hold jammers more. Heart have traditionally been a big hitting team.
Yeah.
Not always that effective, so definitely concentrating on holding a lot more. And it did work for us. When we started to lose a little bit, then that didn't happen as much. But yeah, I was really pleased to see how well we actually have been executing what's been trained. So.
Yeah. No, you could definitely see a lot of success with sort of 3-wall formations and things like that going into in the first half and then into the second half. How do you feel sort of fatigue and things play out over a game like this? Do you think that was maybe
Look, it is natural. Things tend to get scrappier and towards the second half of a game that happens.
Yeah.
Everyone can always be more fit. It helps, but look, we try and keep things as calm as we possibly can. Keep a nice chilled bench. That does help, but things do get a little bit scrappy at times.
I think people a little bit more desperate once you see the scores, that you try a little bit harder and not necessarily as effective as we train how to do.
So what are you going to be taking away from this game, this result?
Look, I think there's a lot of positives we take away because what we have been training has been effective, and we've been using it in the games and it's been working. So definitely that side of things. Yep. There's some stuff to work on. There's
always stuff to work on.
There's always stuff to work on.
But all in all, positive.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much for talking with us.
Thanks a lot, and
being
have fun with the next game.
Oh, thank you very much.
Bye.
See you. Hey. I'm the worst. Lioness, nice to meet you. I am Icy Red.
Nice to meet you.
I am the worst at this. Is my first actual
fine.
interview.
It's all
Fantastic. So you had a couple of points in it at halftime. Ended up coming away with a good 55-point lead.
Yeah.
What was the mood like on your bench?
It was really good tonight, actually. We were working on staying calm and focused. Really nailing our 3 walls that we've been practicing for the past 2 months. We had the bye last month, so we've had 2 months to get everything together. And we knew what we had to do going into today, and we knew that it was going to be tough. But we also knew that if we kept our heads cool and we worked through it, we would be okay.
So what sort of things, so it was the formations and things, did you feel like Hard really brought it as well with those kind of formations?
Yeah, they've upped their game as well. You can tell that they've had some guest coaches come in. We scrimmaged against them before the last round as well, so we kind of had a little bit of an idea what was going on. But they have definitely stepped up their game as well. They're just are amazing blockers on the track. They can hit you and just keep hitting you, and they do a really good job of getting their jammers through as well. Like their assists are on.
So what sort of things are you guys going to take away from this game?
So we're playing Northern Beaches next, and I think we're just going to really work on our resets, getting back together on those second passes and third passes. We really have to work through being with your buddy and making sure you're staying together. And I think that everyone feels the same in every league about that. But yeah, that's probably what we're going to be focusing on for the next month.
Well, congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
And all of the best for the rest of the rounds.
Awesome. You guys too.
Thank
Enjoy.
you.
Thanks, guys. Bye.
Homie, what you munching on? Snacks, buddy, homie, what you waiting on? Snacks, buddy, homie, what you nibbling on? Snacks, buddy, homie, what you chewing on? Snacks, buddy, we eat snacks.
We're on. Are we?
Are we on?
Yes, we're on.
We're live. Hey folks, welcome to Viva Derby Snack Live here at the Whitlam Centre for 5x5 Roller Derby Championship round number 4. I'm the Big Kahuna.
I'm Denominator.
And here on Snack Live, as always, we like to eat snacks.
Always eating snacks. And today is a very, very special Snack Live. So
something happened.
Something happened.
Something big for me, anyway.
It was pretty massive, and you know what? It's touched all of our lives. Baby Nova Brown has finally arrived. Congratulations, Beck and Nige. Your child.
She is the apple of my eye.
She's the bomb. We love
pretty
her
dope.
so
She likes
much.
rap music. She's a strong, independent black woman.
She is.
That's sassy already.
Yeah.
Keeps me up at night. Her favorite snack, by the way, is my wife's titty.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's your favorite snack as well.
See, I've tried this, right? I'll see Nova. She'll cry, and as soon as she starts crying, my wife will like put her on her breast.
Okay.
And so I sit there and I go, wah, wah,
That's so
wah.
inappropriate.
It doesn't work.
So inappropriate.
And I'm like, what is this? This is crap. Anyway, so we usually eat snacks, but in honor of my beautiful, beautiful daughter, I love you, baby.
No.
You're gonna watch this one day. Watch this one
ovaries.
day.
My ovaries.
What have we got for snacking on today?
So, in honor of Baby Nova, we're going to eat baby food. So
All baby food.
All
edition.
baby food. All baby food. So I just stopped into like the Woolies, and these were like $6 for like $6. I went, yep, sweet, bring it on. So there's gonna be some good ones, I think, and there's gonna be some pretty foul ones.
So normally we have actual snacks, like
Yes,
we've
like-
had chips and chocolates. We've had some really foul stuff as well.
They're like that squid jerky,
Squid jerky.
Vegemite chocolate.
So where do you think, as a general rule of thumb, where do you think baby food kind of stacks up?
Well, I feel like a baby's gonna have to like it, so it's gonna be tasty.
I feel like my baby, although I love her, I don't think she's very smart.
Well, we haven't taught her anything yet.
She seems really dumb to me.
She's 3 weeks old.
So
she
I'm
doesn't
not
know
sure
the world.
if I trust what babies eat. I feel like you don't know
Well, hold on a
anything,
second.
baby.
Wait, the baby is eating boob right now, like drinking
Yeah,
boob.
that's true.
So
That's
this
probably
is just
gross
for
as
her.
well.
This is for her future. I'm sure your wife is going to be one of those really cool like mothers and like make her baby food. But just in case, like Beck's on the run and she's going to
Look,
get some like
if I had
store
my
bought.
way, I've read stats that
Yeah.
say that it costs well over $1 million to raise a child to 18.
Wow.
So I'm hoping that maybe she breastfeeds for a long time.
That's really weird. Could you imagine if your daughter
Just
has
ages and safe food.
Your daughter has teeth, walks, and is on the boob.
I want my-
no power to you,
my
mothers who
daughter
breastfeed. But
will
that
go
is
to her
weird.
U12 formal with my wife's titty in the mouth.
That's fucked. That's fucked. I don't care.
Anyway, we also have a baby cake.
Yeah.
I found out the hard way that these aren't edible.
Did you try to eat one, sis?
These are socks. I thought they were yummy. And I was like really disappointed. But I just put this up here because it looks cool on the table. But a big thank you to Northern Beaches Roller Girls for giving that to little Nova. You are very, very much appreciated.
Yeah, this kid is loved by the whole Derby community. She's getting shout outs and gifts, and she doesn't even know who the hell we are or what roller derby is. But soon enough, it's going to take over her life.
So I figure if we eat baby food,
Yep.
maybe I can be a better father and know what she's going through.
Yeah, I feel like that's right.
All right, so we obviously have some really delicious ones.
Yes.
I'm assuming there's like chocolate cheesecake.
No, I didn't buy any chocolate ones because I figured they would just be like too easy. I did buy one that we could kind of end on that I know is going to be kind of tasty, but the other ones are varied. The other ones, so Kahuna,
So let's see, what are we
I'm
starting
gonna
with?
pick one. Pick one.
All right, I'm going to close my eyes and just pick
Pick one.
This one.
Okay.
That one.
All right. What did you pick?
This is pumpkin, spinach, ricotta, and pasta. And it is very gloopy, and it's a paste that has cheese in it.
And it's room temperature.
Room temperature, pumpkin, spinach, ricotta, and pasta.
All right. Am I going to crack this?
Yeah, go for it. How are we going to eat it?
I'm just going to squeeze it into your mouth.
You do you, I'll do me. But we're close. We're cool like that. We can share it. It's all right.
Okay, no, I feel like we'll start one each. Because if you see
All
my
right,
reactions
all right.
and they're gross. No, wait. So the next one you open.
Okay.
Yeah, okay,
yeah.
all right, okay.
Can you? All right. I'm going.
I was trying so hard. It tastes like pasta that's been uncooked, like the filling.
What's this?
That's so wrong. That's so. Oh, no, we have to clean that. So
All right.
wrong. All right, so I'm going to pick the next one, but
you
you're
get
going to.
the pasta though. That's
Yeah,
there.
you do get the
Bit of
pasta
ricotta.
and you get the veggies. Yeah. All right, so I'm going to pick the next one, but you're going to start it.
All right.
I'm going to go with this one. And this is going to be a good one. This is apple, banana, pear, and mango. Who doesn't want to eat this?
I don't
London
know.
Brawling told me she buys these fruit ones and takes them to work as snacks. So I'm guessing they're pretty going to be kind of delicious. Oh, that wasn't very nice.
That was gross.
Meal
actually.
time.
It's
Oh.
pumpkin.
I love pumpkin, but not like this.
All right, paste. It's pumpkin paste.
Yeah, it's strange.
All right, apple, banana, pear, mango puree. All right,
Yeah.
that's sweet.
Yeah.
It's not that good.
It's not that good? I don't mind it.
See, I think this is why babies cry a lot.
Nah, I like this. I'm going to eat this.
All right, you have that one.
I'm going to eat that. That's nice. I like that.
So if you have a child at home,
The fruit ones.
fruit recommendation
Yeah.
for nerves.
Yeah, I'm down with the fruit. Thumbs up. All right. You pick this one and I'm going to start it.
You are going to
Fuck,
start with
why?
this one.
Why? Okay, I know what that is.
It's tuna, rice, and veggies.
I don't
Tuna, rice, and veggies.
I don't eat tin tuna to begin with. This is pureed tin tuna, and it's room temperature.
With rice. Pureed rice, man.
I can't open it. What a shame. No, seriously. How is the baby meant to feed themselves?
They can't do anything for themselves. They're hopeless. I just stopped by the side, the look. Why don't we have people coming to the table for these ones?
Nobody wants to try this. It's
Sebastian,
delicious.
we love our snacks.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
What do you think of that one, Nige?
My poor child.
Don't feed her this stuff. Beck, you're a better mum. Don't feed her this. Ugh. So am I picking next?
Yuck. I went back again.
Why'd you go back? I'm just going to pick... I'm looking now. Yeah, eat that one. But you just maybe eat that. Eat that one.
Oh, wait.
Because
You
that's
get
payback.
revenge.
That's payback.
Beef. Beef with vegetables and rice in a paste.
So fucked.
It says no added salt or sugar. I feel like I want added salt.
But not as a baby.
I want
Not as a
extra
baby.
salt.
You don't want to make your child salty.
All right.
Go.
Beef with vegetables.
Go. Down it. Chug, 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 chug.
Yeah. It's delicious. It's the best thing I've ever had. Why did we do this?
It's what the people want. It's what the people
It was
want.
supposed to be a genuine show where we review snacks that we enjoy. It's turned into like Jackass for food, where we try to eat the worst shit possible.
Oh, yeah.
Ugh,
Not good
beef.
either. I'm down with beef. How much time have we got?
We got a while. We got
a while.
ages. We're doing all of
Oh,
them.
we got ages. All right, cool. But I'm gonna leave a good one till last, so it just feels.
It's my pick.
I can see what they are. No, leave. Yeah.
Why are we going all meat?
All meat.
This is lamb with sweet potato in a puree.
Beef injection.
It's just meat like spread into your mouth. It's like. Do you want some?
Yeah, does this kid want some? Could she be our taste tester? Do you want to try some food? You want to try some?
All right.
No.
Lamb
the
and
little
sweet
one doesn't
potato. Lamb and sweet potato.
Go.
I do too much. I don't know why I press so hard. I'm like, give it to me. I'm like, oh. Oh.
I don't mind this
Put
one.
that one in your pocket.
For later.
It reminds me of, I had a friend
I don't mind this one.
that
It's
once,
a sweet potato.
I had a friend that once got into a bit of a kerfuffle at a club.
Yep.
Got socked in the jaw real hard by a big fob dude. And had his jaw broken.
That's not good.
So he had his jaw wide shut. Hello. And he couldn't chew, couldn't eat anything, had to like have everything
Puree
pureed.
his food.
And he just got so sick of like normal stuff that he was like, I just want this meat pie. And he pureed a meat pie,
And?
pureed a steak, It's got to be like this. It's freaking crap.
I don't know, but I guess that I don't know. Okay, so I didn't mind that one so much.
Through the wire, man.
You liked it.
I did not like that
No,
one.
you didn't like it. I liked it.
I did not. I
Okay,
don't like
then.
any of these. It's just the texture and it squirts into your mouth slowly and it's
Okay,
like,
this
yuck.
this one's sweet vegetables. Sweet
vegetables.
Corn, pumpkin, and carrot from the looks of it. What's that? That's a potato. Is that a happy potato?
That's a smiling potato.
Okay.
Because the kids obviously look at it and know what it is really when they're babies. I don't feel like you're not getting much.
I am. That's all corn, and I don't eat corn.
I get like a big gobful and
Yeah,
it
but
sucks.
I'm being responsible. I don't know.
Ah, man.
No, it's not good. None
This
of these
is the
are
worst
good.
episode ever.
No, this isn't as bad. I would eat all of these again, other than eating that sweet jerky ever again.
Yeah,
all
but after the
Vegemite
sweet
chocolate.
jerky, we had the freaking lollies to like
Yeah,
make it cool.
but that's why I've left this baby till last, because this is going to be delicious. Strawberry custard.
Oh.
Strawberry custard. Who's not
Okay.
liking strawberry custard,
Okay.
right? Okay,
You're
strawberry
going to be
custard.
like Yogo?
I hope so.
All right. I think I have to get used to eating this stuff anyway, right? Like cleaning it up off the tables.
I'm not giving this to you. This is delicious. This is the best one.
Strawberry custard.
It tastes like just like melted strawberry ice cream. That's really nice. Feed that to your kid.
That's all right.
That's all right, eh?
Yep.
That's pretty good. Oh, what's this? This
So actual food.
actual food. Okay, then. So we're done with the baby foods.
Wait, let's talk about baby food. for a
Okay,
sec.
then. So what was your favourite?
The custard.
Okay, then. All right. Taking the custard away. If you had to feed something to your baby, she's your light of your life, your shining child, the golden child, if you would. What would you feed her?
I think McDonald's.
Don't say that. That's terrible. No, it's this. These are your options. Desert
are-
Island. These are your options.
These are not good options. I
These
feel
are-
bad for her.
Desert Island. Desert Island. These are your options.
So you know what's going to happen? I'm going to forget about this and we're going to like feed it to the baby.
Yeah.
And then she's going to spit it all out and I'm going to go, I get it.
Yeah.
Like I totally understand.
But
That's
I
cool.
feel like by the time your daughter is eating these kind of things, you're not going to be so much worried about what you're feeding her as if her poos are going to become like human poos, like real poos.
Yep.
And then you're going to have to deal with this in and out.
It's kind of the same. Both
Both
like,
ways.
Yeah.
Both ways. Do you reckon they paste it for easy digestion?
Yeah, that's probably what it is.
Gross. Gross.
Do you want to try this or do you want to save it?
Let's save it. Let's save it for July.
July, round
Yeah,
5.
round 5. Round 5.
Round 5.
We've got heaps
Pombat
of
was
snacks.
just excited because he wants to eat it now.
Yeah. It's not good, Pombat? Okay, great. Let's just save that, yeah?
All right,
I've
so-
eaten enough gross things.
Baby food edition of Snack Life. If you've got more snacks for us that are actual good snacks, please. Doesn't
Good
have
snacks.
to be disgusting
yeah,
stuff.
like I'm done with eating gross stuff. I just want to eat different, nice stuff. Thanks.
Yeah, next episode of Viva the Baby Snack Life will be July, next round of 5x5.
Yep.
This is for Nova.
Yes, we love you, baby Nova.
All right.
Homie, what you munching on? Snacks, buddy, homie, what you waiting on? Snacks, buddy, homie, what you nibbling on? Snacks, buddy, homie, what you chewing on? Snacks, buddy, we eat.
At Better Bearings, we're all about better service. We know what we're talking about. If you've got problems, give us a call.
Has this ever happened to you? Fumbling your marker. Your marker's not working. Trying to scrub off those pesky markers in the shower.
I have a severe sweating problem. Before I got my Spank Alley armbands, the refs were always telling me to reapply my numbers. But now, I can stay in the game.
My Spank Alley armband's second as a rope. Now I can lock up the competition. Thanks, Spank Alley.
But wait, there's more. If you order now, you'll get not just one, but 2 armbands. That's one for each of your arms.
Thanks, Spank Alley.
Spank Alley armbands. Get spanked.
Bearings is value for money. All our bearings have an ABEX 7 rating or over, so you buy quality and you don't have to pay a fortune for it.
Spending my money, I didn't care. I carried my friends out for a good time, buying bootleg liquor.
Easy to maintain. Our high-end bearings are self-healing, and all of our bearings are easy to maintain. Easy to clean. Our complete maintenance packages have everything you need to keep your bearings clean and keep you rolling.
Hi, I'm Susie from Sydney Derby Skates. We stock a wide range of products from all the best brands. Did you know that the Sydney Derby Skates website is up to date with stock levels and will only let you buy something if it's actually in stock? We pride ourselves on having awesome customer service and very quick delivery. Usually items are sent the very same day you place your order.
Better bearings are reliable and long-lasting. Spend less time mucking around with your gear and more time on the track. betterbearings.com.au
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. If you're watching at home, this is the 5x5 Roller Derby Championship, game number 4 here at round number 4 between your hosts, the Southside Derby Dolls, taking on Varsity Derby League's Dishonor Rollers. My name is Abit Kahuna, and I'm very glad to be joined by Mike Mann here this evening.
Helps if you turn your microphone on. Hello, everyone out there in Derbyland. Well, just about a minute to go until the Force take on the Dishonor Rollers.
A really important game here, big game between these two teams. They are a storied rivalry. Even though it's been built up in a relatively short amount of time, they've played each other a good number of times in the last 12, 18 months or so. 5 games in, and each time these two teams go to battle, Mike Man, they war out there and leave it all on the track. In 5 games they've played, I don't think any of them has gone over about 40 points.
Yeah, and the last time they met was just a few weeks ago, and a fantastic game. Lots of lead changes, and the Force, I believe, getting away with that one in the end.
Yeah, just by about 20 points at the end of the game. In the last 5 minutes was where they staged their comeback. So these two teams very evenly matched. And right now in 5x5, they obviously, Southside the defending champions for Armageddon. Varsity is who they beat in the grand final. And right now on the Armageddon table, they are 1 and 2.
We're just running through the Dishonor Rollers lineup here. We're going to have number 0, Laser Station, 007, Blocktopusy, 08, Joe Dirt, number 10, Diazaslam, 180, Mame Event, 1956, Cherry Bomb, 23, Red Hot Jelly Pepper, 375, Ginger Ale, 393, Sylvia Psychopath, 3XL, Cleaver, 666, Terra Smackdal, 76, Repercussions, I should say. I do like calling her Repercussions though for some reason, it just sticks in my head. 928, Maleficent Mara, and on the bench, Dr. Marks and Sheriff.
Lining up for Southside Derby Dolls, the Force. We have Bacardi Bruiser, Dom, Bacardi Bruiser 005, Dom number 187, Underbelly Morelli number 20, Danny Hell 23, Winnie Bruise 25, Lethal 389, Sparky 64, Mini 666, Clusterfrack 75, Fairy Bled number 8, Haterade number 801, Impure Blonde 81, Apocalypse 99, and Tequila Shot XX3. Calling the shots from the bench, we have Colonel Panic and Shez Dispenser.
And looks like we're ready to get underway with Blocktopusy. First up for the Dishonor Rollers, and she'll be taking on Dom.
For those of you paying attention, Dom may look very familiar to you, just under a different name. Previously, she is the skater formerly known as Freewee Fighter.
Freewee Fighter gets off to a strong start, but hits a back wall of the Dishonor Rollers. In the meantime, Blocktopusy gets taken down by Underbelly Morelli and Winnie Bruise. Winnie Bruise headed off to the penalty box for that hit, and it is Blocktopusy who picks up lead jammer.
Dom going with her and forcing the call off. So good defensive jamming from Dom there to make sure that no points are scored either way, forcing the call off.
One of Dishonor Rollers' strongest performers in their last meeting, Laceration, steps up to jam.
Up against Sparky for Southside in purple.
Well, Laceration on the back of the jersey. Laser Station. Laceration, Laser Station. What does she go by these days?
She is Laser Station. So the reason this came about was a change of name as well. But due to our kind, Mike Van, announcer kept stuffing it up and calling her Laser Station. So she went, stuff it, I'll go with it.
Nice to know we have some influence on roller derby.
The only people that listen to us, really.
And it is Laser Station who is lead jammer. Sparky, though, is in front. And Laser Station takes the tactical call off there.
So she did grab 5 points. She completed a pass before Sparky got out. So Varsity Derby League drawing first blood here, 5-0.
It'll be Danny Hell this time for the Force. And she's up against Joe Dirt for the Dishonor Rollers.
Nice assist on the outside from Lethal, clearing a path for Danny Hell, and she's got lead jammer status and about a quarter lap on Joe Dirt. Chance here for Danny Hell and Southside to get on the board.
Well, absolutely blistering speed from Danny Hell, one of the quickest skaters on the Force team, and showing her wares there. Gets through for 4 and calls it off, and Joe Dirt unable to trouble the scorers.
So Varsity breaking up a little bit their wall there, and Danny Hell able to pick them off. Quick pass, hands on hips, calls it off. Hit it and quit it strategy from Southside. Dom looking to continue that here up against Repercussions.
So if I call Repercussions for long enough, will she change her name as well?
She may do. Let's make it happen, Mike Van.
We are in an official timeout.
Perfect time to say thank you to our sponsors of Down Under Derby TV, bringing you this visual live here. It's Sydney Derby Skates. Big thank you to them. Been on board with us from round number 1 this year. Big thank you to Tavish Design, Spank Alley, and Better Bearings.
Just a bit of track repair there, I believe, was the reason for that official timeout. Got the all clear to head off again. Dom taking on Repercussions. Repercussions doing well to avoid the track cut at the back of the pack, but she's being held up here as Dom gets out for lead jammer.
So Dom approaching for a scoring pass here. And Repercussions only out of the pack now.
And Dom gets through and calls it off, picking up 4 points there. Good, strong defense from the Force.
So 8 points to the Force now, 5 points for Varsity. Laceration, or Laser Station, sorry, stepping up to the line, up against Sparky.
It's difficult when you've known a skater by a certain name for so long, and it's written on the back of her shirt. Almost got that jam underway, but looks like we're going to head into an official timeout again. Toto Rod just over clarifying something with the bench of the Dishonor Rollers. Laser Station goes around at the back of her pack and runs into that strong front wall. But she does well on the inside, manages to squeeze through, picks up lead jammer.
So Laser Station back around for a scoring pass. Sparky still held up on her initial.
Sparky being taken all the way to the back by Tara Smackdill there. And Sparky just out now. Laser Station will come through and call it off. And that was 2 scoring passes, I believe, there.
So strong jam there from Laser Station. Really doing some damage. The Force going to have to try to limit that as the game goes on.
14 plays 8 after 5 minutes of the first half. And once again, we're seeing an evenly matched team here. And Danny Hell stepping up to jam again for the Force, up against Joe Dirt for the Dishonor Rollers.
Joe Dirt explodes into that back wall of the Force. Danny Hell searching for gaps, finding none.
Joe Dirt off to the penalty box for a high block. Power jam for Danny Hell. She's yet to breach the pack though. 2 to contend with. Good work from her from her blockers there. Gets some help, gets through, picks up lead jammer.
So Power Jam and lead to Southside here. Danny Hill with a chance to take back the lead.
Danny Hill with that front wall to contend with. Apocalypse comes up, gives her just enough help. She gets through for a 5-point pass.
4 skaters from the bench stomping their feet, letting their blockers know that Joe Dirt is back on the track.
Danny Hill just with that toe stop, crossing the line there. She gets... Well, she decides to call it off as Joe Dirt clears the pack. No further advantage there. Good jam, though, for the Force as they take the lead, 18-14.
Yeah, Danny Hill already picking up the 5 points there.
A 10-point jam for the Force as Dom comes up against Laser Station.
Dom forcing her way through to lead jammer status by turn number 1. Gets that awarded nice and quick. Laser Station, she's giving chase now. Half a lap between them and Dom searching for points.
Well, bodies flying everywhere at the moment. Impure Blonde off to the penalty box. She picks up a low block there.
Holding her back gingerly as she makes her way there as well.
Well, she took quite a hard fall and one of the Dishonor roller skaters tripped over her leg, which is why she got the low block, but obviously tweaked her back in that fall.
So Block to Pussy jamming once again for the Dishonor Rollers. Sparky with the star now for Southside.
Sparky with a 4-wall to contend with, not able to breach it at the moment. Block to Pussy in the meantime picks up lead jammer, doing some good work at the front of the pack. Block to Pussy gets sandwiched there, but bounces straight back up.
It's Killer Shot throwing a shot there with mean intentions, but getting through. 5 points for Block to Pussy.
And we've seen a star pass here. Fairy Bled now about to put the star on. Sparky just couldn't get through that pack and decided to hand off. And looks like it's worked well as Fairy Bled picks up 3 points. I don't think the Dishonor Rollers saw her coming there.
Yeah, 3 against the lead. Not a bad effort. They maintain their lead that way, 22-21. Couldn't be much closer, Mike, man.
Not much, but it could be.
It could.
Flashback humour. Private jokes.
Danny Hill stepping up to the line once again against Repercussions, captain of the Dishonor Rollers.
We are in an official timeout, though, once again.
So 9 minutes in, let's check out if there's anyone in penalty trouble. We've seen a few people go to the box already, but have they had multiple chips? So for Southside, Tequila Shot, 2 penalties, Haterade and Winnie Brewers with 1 apiece. We did see Impure Blonde go there, so this might not be right up to date. And for Dishonor Rollers, 2 penalties to Red Hot Chili Pepper, 1 apiece to Joe Dirt, Cleaver, and Terrace Mactel.
Official timeout is over. Danny Hill and Repercussions ready to go.
Lots of movement at the start. Danny Hill finding an open inside line for lead jammer status.
Yeah, Haterade opening up that inside line beautifully there for Danny Hill.
Repercussions, however, she's out and looking for points also. And flies into the pack.
Well, Repercussions 3-2 against the lead that time. And, well, now it actually couldn't be any closer.
No, it literally cannot be any closer than this. 24 apiece. These two powerhouses going jam for jam, hit for hit, and nothing separating them right now.
Joe Dirt and Dom with the stars for their respective teams, neither able to get through quickly. Joe Dirt sucked at the back of the pack by Bacardi Bruiser. Nice two braced wall there, along with Fairy Bled. Tequila Shot now takes her on.
Dom still held up in the pack at the front as well. Both walls doing their job, and Repercussions is out. Joe Dirt, is out, and lead jammer for Varsity.
And she's lapped Dom now as well, so this could be a 5-point pass. A Tequila Shot goes for the big hit, comes off second best.
So Smackdale chasing, missing. Dom is out, but Joe Dirt calling it off and taking the lead for Varsity.
And that was a 5-point pass as well. Well, 10 minutes in, 29 plays 24. So we see our first time out.
So as I said earlier, Mike, man, these two teams are at the top of the table for Armageddon Division, tied on competition points. The only thing separating them is differential, with Southside on top at the moment. So this game does have implications for August, for the end of season, for the postseason. This one is an important one because obviously both hoping to get back to that grand final as well.
Absolutely, and further implications as well for Eastern Region.
Each game in a 5x5 is considered an Eastern Region roller derby qualifier. So the tournament in October that happens, the big regional tournament here in New South Wales, teams play qualifiers throughout the season, throughout the year, to then place them or seed them for the final tournament in October. Each game in 5x5 is a qualifying game.
Which is great. It means there's absolutely no dead rubbers throughout the whole 5x5 tournament.
Because even if they don't matter too much for 5x5, you just have to think big picture. There's another tournament coming around the corner where it all counts.
Sparky now up against Laser Station.
Laser Station has been strong early in this one and quickly finding just an unattended inside line there.
Well, a 4-2 pack advantage to the Dishonor Rollers, and they used it well. They just circled around the two blockers. And too easy for Laser Station.
So Varsity extending the lead here. Last few jams definitely going their way after a seesaw battle early on.
Sparky beats Red Hot Chili Pepper in the last line of defense. And that'll force the call off from Laser Station. But another strong jam, 8 points to 0. Opening up, I think, the biggest spread so far in the game, 13 points.
Dom going to look what she can do to reverse that here and hope one goes the Force's way. Stepping up to the line against Repercussions.
Well, Dom takes on Repercussions off the line. Repercussions being forced to go a long way back. Dom lucky not to go there for direction of gameplay. Repercussions. Yeah, she's cut the track there. She didn't realise she went out. She just stepped out with her toe stops. And good work from the Force defence line.
So Dom with a chance here for a bunch of points. Power jam in their favour. No lead yet. Varsity's defense doing a hell of a job of keeping her at bay for a long time and shaving seconds off this power jam.
But the Force now back to a full pack, and they were able to help Dom through. 4-3 pack advantage now as Jet Lethal goes up and mixes it up. Dom, though, now with 2 to contend with and getting stuck there. Multiplayer block, though, and no, Dom's still not able to get through. Although, that's not a track cut. No pass, no penalty, as Terra Smackdal was out of play.
So not a lot of Varsity left on the track right now. 1 blocker, 1 jammer. Repercussions still getting through because a whole box filled with skaters. Micro packs, both teams. 2 apiece here.
And Dom hits that 2-wall and calls off the jam as she gets his hit out. Dom picking up another 3 on that pass. 12-point jam, bringing it back just to the 1-point differential. Doesn't get much closer than that.
So it looks like Sheriff, the bench coach for Varsity, is calling for an official review. They get 3 timeouts for the game and 1 official review per half. If that official review is successful, they get to keep it.
It will be interesting to know what this official review is about. Nothing in particular I saw there looked out of the ordinary, or no calls that seemed questionable there.
There was a lot of penalties though, so it may have been one further back we didn't see. When you end up with one blocker left on the track, you know there were some penalties called.
Absolutely, but you only normally use an official review to question the penalty maybe on your jammer. You wouldn't really use it on a blocker.
With 1 per half only, they are very important, especially now that they are actually recognised as being able to be used as a faux timeout.
Absolutely, can be very important at the end of a game as well. And as I said before, Dom was very lucky not to pick up a direction of gameplay penalty, and this official review is actually to contest whether or not there should be a direction of gameplay penalty called against Dom and against the Force.
So that was at the very start of the jam.
It was indeed. Now I believe even if that is upheld, the points for that jam would still stand.
Absolutely, but if it is given, then that means the next jam, Dom will have to serve in the box.
So that's the advantage the Dishonor Rollers are looking for. They're looking to go into this jam in a power jam situation.
There was a lot of action and a lot of plays and a lot of things that happened for the referees to then cast their memory back and try to remember past the calls they made, past the penalties they called, and remember the exact sequence of events.
Well, I did see one of the refs ready to blow his whistle when that contact happened, and you would think that it did make a material difference to the forward motion of the jammer from the Dishonor Rollers.
So head referee Toto Rod calling the bench coaches to the middle.
About to get clarification on the decision. So, outcome of the official review is that it has not been upheld, so there will be no penalty given. And we are back to gameplay with Danny Hell taking on Blocked Pussy, who gets annihilated by Impure Blonde.
So Sheriff using up that official view, won't have another one in this half. That's the gamble you take with official reviews.
Blocktopusy with the advantage of being lead jammer. Trying to get through for the points. Picks up the 4 and just the 1 for Danny Hell there, even though Danny Hell was in front. A good call from the bench manager there.
Yeah, they saw the pack advantage to Varsity. Knows that if they got 1, they got 3. But able to get both on-track points for the 2 not on the track points.
The not points.
Not points. Ghost points was so much easier.
It was. The not points that are points just hasn't caught on like I thought it would. Little did WFTDA know that when they removed the term ghost points, they also killed a t-shirt company.
The hopes and dreams of a struggling young business, entrepreneurs just trying to make a living.
Derby Enterprise at its finest, stopped in its tracks.
They didn't want to make like not shirts.
Are they not shirts that
They're
are
not
shirts?
They're actually shirts.
They are shirts or they're not shirts?
Well, they're not shirts, but the shirts, they're just not shirts.
But they are shirts.
Yeah, but they're not.
But they're not shirts.
Right. Who's on first?
We're in another official timeout, in case you're wondering why we're babbling on, as Sparky will be taking on Laser Station as we're ready to get underway again.
So full complement of blockers for Varsity. Reinforcements come for Southside. And Mini trying to clear a path, but Laser Station is lead.
And Minnie having all sorts of trouble. She's about to get lapped by Laser Station.
So Sparky with the Jammer Star.
Well, she gets out just in time, Minnie, to avoid the Jammer lap point. 4 points there to the Dishonor Rollers.
Sheriff back into the middle, asking questions. No official review, of course, so can't use it, but no harm in asking the question.
Well, he was probably just asking there, was the Jammer lapped? Because it was a very close thing, but Minnie just kept her hips in front.
Sparky. Dom now on the track for Southside with the star. Blocktopusy jamming for Varsity. 6 points separating our two teams. And lead jammer Blocktopusy from Varsity Derby League. Dom now out. She's giving chase. Half a lap for Blocktopusy to score some points.
Well, the Force just can't pick up lead jammer at the moment. Danny Hell, I think, is doing the main damage in that regard for the Force. But the Dishonor Rollers are on a roll at picking up these lead jammers.
All 4 points once again for Varsity.
Does this tell us lead jammers? No. And it will be Danny Hell now taking on Laser Station. We'll see if my prophetic words can come true and Danny Hell can pick up that lead jammer. Sees a gap on the outside, but it closes on her. But there she gets through now. She's off to the penalty box, though.
I
for
believe
a
they
back
call that
block.
a jinx, Mike, man.
Commentator's curse.
So Laser Station lead jammer with a power jam here.
As she hits that front four wall of the Force. Takes the hits well, but gets hit out by Minnie.
Laser
And
Station.
that will be a low block.
I think she was lucky to get away with the cut there, but then picks up the low block for Airy Blade going over the top of her. It's a power jam reverse here to Danny Hell. No lead jammer.
So we'll be going the full 2 minutes.
Of course, Danny Hell did get the penalty on her initial pass, so this is still her initial. Laser Station already completing her points in the last pass.
Well, poor awareness there from the force. They allowed Laser Station to come out of the box and go straight through without much opposition. A 5-point pass there. Danny Hell now also on a scoring pass. The force need to hold up Laser Station here, but they're unable to do it.
So strong, Laser Station, another 4 points.
Danny Hell, the one being held up at the moment. And Laser Station just shoots around the outside, picks up 5 points on that occasion.
Star pass to Fairy Blade, but too little too late. Jam comes to its natural conclusion, and a big 14 points on the board for Varsity, extending their lead. 63 plays 39.
And Big Kahuna, this is something I don't always understand from bench managers when their team's on a roll and they've just had a big jam and they call a team timeout. To me, it's a bit of a momentum killer.
It is. Usually it's supposed to be the team that's at the opposite end of that roll. The team that sort of wants to stop the momentum, give your team a breather, break up what's happening. So maybe Colonel Panic getting a bit of a favour there from Sheriff.
I think he would. I think he has. Considering the Force have used one timeout already, they wouldn't want to use another one at this stage. So Dishonor Rollers doing the Force a favour right here.
A bit of a reprieve. Let's see what the pep talk is during this timeout and how Southside can sort of rebound and head into Oranges with a bit of momentum up on their back.
I often wonder if it's a planned timeout. If we're ahead with 20 minutes into the first half, we'll take a timeout.
So maybe. For what reason would that be?
What other reason is he taking a timeout? I don't get it.
Unless he sort of, talked to his bench and they said, we are tired. We need some breath.
It may remain a mystery to us as Repercussion steps up against Sparky. And just like that, momentum shifts. Sparky gets out for the first lead jammer for the Force in quite some time.
I think that may be Sparky's first lead jammer status for the game.
Winnie Brews doing a great job on Repercussions there. Hits her out twice, takes her the long way back. Sparky, slightly strangely there, calls off the jam, just picking up 3 points. Repercussions was in a bit of trouble there.
Yeah, still on her initial as well.
Yeah, Sparky must have thought she was on a scoring pass there. Joe Dirt now taking on Dom. We'll see if the Force can use this bit of momentum they've picked up in the first jam since the timeout.
Big hit on Dom from the inside to the out.
Joe Dirt now being hit out as well. Fairy Bled teaming up with T.
So Dom on her way to the box.
Illegal star pass by the look of it.
Well, she doesn't have a star on her head.
So the question is, where is the star? The star is under Bacardi Bruiser's skates at the moment.
So Varsity camped around it, hoping to prevent Dom from picking it up easily on her return to the track. Bacardi protecting it right now.
Well, that's a 5-point pass to the Dishonor Rollers, and Joe Dirt absolutely not what the Force needed right now. They needed a cool head, and something went very wrong for Dom.
So Dom goes to her knees to retrieve the star and, of course, cops some contact. You can't hit a down skater.
Another 2 points there to Joe Dirt as she calls off the jam. Strange jam, that one. It's not as, I don't think it's a signal I've seen before, the referee signalling the panty had come off the head illegally in that way.
So Southside penalties on the board right now. Mini with 3, the only skater close to danger. Varsity also with 1 skater on 3 penalties in Tara Smackdale. So lots of penalties spread throughout, but no one in any real danger 8 minutes out from halftime.
Yeah, you often see with this number of penalties, one skater might have picked up 4 or 5 by now. But luckily for both teams, no one in any real danger at the moment.
This is a points per jam display. You can see Varsity grabbing lead jammer a lot more often than Southside.
And picking up a lot more of those big blocks of points as well.
So that one telling the tale on the scoreboard as well at the moment. 75 plays 42. Biggest lead of the game for Varsity right now. Southside going to need to pull out something special and want to go into half-time with a lot closer points on the board.
Well, this is a bit of the story of the last time these two met as well. The Dishonor Rollers got out to a handy lead in that game as well, and the Force clicked into gear in the second half and really brought it home, and it was a close one in the end, but the Force were able to do it. It's not something you want to do every game, but the Force should take a bit of encouragement out of that last game and know they can do it. Ready to get underway again after that official timeout. With Laser Station taking on Lethal, and I think this is Lethal's first jam of the game.
So Southside looking to mix it up a bit, maybe change the jammer rotation, try something different. And in this one not working, Laser Station once again, lead jammer. But
Lethal though gets out quickly. And the pack all mixed up, not sticking together out there. Our Southside, and Laser Station takes advantage.
Lethal going with her though, 4 points apiece. Lethal, great defensive jamming.
0 on for Lethal there called though. 3 on the scoreboard, but the jam ref holding up a big fist. 4 points confirmed now. (79) plays 46. Just over 7 minutes left in the first half. Danny Hell jamming up against Blocktopusy. The Force front wall holding together for now. Blocktopusy picks up lead jammer though. Very bled, last line of defense.
Danny Hill still held up in the pack, finally getting through. But Blocktopusy, chance for points here. Pack at a standstill, turn number 2. 3 points for Blocktopusy, and Varsity extending the lead.
And we're going to see an official review called by Colonel Panic for the Force. So Colonel Panic, quite an experienced referee, obviously seeing something out there he thought was untoward, and checking with the referees now. And for all you Derby skaters out there, don't forget there will be a Sun State Roller Girls boot camp. 2 days of world-class training, July 4 and 5. Menai Indoor Sports Centre. Go to stinglikeab.eventbrite.com.au. If you want to play roller derby, there will be an open day on June 28th. For info, email freshmeat@southsidederby.com. Training starts July 17. Ready to get underway, just waiting on clarification on the official review and what that was about. Not sure that it was successful, but we will soon find out.
So Sparky jamming for Southside. Repercussions for Varsity. Neither jammer finding any success just yet. Sparky being muscled by Varsity's strong walls. And track cut called on repercussions, so power jam here for Sparky and Southside. Chance to score some points.
Yeah, power jam here for Sparky. She gets through for lead jammer. Big opportunity here. Pack advantage, though, is with Varsity. Tara Smackdale doing a good job on Sparky there. And she's got to go the long way back. That'll soak up some valuable time. Taking her further and further back. Already the stomping has begun. The jammer standing in the penalty box, ready to come back on. And out she comes. So only one pass, that initial pass by Sparky so far. Good hit by Imperial Blonde. That is a track cut and another power jam. Repercussions not happy there, but it was a correct call.
So Sparky had enough of that blender of blockers that is Varsity. Calls it off, gives someone else a chance at this power jam.
And just to clarify, that official review was Colonel Panic believed there had been a back block by the Dishonor Rollers jammer. It was not upheld though, so play continued and the Force lost their official review for the half. We are starting with Dom in a power jam. She tries to force her way through the middle. Good strong jamming there. She holds well on the outside line and gets taken down. And the inside line now picks up lead jammer. Good strong jamming from Dom there. Repercussions back out on the track now for the Dishonor Rollers. Dom stuck at the front with that four wall. Apocalypse up there trying to help her out.
What a combo there. That triangle of Laser Station, Terrace Smackdale and Red Hot Chili Pepper causing all sorts of trouble for Dom.
Repercussions manages to get through and Dom calls it off, picking up 4 points. Well, 4 points to 0 a jam with this much time on the clock is just fine for the Force.
Yeah, 28 points in it. They'll be happy to take 4-0 jams. Lethal stepping up to the line once again for the Force. Blocktopusy jamming for Varsity.
Blocktopusy thought she saw a gap on the inside. It closed quickly on her. She goes to the outside now. Fast feet from Blocktopusy. Just one to beat, and she does it. Lethal, though, right behind her. And now Lethal in front, and the call-off comes.
So twice Lethal's jam today does not get lead, but forces the call-off before points can be scored. Putting in a lot of effort to chase her down and force it.
Well, her first jam, in fact, it was 4 points apiece. With Lethal chasing so hard after being half a lap behind and still getting through. And that never say die attitude of Lethal really coming to the fore late in the first half. Danny Hell taking on Laser Station now. Danny Hell, 2 to contend with at the front. They're going to be out of play soon and have to let her go. She is your lead jammer.
Tequila Shot doing a good job of bringing Laser Station all the way back. So if Danny Hell gets through here, she will get 5 for her efforts.
Great shot there from Tequila Shot, but called illegal by the referee, and she's off to the penalty box. Did the damage, though, on Laser Station. Ferry might have gone out. Another solid jam for the Force, picking up 5 points to 0 on that occasion. Starting to get into a bit of a groove now, but it is very late in the first half.
So Southside hoping to go into the break with a bit of momentum. And they'll be buoyed by these last few jams, knowing that what they can do.
Absolutely, they've got to get into that groove, but they've got to continue that groove in the second half. And they probably want another 10 minutes on the clock right now. And again, Dom picks up lead jammer, making it look easy.
Pack split up by some great offense from the Force, preventing those walls from being created, and Dom calling it off.
And a
Red
good
Hot
call.
Chili Pepper in the middle, appealing to the referees for a penalty. Thought there was a back block.
Well, I don't think we'll have time for another jam, as the period clock comes to an end, and that will be half time here. Dishonor Rollers 82, the Force 63.
That's it for Down Under Derby TV from the half number 1, but we will have coming up shortly Confessions of a Derby Girl. It's a lot of fun, folks, so stay tuned.
Hey everyone, welcome to Down Under TV's Confessions of a Derby Girl. I'm your host, Apple Your Hair, and we're joined by some lovely Derby girls.
Clumsy Derby girls.
We've just lost all our... so my co-host today, Spanx, is going to introduce the rest of the panel.
Clumsy as ever. We have... Okay, we have Whack here. Whack Russell Terrier, to give you the full proper name. Down Under Thunder and Get Shirty. Say hello, girls. Hello, girls. Started already.
Look out,
Oh yeah, okay, the rules of the game. It is a game that no one wants to win. Basically, the more correct answers you have, the wronger you are. So we should just get on with it and start drawing questions, really.
Definitely. So the first question is, never have I ever had a wardrobe malfunction on the track.
Who am I kidding? Have a wardrobe malfunction every time I try to put clothes on.
I haven't. I've seen many. Seen many? I've seen a cracker. Whack, what happened with you?
Mine was, I think, when Inner West was playing Wollongong and I was jamming, and I went out of bounds, and one of my blockers tried to help me up, and instead she pulled my pants down. So
How much did you see?
I don't know, but I was wearing stockings, but all I heard was yeah.
That's
So that was it.
cold.
Yeah.
And everyone thought you were a plumber.
Probably. Yeah. Excellent. That's what we like. Okay, next we have never have I ever hooked up at an after party.
Oh, man. Lucky this doesn't have numbers.
If you were dating the person at the time, does it count? Or not? It's just, there's nothing else to it. It's just, have you hooked up at an after party?
We don't go into numbers.
All right, Thunder.
Monday.
Thunder.
What?
Share.
What time?
Would you like to expand?
Okay, just pick one.
Okay.
Your favourite.
Oh, well, there's a couple I don't remember. But,
A couple of after parties you don't remember too, I'm sure.
That as well. You know, when
Yeah.
you wake up in the morning and just go, oh, who we...
That's a
oh,
coyote
hi.
morning where you'd
Shit, where's
rather
my
chew your
pants?
arm off than
So
wake
kinda
the
like-
person you're with.
Yeah, it's like it's a little bit blurry. You go to the after party, you know you're having a few beers, you wake up the next morning and then you do the walk of the drive with shame. Done that once.
You've done
or
the drive of
twice.
shame from Penrith, I remember that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I had to use my GPS to find out where I was.
Good stuff,
Yeah,
good stuff. All right. Never have I ever done a revenge hit.
Man.
Look at Wax's face. Oh, yeah, you
Be honest.
avenged. Come on.
Oh,
you hold
no,
it up, woman.
no,
you
I
hold it up. You have.
There's
I got
definitely
expelled for it
definitely
too.
a story
You
there.
have, and you were.
Yeah, I
Spill.
was expelled for it too. Well, it wasn't really. It was half revenge and half brain fart. Yeah.
But usually the
So it was a revenge fart. Must should be something you do on the jam line, isn't it?
I knew it was wrong, but the second I did it, I knew, I knew I was gone. All good. What happened? My derby wife was jamming. She got hit out, and so I thought it would be good to try and hit out the girl that hit her out of bounds. I hit her the wrong way, and I got expelled for it.
That was at Erd, right?
Yes, that was last year.
Oh, there we go. Okay. Never have I ever publicly skinny dipped.
If it was public and I skinny dipped, it wouldn't be public for very long. They'd all run.
Oh, no.
I'm not the only one.
I
Seriously.
don't think I have publicly.
Really?
Yeah. Okay, come on, Shady Spill. Tits out for the girl.
Yeah, tits out. Yeah, no. Hope my mum's not watching.
Girlfriends and I were all away at Byron Bay. We're at the beach. So I was just told by Apple. Away at the beach, and we got really, really drunk, and we had to walk home along the beach, and we just dared each other, and we all just got naked. Everyone just dropped their dacks and went in, and then all our clothes, and then this family was walking. It was at night,
Okay.
but when we were coming out, all of our clothes, this family decided to sit down, and so we had to literally and our clothes are just sitting there, so we all had to just run out.
that's
Excuse me, they're my clothes.
Sorry,
They're like,
don't
and
keep
literally,
coming through.
yeah, mum and 2 kids. And
Doesn't matter
that's
if it was at
appropriate.
night
Just
anyway.
take
All the
your
high
kids out
beam would have
at
been
night
on.
on the beach. Sorry.
All the high beam would have been on anyway. And can I come
White
on
point
holidays
is.
with you next?
Awkward. All right, this is a good one. Never have I ever fantasized about someone from 5 by 5. Oh, Jesus.
All of them, surely. Fantasized or lusting after
Oh, really?
Care to share? Care to share?
I'll be fair, you don't have to share if you don't want to, but Thunder, if you want to, go for it.
But geez, it'd be much more fun if you did, Thunder.
People are watching and counting on you. Come on,
Okay,
Thunder.
well, actually, they're playing in this bout that's ongoing now. So that kind of narrows it down. And they're not refs. So, yeah, and
Let me guess, she's female?
yeah, I hope so. But I might have fantasised, but I never let them. Oh crap! I might have let them know.
Right, letting them know that you fantasise.
Yeah, it's
about
okay
them.
to.
Yeah.
You can fantasise. You can let them know.
Yeah. All right. Oh, this is good too. Never have I ever had a teammate repulse me. Matron stink pads are like.
Everyone in Derby is wonderful.
Yeah. Really?
Oh, yeah.
Someone's not graced you out with, you know, like. You need to come and play for Northern Beaches. I'm not. I'm not kidding. Come on, spill.
Yeah.
There are many. I'm just being pointed at saying my pads. Excuse me, no, they don't.
She's
no,
not as fresh as she comes
we
to us, right?
So it's actually
we have a
gets
few
stinky, not get
vegetarians.
dirty.
It's okay. I'll ignore it. I'll ignore it. We have a few vegetarians in our team, and we were playing against. I think it was Newcastle. And we were in the change room, and we're in a huddle, and we all just started giggling. And Topper got really shitty with us for not concentrating. We're like, but it smells. Next thing you know, this fart has wafted, and the whole team were in a huddle like this, and the whole team had to shuffle away from the fart. Almost vomited. And
Nice.
thanks, Yorkie.
Oh, named and shamed, poor Yorkie. Never.
Named and shamed, right there.
Oh, I'm in so much trouble.
Yeah. Never have I ever had a Derby crush. I'll take that as a respectful one, like, you know,
Derby
respect.
crush?
Oh, yeah.
Or
Of course I have.
okay.
And it's you, Apple.
Yeah.
Really? Oh, bless. Who wants to share?
Oh, okay. Same as the after party thing, several.
Several.
I got to say,
It can be a respect thing.
No,
like-
it
Does
is
your Derby
definitely-
crush
it's
change
definitely
depending on who's winning the 5x5 round at that particular time? Or
no, sort of like mine's sort of like Jackie Daniels, Smarty Pants,
Yeah.
Mad Mel, actually most of BRDL, all of BRDL. Sort of like, you know, sort of like they're just so fantastic. So any skater that sort of like looks really hot and can derby, they got me,
Points
mate.
for- What about you, Wack?
Aussie-wise, I do love Swish Caribou.
She's like your doppelganger.
People
Yeah.
say that to me, and I'm just like, oh, no. I do love Sarelson as well. She's a Sarelson. I forgot who she plays for, but yeah, she's just amazing.
Okay, cool.
Come on, you could have said me.
Never have I ever cancelled plans for Derby. All the time.
I haven't cancelled. I've just said I've got Derby. So it's,
Yeah.
So
you've never had to bullshit about it?
no.
I did
Doesn't
leave
make
a
it special,
holiday
you don't have
to come
play
and
cheat.
watch a game I wasn't even playing in.
Yeah, she did.
How cool.
All right, we got 2 more. Never have I ever taken someone's virginity.
Hang on.
Think
Hang
about
on,
that.
I'm trying to figure out that question. Never have I never taken.
No,
someone-
never have I ever taken someone's virginity. So you were their first, Thunder. You went when no one had been before.
In the gay sense, yes.
In any sense.
Yeah. So like I've been first time for some women when I was young and hot. So like, you know.
Oh, darling, you're still young and hot.
Thank you, I love you. Yeah, I won't hit you as hard next time we play.
All right, and the last one is, never have I ever done something at Derby that I wouldn't do in public. Yeah. I know, strangers... never have I ever done something at Derby that I wouldn't do in public. I'm generally quite
Surely.
tame in public. Derby's just nuts.
Put it this way, would you walk through the grocery department at Woolies and hip check someone in front of you if they were slow?
Accidentally.
Yeah. Fair call.
Except for that old lady the other day. Yeah.
Nothing like crowd jamming, right?
Yeah. The lifts. If you get into a lift and someone's being really rude, just hip check them.
Yeah, or just positionally blocking as well. Yeah, I'm sorry. Oh, you want to get past? Oh, no. That's it. Awesome. Well, that's it. We got through all 10 girls, so thank you so much for being a part. Oh, yes. Oh, and of course, how could I forget my sponsor, the No Camel Toe Derby Pants of OK Derby Butts. So thank you very much for all your support, and we'll see you next time. Thanks, guys. Cool. I can't believe I dumped in your kit, guys.
The skaters getting ready to come back out for the second half. 82 for the Dishonour Rollers, 63 for the Force. Quite a close game. The Force bringing it back in the last couple of minutes of the first half.
Yeah, shaving the lead in half, basically. Varsity did get out to a 30-40 point lead, now sitting at 19. Not where Southside would want to be, but definitely good signs in the last few minutes of that first half.
Yeah, they got their walls in order and stopped getting split up as they had been, and managed to stop the Dishonour Rollers from picking up lead jammer. And the Dishonour Rollers, through the middle of that first half, really got on a roll, picking up lead jammer. And as we saw with the Manhattan before, really picked up some big jams and a few power jams there as well in the first half to the Dishonour Rollers, really helped the scoreboard.
It's what these two teams do. They just kind of stay with each other. They're never ever really able to get that knockout punch and put the other team away, and it's always open for a comeback at the end.
Absolutely, and we've talked about it at length already. Close games every time these two meet. Lots of lead changes, and I expect the Force to come out strong and cut into that lead some more.
Of course, the Varsity Dishonour Rollers are down one player from the first half that we know of.
Yeah, that hit on a down skater in the first half on Dom led to an ejection.
Yeah, so ejected skater was not a foul out for multiple offences, but that one hit, if you hit a down skater, you're done.
Absolutely, it's an egregious block and you are out of here.
Funnily enough, we saw last year when Wollongong played varsity in round 3 of 5x5, Underbelly Morelli that time was with Wollongong. And she was ejected for the same offence, blocking in a down skater. So Blocktopus having some technical difficulties. Do apologise, folks.
Bit of a rogue microphone lead here at the moment. First jam has been completed. The force through Dom, picking up 1 point against the lead there on Blocktopus. And Lethal getting the nod from the bench manager here, doing some good jamming in the first half. And it's going to be a power jam, in fact. Blocktopus off to the penalty box at the end of the last jam. As we see an official timeout called. Is Sheriff heading into the middle just to clarify whether or not that was should have in fact have been a penalty. Not willing to use his official review this early in the second half.
Less than a minute in, he wants to save that one, I think.
Absolutely, you don't want to be without that for the bulk of the second half. Especially when you are 18 points in the lead. And it's going to be a reversal here. Lethal off for a back block.
So just as he talks her up, Mike Mann, Lethal on the way to the box. A reprieve here for varsity.
Commentator's curse coming to the fore once again.
Fairyblade doing what she can to extend the distance, having to be travelled by Blocktopus.
Also eating into the penalty time there as Bacardi Bruiser puts a nice block on Blocktopus. Tequila shot and Bacardi Bruiser teaming up now as Blocktopus picks up lead jammer.
Lethal back on track, so not even one scoring pass completed before Lethal was back on. So good job of defence there from the south side, and Lethal quickly threw her initial.
And Blocktopus calls it off. Gets through past 4 skaters, including the one in the box. Fairyblade doing well to save her point there. It'll be Danny Hell this time, taking on Laser Station. The force this time with the advantage of being closer to the jam line and using that back wall, but Laser Station gets through, picks up lead jammer.
Yeah, Laser Station using his strength once again, finding a way through. Danny Hell now out.
And nice move from Laser Station. Catches the blockers unaware there, gets around Winnie Bruce, picks up the points, calls off the jam. A strong start from the Dishonor Rollers. Dom now taking on Joe Dirt.
So both skaters searching for a crack in the wall. Fairyblade hitting Joe Dirt out at the back. Dom finding a way through. She's got lead jammer status for Southside.
You can see that Southside wall though getting split up again, and that's what That's what the Dishonor Rollers have been able to exploit so far. Coming back together though, forcing the track cut that time. Power Jam to the force. The Dom doing well, coming in, avoiding the track cut there. Up against the four wall though. Really trying to push them up. Doing well, keeping inbounds. Skaters going down, but all legal. And Dom wrestles a way through, picks up 5 points.
Joe Dirt back on the track now. Force set up for defense now. Flipping that switch from O to D.
Joe Dirt just completing her initial pass. Well, Dom should have gone another lap there, but looks like she was absolutely exhausted. Decides to call it off. Having a good chat to her bench coach now. Good jam though for the force. Closing that gap once again after a 10-point jam.
So Lethal with the star now for Southside, up against a block to Pussy, jamming for Varsity.
Jam is underway. Both jammers being a bit coy there, looking for a gap. And it's Lethal who picks up lead jammer. Under Beverly Morelli, holding up block to Pussy just long enough. And Lethal is round. She gets through an open inside of the track, picks up the four and calls off the jam.
Great work from Southside's blockers there. Their pack really laying a foundation for Lethal to have not much opposition at all going through.
Yeah, it did beautifully, pushing the whole of the pack of the Dishonor Rollers to the outside there. Danny Hell now up against Laser Station. Laser Station strong off the line again, really splitting that pack in two. Southside able to reform though, and Apocalypse hitting her out and taking her the long way back.
Danny Hell searching at the front, one to beat in Red Hot Chili Pepper, and some awesome one-on-one defense, delaying her progress, but only for so long. Danny Hell is the lead jammer, and Laser Station is on her way to the box. Power Jam for Southside.
We've given her another new name. Oh, it's a reversal though. A back block against Danny Hell. Going to see a quick turnaround for the jammers in the penalty box here. And I think we're also going to see this jam go the full 2 minutes.
So big opportunity goes begging there for Southside. 12 points in and a chance to take back the lead. But Laser Station.
With Danny Hell already back on the track. Tequila Shot doing a good job taking Laser Station back there. Almost picking up the track cut as well.
Danny Hill receiving a track cut call against Red Hot Chili Pepper. Just the smallest toe drag on the outside was enough to serve the penalty.
Absolute momentum killers here. The Force were on a slight roll, a couple of lead jams and good jams at that. But then now 2 power jams in a row to the Dishonor Rollers. Good opportunity for Laser Station to extend this lead. Five-point pass there to Laser Station. That jam comes to its natural conclusion. 95 now plays 78. Fast-paced start to the second half. Already 9 minutes in.
Colonel Panic in the middle looking to discuss maybe some of those penalties with the referees.
A timeout called by the Dishonor Rollers. Another interesting time to call a timeout. Just 9 minutes into the second half, again with the lead and with a bit of a roll on.
Well, definitely at least a jam that really did stop the momentum of Southside. Maybe looking to extend that further, I don't know. But Southside got over the top a couple of times. He let the team rally, do what they do. They stopped the momentum. Adding to it here, perhaps.
Maybe that's the tactical play from the Dishonor Rollers, just trying to mess with the head of the force. Saying, well, we've got the momentum, but we're going to stop it, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Confound them.
Confound them, confuse them, mess with their heads. It is still a power jam for the Dishonor Rollers, though, and Joe Dirt. Joe Dirt, the only jammer on the track, looking to get through that front wall as Danny Hill gets ready to rejoin the track. Joe Dirt gets through, picks up lead jammer. Danny Hill now looking for her initial pass and going for the star pass. Doesn't even try to get through on that occasion. Star pass hasn't worked though. Danny Hill puts the star back on, as that jam gets called off with a 5-point pass. That'll bring up the century for the Dishonor Rollers. Only 17 ahead of the force, 20 minutes left in the game.
There's a whole bunch of players on 3 penalties, even after that penalty jamboree that happened a little while ago. No one in any real danger in the second half. A little bit more bleak for Varsity. Still no trouble stations yet, but Pterodactyl and Repercussions both on 4.
And from what I heard at half-time, we may not see Sparky again in the second half, being assessed for concussion at half-time. So that would be a big loss to the jammer rotation of the force, and that may be why we're seeing Lethal more prominently in the jammer rotation so far in the second half.
So Dom back on the jammer line for Southside. Blocktopusy jamming for Varsity, both quick, strong skaters.
Dom has picked up lead jammer. Out of play, penalty called against Repercussions there.
Not a fan of that call, but that was like the longest 20 feet I've ever seen. Repercussion, that'll be her 5th.
And Dom gets through, picks up the 4. She'll probably call this off. No, lets it run. She's going to have to do it the hard way now and go for another lap. It's a dangerous way to play roller derby. You never know what's going to happen on that pass. Another 5 points called there for Dom. A jammer lap point called for Dom, but not sure she actually lapped the jammer on that occasion.
Well, she did get past Blocked just then on the last bit of that, but was it within the engagement zone of that final pass?
Well, according to the jam ref, it was. So 5 points on that pass, 9 points to 4 in the jam, closing that gap. 104 plays 92. We are in for one hell of a finish here.
Lethal on the line now for Southside. Laser Station has been so strong, so consistent for Varsity. And again, lead jammer status for Laser Station.
Well, she just keeps going straight up the middle and separating the pack as Lethal gets through now, but she's a good half lap behind. Laser Station can take her time, get past these blockers and call it off. Decides a couple of points is enough. 3, in fact, she picks up.
3 out of 4 ain't bad, I guess.
Danny Hill up against Joe Dirt. Both teams with 4 blockers on the track. And we're going to see another official timeout here.
And a big thank you to Sydney Derby Skates, proud sponsor of Down Under Derby TV, bringing you all the action here from the 5x5 Roller Derby Championships. This is a clash for the top of the table positioning. Varsity, Southside 1 and 2. Where will they end up after this one?
Underway again. Joe Dirt thought she was through on the inside, but gets knocked out of the track, and that allows Danny Hell to pick up lead jammer. This time Joe Dirt almost makes it through. Now she gets there.
Track cut called. So Joe Dirt on her way to the box. Track cut. Danny Hill already getting 5 points before Joe Dirt puts a bum in the seat.
Well, that's the way you want to start a power jam. 30 seconds starts when that butt hits the seat.
Great footwork there from Danny Hill, absorbing the hit, planting the toe stops, and then keeps on running.
The Force doing a good job slowing down the pack, picking up the bunny. Danny Hill, spread eagle, gets through again, gets taken down by Tara Smackdale.
15 points for Danny Hill so far, and has tied it up. Danny Hill has tied it up on the scoreboard.
Sorry, BK. Joe Dirt back on the track, running into trouble, though, at the front of the pack. Getting knocked around like a pinball at the moment. Gets past now. Danny Hill try and pick up the points here and call it off. And there she goes. A great jam. Another 3 points. That'll be 18 for the jam. And that brings the Force back into the lead with 15:40 left on the clock.
So let's see if the Force can use this momentum. Big jam, obviously the lead is back. That has to boost the confidence somewhat. Varsity, how will they respond?
This is the period of the first half where Varsity were really on top and really started getting lead jammer after lead jammer. A different scenario at the moment, though, with skaters starting to get tired, starting to fatigue. And will Southside rally, or will it be the Dishonor Rollers?
Laser Station once again lead jammer status. Southside have no answers for her at the moment, and just let her through. 4 points.
Well, just too easy for Laser Station. She has been so strong out there, absolutely splitting walls in half.
So lead change again, back to Varsity, 1 point in it now.
Lethal taking on Blocktopusy, and every time Laser Station is not on the track, I think the Force will be breathing a small sigh of relief at the moment.
They're going to have to figure something out for Laser Station. Absolutely carving them up so far.
Well, they keep trying to put a strong wall in front of her, but she just splits them so easily at the moment. Blocktopusy on hands and knees, crawling through the pack, picks up lead jammer.
So Lethal once again, not lead, but quickly out of the pack. And points against the lead for Lethal.
2-1 against the lead, and that will tie it up. 112 apiece.
Different look on the jammer line here. Fairy Bled for the first time today. She did receive the star as a pivot in the star pass, but the first time stepping up to the line.
She'll be taking on Repercussions. Fairy Bled. Well, it's always a gamble when you give Fairy Bled the star. She can be penalty heavy as a jammer. Repercussions has been solid, but also penalty heavy tonight. Neither jammer able to find a way through at the moment. Repercussions, though, gets an easy ride on the outside. Picks up lead jammer.
So Repercussions already around for a scoring pass, lapping Fairy Bled in the process. 5 points.
Fairy Bled makes it out now, but Repercussions still with the advantage on this lap. Referees having a bit of a discussion. We're going to see a penalty for a track cut at the end of the jam on Repercussions. So it will be a power jam here for Danny Hill to start the next jam. We'll see if there's an official review on this. It would be a good time to use it.
So if that was on Repercussions, I think that will be her 6th.
Danny Hill in the power jam situation here, looking for a way through to pick up lead jammer. And it's going to be forearm penalty against Danny Hill. She's off to the penalty box. Reversal of the power jam coming up. She wants to get to that box area quickly, though. Time served by Repercussions will be the time served by Danny Hill. Repercussions out of the penalty box and picks up lead jammer all too easily there. And as I said, BK, this was the period in the first half where the Dishonor Rollers were able to separate the force, and they're doing it again here in the second half.
Track cut called on Repercussions. That may be a 7th, actually. It might be a foul out, I'm not sure.
Called back onto the track. Now called back off. A bit of confusion here.
It's a long time, a lot of seconds off the clock.
Yeah, that could be damaging Apocalypse with the star, trying to get through. Looks like, have we seen the star pass?
So there was a star pass, no lead jammer, of course. But 20 seconds here for Apocalypse to rack up some points.
Apocalypse looking to do it the hard way, pushing up her opposition skaters. Doing a good job so far. Gets hit out now. That jam comes to an end. 3 points for the force there. Brings that gap back to just 4 points inside 10 minutes to go.
Timeout called by Varsity. Was that the last one? I think that's the third timeout.
I believe it is, yeah. It's up on the board now. That is their last timeout. Not turning it into an official review, so they may use that official review tactically later if it gets down to a last jam scenario.
But I believe Repercussions, that's probably what they're questioning, that penalty.
Well, can we see repercussions over on the bench, or has she now been fouled out?
So out of that timeout, Southside picking up an extra point. Laser Station back on the track. Southside going to have to do something here.
Well, it's up to Lethal. She's been good at following the jammer through, not so good at picking up lead jammer so far. They've managed to hold Laser Station up this time. Good work there from the Force, regrouping. But Laser Station through the middle again. She's been so strong, just straight up the middle of the track, picks up lead jammer. And Laser Station skips around the inside of the track, picks up 4 points, calls off the jam. Solid again from the Dishonor Rollers.
4-point pass brings it out to 8. And a nice calming jam for Varsity. I think Southside would almost want repercussions to not have that 7th penalty, so that she's in the jammer rotation. It keeps Laser Station off a little bit more often.
Absolutely. Repercussions was penalty heavy, obviously picking up a 7th, and that had worked to the advantage of the Southside Derby Dolls. And Dom, first time with the star in quite a while. She's had a bit of a rest. She's back out there now, picks up lead jammer.
Blocktopusy going with a half a lap between them. Fast moving pack. Broken up walls could play to the advantage of Dom here.
Well, Dom needs to get a move on, needs to call it off, and does so just in time. Dom not yet getting up after that hit. Bit of a face plant. Hopefully she's okay. She's up on her knees now, rolling over. It's like a problem with the leg.
Red Hot Chili Pepper also down for Varsity. 2 of the tougher girls out there. And both important pieces of their team as well. There's some Derby love. Look at them giving each other a hug.
Nothing like a big hit and then a big hug.
There's no hard feelings.
The sheriff in there just confirming that Dom had called it off and that she hadn't forced the jam to be called off, which would mean she'd have to sit out 3. And the referee's just confirming there that Dom had in fact made the call off.
Did she get points though?
Well, I don't think she passed any players there, so probably not.
Okay.
8
So
points
again,
still the difference.
Laser Station.
Yeah, Laser
The
Station
Force's
up against Danny Hell. Danny Hell up the inside, beats Laser Station on this occasion.
One of a handful of times all day.
And the Force have found a way to deal with Laser Station in this jam at least. And this could be a very timely occasion to figure out how to hold her back. That will be a 5-point pass.
So Southside brings it within a single pass.
Danny Hell, easy road through on that occasion. Another 4 points. She's getting the signal to keep going. Interesting call from the bench manager there. Putting faith in her blockers. Needing the reward from her jammer right now. Laser Station getting through for a 4-point pass. Danny Hell picking up 4 more. calling off 5 more on that jam. Well, a 1-point advantage on that last pass makes it a good call from Colonel Panic. 130 plays 128. 6 minutes left in the game.
This one's going to come right down to the wire.
Lethal now up against Blocktopusy.
The Southside faithful in the crowd hoping that Lethal pulls out something special here.
The Jammers jockeying for position. Lethal crowded in that 3-wall there. Blocktopusy with just 2 to contend with. And gets through, picks up lead Jammer.
And once again, Blocktopusy lead. Lethal giving chase. And Lethal against the lead. 4 points.
4 points to 3 against the lead once again for Lethal. She's been so good at doing that.
She doesn't need lead jammer status.
She doesn't want it.
You go ahead. I'll catch you.
Well, that extends the forced lead to just 3 points, 5 minutes to go. Dom up against Joe Dirt. Joe Dirt running into initial trouble, but recovers well, picks up lead jammer. Dom right behind her. Dom goes for the big hit. Takes Joe Dirt out, but takes herself out as well.
Dom playing a risky game there. Scores stay pat, 134-131. Danny Hill, Laser Station. In the last jam, Danny Hill did get the best of Laser Station and managed to claw back this lead. I don't know if they can expect it to happen multiple times.
Well, whatever they did last time around, they need to do it again. 4-on-3 pack advantage to the Force. But Laser Station, well, she's been like having 2 extra blockers out there so far. Managing to hold her up there at the moment. And Danny Hill.
Deep. Danny Hill getting leads.
Laser Station gets through though. Quarter lap behind. That pack of the Force getting split up again. They need to be careful. Danny Hill does beautifully. Gets through on the inside. Good work from the Force pack there. Regrouped and opened up that inside line.
7 points in it now. From a strong jam from Danny Hill. 3 minutes left in this game. Blocktopusy jamming up against Lethal.
Well, the Force are going to take a lot of encouragement out of that. 2 jams in a row. They've held up Laser Station. Blocktopusy, though, last time around, picked up lead jammer against Lethal. Lethal coming out with more points. We'll see if history can repeat. It's going to be hard for Lethal as she's at the back of the pack. Blocktopusy looking to come round and score the points. Big collision on the far side of the track as we see a track cut called against Blocktopusy.
It's a power jam here for Lethal and Southside with 2.5 minutes left. Five-point pass, Lethal.
I saw the jam ref there calling a misconduct as well on Blocktopusy. I saw the outside pack ref call a track cut. But she is standing, so only 1 penalty. Lethal thinking about a star pass here. She has passed the star now to Haterade.
Haterade goes back, makes sure she's getting the points, has the star in her head, gets through. That's 5 for Haterade.
This jam's got another 40 seconds to go, though. No lead jammer.
4 more points for Blocktopusy. They'll go pass for pass here. It'll be up to the blockers to prevent points.
Time is on the side of the Force at the moment with the lead. Still only one good jam in it, though. Haterade looking to slow things down, take on Blocktopusy one-on-one, holding her up nicely. No
Haterade
penalty
going
there.
down. No call.
No penalty. I believe it was Haterade who engaged first. That's certainly how the referees saw it. Good jam for the Force, though. 14-8. 14-9, in fact. 152 to 140. Only time, really, for one more jam here.
And it's Laser Station stepping up to the line for Varsity.
She'll be taking on Dom. Well, it's been Danny Hell who's got the advantage on Laser Station in the last 2 jams, but it's really been the pack of the Force that's held up Laser Station. As we see an official review called by the Dishonor Rollers, well, that won't give them any opportunity for another jam if this one ends inside that 29 seconds.
And I don't think Southside will be wanting another one.
I very much doubt it, unless, of course, Dishonor Rollers managed to get 12 points in 28 seconds. This, I am 99% sure, will be the last jam. Well, the official review is that the Dishonor Rollers are trying to get a forearm penalty called on the Haterade, who was pivot before the star pass. So they're claiming that the forearm occurred before the star pass was made. Even if this is upheld, once again, I don't think the points can be taken away.
Yeah, points can't be removed.
And by the looks of things, no penalty has been called. So another wasted opportunity for the Dishonor Rollers there. And it's, in my view, BK, a strange way to use your official review.
Absolutely. I don't know what he was searching for there, but Laser Station, again, lead jammer for Varsity.
Well, Dom needs to get out. She does. She needs to limit the damage here. It's 3 passes to 0 required to even up the scoreline for Laser Station.
Well, there's 1 for Varsity.
They're going to hope for a penalty against Dom here. She's already picked up a couple of points. Laser Station wasting no time getting around that track, looking to lap Dom. We're not going to see her call this off anytime soon.
Laser Station playing games with Dom. She knows she's a bit penalty heavy. See if she can milk something. Dom not having any part of it.
It did look like a bit of an act there. Laser Station going down, trying to get something out of the referees.
Let's hope Dom can stay clean, because I have a feeling she'll be skating for the next minute.
Laser Station, rightly so, starting to look tired out there. Cops another big hit. T getting the whip off Lethal there.
And Laser Station calling it off.
Well, I think exhaustion playing into things, but they were just 5 points behind, 11-4 in that jam already.
Star pass.
A star pass, still a chance of a penalty on Dom. What a time to call off a jam. No opportunity for another jam.
There's still 43 seconds left in that one.
Enough time for one or two more passes, but that is the end of the story.
Unofficial final score. The Force from Southside Derby Dolls 160. Dishonour Rollers Varsity Derby League 152. And another game in the storied history that is these two teams.
Absolute nail biter. So many lead changes once again. These two teams are going to be arch rivals for a very long time.
They bring the best out of each other and they really put on a show for the crowd. If you're watching this at home, you got your money's worth, I'm telling you right now, which is free. It's a free feed, but you definitely got your money's worth. Hats off to both teams putting on a hell of a game. They'll meet each other again in August. They'll play the grand final.
Absolutely, and nothing in it, just 8 points. The final score, 160 to the Force, 152 to the Dishonour Rollers.
That's it from round number 4 of 5x5 Roller Derby Championship. We will have some interviews with the skaters, but stay tuned, folks. So round number 5 coming at you July 18 from the Central Coast.
I don't know if that's the crackling one or not.
We on?
You go in the middle. All right, you're in the middle.
Definitely.
You're gonna have purple hair.
Well, I'm here with Fairy Blade and Minnie Mousica. What a game, ladies.
That was ridiculous.
It
Yeah.
was so up and down all through the game. Looked a bit dicey there for a while, but I think you got away with it in the end.
Skin of our teeth. I don't know what happened, but scoreboard's in our favour at the final whistle. That's always a good sign.
We thought they had us there, but VDL is always a tough opponent, but we pulled it off in the end.
Absolutely. Both you two teams have had some nail biters. Just a few weeks ago, another topsy-turvy game up and down. It was an absolute replay of that here today, and you must know each other very well by now.
Yeah, I wouldn't say arch nemesis. People seem to say that about teams that are really close. I just think it's a good, challenging game. It's awesome. I love games like this.
Well, it's great for the fans when they watch such close games at roller derby, and it must be exciting to play in as well.
Definitely, yeah. We're all freaking out, especially at the end there. We're like, what do we do?
Well, Laser Station out there must have been really tough to deal with. It looked from the sidelines like you really didn't have many answers for her up until about the last 5 jams.
Yeah, she's a tough cat. She's hard to get her number. I think we just had more skaters on the track in the end, so we were able to rotate through more people. If it comes down to numbers like that, it's tough.
And maybe a bit of fatigue played into it at the end. The Varsity or Dishonour Rollers losing a couple of skaters, and maybe that played into it as well.
Yeah, it does play into it a little bit. It's good when you've got fresh skaters out there. It's a bit tough when you've got a few failing out, but they still brought it.
Absolutely, it was a tough game from the sidelines. Must have been even tougher to play.
Yeah.
But
can we thank everyone for coming to our home round? This is awesome. We've played, this is round 4, so one more round before the grand final, which will be here. So come on down and enjoy the grand final.
Yeah, in a new venue tonight.
Yeah,
So-
new venue. We love it. It's pretty cool.
So how was it out? Was the floor good to skate on? Did
Floor
you?
is good, yeah, nice and slick. I like a bit of slide, not too much grippiness, which is good. I hope we play here again.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much, ladies,
Thank
and
you.
go enjoy your victory with your team.
Yes, thank you. Cheers.
Well, a tough game, but just got away from you at the end there.
It was a very tough game. S2D2 are always tough opponents, but we enjoy playing them.
Yeah, they're fantastic to play against. They're really friendly people. It's always a really exciting game. It's always very tough. We work towards games like this, and this is, so it's a great game to play for us. Yeah.
Now, Sheriff, we were commentating that game, myself and Big Kahuna, and we were wondering about some of your timeout calls and the timing of those. It seemed like you called a couple of timeouts when you had momentum. What was the tactical decision behind those timeout calls?
I think the tactical decision was we were down to about 7 players, and we needed to keep our players fit and active. I mean, I didn't feel like it was a game where there was momentum shifts in the way there are in some games. I feel like there was a lot of back and forth, but I feel that for most of the game, we were really just doing the same thing back and forth, and it was really 50-50. And having fit players on track was giving us more advantage than having a continued momentum on the track.
Well, that makes perfect sense to me. We were wondering on the sideline, but when you're down so many skaters, it does make sense.
Yeah, coming in with a few people away and a few people injured, and then getting the expulsion early, it really makes it difficult to play the game plan. But we did okay, I think.
Definitely. A bit of an unlucky expulsion. I think she rolled over her fingers of a down skater, but it's it happens. It is what it is. But that's roller derby, I guess.
Yep. Absolutely.
But another close game. Unlucky tonight, but looking forward to the grand final meeting
Absolutely.
again.
We'll see them then. Yep.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, mate.
At Better Bearings, we're all about better service. We know what we're talking about. If you've got problems, give us a call.
Has this ever happened to you? Fumbling your marker. Your marker's not working. Trying to scrub off those pesky markers in the shower.
I have a severe sweating problem. Before I got my Spank Alley armbands, the refs were always telling me to reapply my numbers. But now, I can stay in the game.
My Spank Alley armband's second as a rope. Now I can lock up the competition. Thanks, Spank Alley.
But wait, there's more. If you order now, you'll get not just 1, but 2 armbands. That's 1 for each of your arms.
Thanks, Spank Alley.
Spank Alley armbands. Get spanked.
Better Bearings is value for money. All our bearings have an ABEX 7 rating or over, so you buy quality, and you don't have to pay a fortune for it.
Spending my money, I didn't care. I carried my friends out for a good time, buying bootleg liquor.
maintain. Our high-end bearings are self-healing, and all of our bearings are easy to maintain.